we're gonna get rid of this Janet, not because she's a bad figure, but because there's not really much use for the new parts that they did for her other than another wasp costume. So the reused parts are eliminated, and we won't get like a bunch more wasp, but this head sculpt is gorgeous. This figure is amazing, and she's really, really hard to eliminate. I like this Janet figure a lot, but for the sake of getting down and dirty and having a bunch of my favorite characters in here, I would say bye, Janet. Oh my god. So I have to get rid of one more. Like, these are awesome. Alright, Iron Fist. You made it really far. You were number 11. So I don't know how many figures we had, but you were the last one eliminated. So big ups to you. He's on the Renew Your Vows body, and so is Daredevil, and that's the reason why I had to get rid of one of them. This is I mean, that's a cell shaded Daredevil, and now the other one's just cell shaded. This Iron Fist is so cool, and he came with all those hands. You know what? We're gonna have an upset. Iron Fist, you're staying in Daredevil. Guess what? You're going, because you are cell shaded, and no one else is cell shaded on this top 10. So, wow, you see what happens? You see if you stick around and watch all the way through, like, this is a very contentious top 10. So Daredevil, despite me taking forever and ever and ever to get a red classic Daredevil, he's still cell shaded. So here we have our top 10. Now I will have to order them. Gosh. So coming up at number 10, because he was almost eliminated, we have Iron Fist on the Renew Your Vows body. Pinless classic look. That's the main thing here, is this is the classic version of most of these characters. Just perfectly painted, so many hands. That's what put him over the top. Would have been nice if we got actually glowy hands, but those effect pieces are really nice as well. So Danny Rand, Iron Fist, is our number 10. Coming in at number 9, we have Power Princess. Now, she is from the Squadron Supreme. She was a very expensive figure because she looks like Wonder Woman, and that is intentional. A lot of people turned this figure into their own custom Wonder Woman because Todd McFarlane has only released one, and it still is a bad Wonder Woman in my opinion. Too tall, too expensive, too many things, too long of a wait. But a lot of people got Power Princess to turn her into Wonder Woman, and I just think that having all these new female bucks, because we got She-Hulk this year, we got Power Princess this year, we got Titania this year, we got the new torso pieces from the Phoenix. Is that one painted on as well? Yeah, from Miss Marvel and from Phoenix. So it was the year of pinless female bucks. Now we don't have butterfly joints on her, or the Titania, or the She-Hulk, but that's because they're bigger figures, and a lot of bigger figures don't have them. But I think that she is a worthy number 9 for 2024, and she came out all the way at the beginning of the year, almost last year. All right, so 10, 9. At number 8, we have Cyclops, or Slim, as some people like to call him. Took a long time to get a new, updated, classic Jim Lee Cyclops, but it was worth the wait. The only problem I have with it is the X-Men 97 stylized head, and the older Jim Lee head that I had didn't fit on it properly either. But regardless, he still slides right in with the rest of my X-Men and Marvel Legends figures, and he has that really awesome effect piece. And then they just showed off that new blue and yellow one with that bigger effect piece. So that means they're gonna get a classic Cyclops at some point, and I really, really can't wait for a classic blue and yellow pirate booted, fully head covered Cyclops. So number 8 is our X-Men 97 Cyclops. Coming in at number 7, we have our Blackheart Wave Moon Knight, and Moon Knight is up here. He is a little undersized. He should be slightly taller than Captain, or like, yeah, a little bit taller and bulkier than Captain America. Mark Spector is not a small dude, but I am glad to get a pinless Moon Knight in this awesome outfit that he had when he was going in the West Coast Avengers, and a bunch of other cool books. So yeah, really good look for Moon Knight, and I'm happy to have him pinless. So he is our number 7. At number 6, we have Frank Castle from the War Journal and Bushwhacker 2-pack. I didn't even bother putting Bushwhacker up there because I think he really sucks. He's one of my worst figures of the year. He's awful, just like that Sunfire Spider-Man, so I didn't even bother putting him up here. But this Punisher is amazing. We get a brand new buck with fully articulated body except for the toe joints. Like he has, you know, upper diaphragm, ab crunch, butterfly joints, pinless, bunch of great accessories, just a awesome looking Frank Castle. So I'd say that he's worthy for number 6. Coming in at number 5, we have the Secret Wars Wolverine, and the only reason he's not higher is because his shoulders are puny. He's got tiny shoulders, and I wish the brown was a little bit darker, but this is the color that he was in Secret Wars, so it works for me, and he fits right in with my Avengers shelf. So there were a lot of great Wolverine releases this year. We had the Deadpool Wolverine one, we had the Astonishing Wolverine, we had the X-Men 97 Wolverine, but in my opinion, the brown and yellow Secret Wars Wolverine is the best of the bunch this year. Bub. Coming in at number 4, we have Secret Wars Captain America, and he is only coming in lower because he doesn't have butterfly joints and he doesn't have a full shield. He has the Bucky Cap shield, which looks amazing. You can see how nice and shiny and reflective that is. He comes with an extra head sculpt, extra hands, broken shield, and he's a great figure. I really can't complain. Oh, I forgot to put Hydra Cap up here. He was really cool too. But yeah, this version of Captain America is the one. I don't need another one. I don't need another Steve Rogers. Even if they had butterfly joints, I can't justify it unless he's slightly taller, and then I'll probably, you know me, I'm lying. Coming in at number 3, we have Warbird, Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Look at that beautiful head sculpt, beautiful costume. I do like her as Captain Marvel, but nothing beats the Warbird costume. And she's pinless. The only problem is she should be a little bit taller. She should be 6 feet tall. So she should be taller than Spider-Man and even a little bit more built. But I'm still happy to get this Warbird. I love Carol Danvers. She's a cool character, and she's been around for a long time. And I really appreciate that we finally got one. And the evil Warbird, or evil Miss Marvel, looks really cool too. So Warbird is number, oh my god, did you see that? Warbird is number 3. I didn't even do anything, they just fell. At number 2, we have my third favorite Marvel character, She-Hulk. So it was a no-brainer. She's got a classic suit. I love that head sculpt with the big, awesome, beautiful hair, purple and green, classic 80s and 70s look. Can't really beat it. It would have been great if she came with an angry head sculpt. That is really the only complaint I have. And maybe some more hands. But I love her so much. She's great. She is an amazing figure. It would have been awesome if they used this sculpt for Titania, but we got a new sculpt. But I really can't complain. It was really the year of Ladies Marvel Legends. And that leaves us with number 1. And who could have guessed that our number 1 is going to be our Secret Wars symbiote Spider-Man? I've been waiting for this one. Classic symbiote suit on the perfect buck, which is the Amazing Fantasy buck. It's the right height for Spider-Man, which is to say he is shorter than everyone other than Wolverine up here, and that is how it should be, because Spider-Man is supposed to be like 5'10 max, not 6'1", 6'2 like the Renew Your Vows body makes him. And the black suit is my second favorite Spider-Man suit. Of course, the red and blue is my favorite, but that's everyone's favorite. So the black suit is really the coolest, most awesome version, and I did put the retro card symbiote head on there because that is the classic head that he had originally during Secret Wars. So the Secret Wars retro card Spider-Man, we got 2 awesome head sculpts, all the hands we would want, perfect proportions. The only thing it's missing is toe articulation, but I actually did order some from Crafty Gecko, so those should be coming, and I will do a video on those when I add the toe joints or the toe articulation. You just swap the feet. So that is our top 10. If you like this video, make sure to hit like, hit subscribe. Let me know if you agree or disagree. Just say hi and what's up, and tell me what your favorite Marvel Legend was this year. Yeah, do all that stuff. What else is there? Like, subscribe, comment, check the Patreon, check the giveaways, check out my top 10 regular non-Marvel Legends action figure video. So I just did that one, and this one is gonna go up almost right after I edit it. So yeah, let me know what your top 10 is or your favorite figure, how your day is going. I love you. I will see you next time. Keep your head up, stay brave. And yeah, happy 2024. And it really was a great year for Marvel Legends. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We already did our top 10 best figures that were non-Marvel Legends and our top 10 best Marvel Legends. I don't think there's enough overall figures that aren't Marvel Legends that were bad releases this year that I picked up personally. Something that comes to mind would be the Beast Kingdom Rick and Morty, just because they don't stand up and they're really top heavy and they're so loose jointed. That's why they weren't in my top 10 video. I just removed them considering the scale and all that other stuff included, so they weren't in there. But overall, it was a pretty solid year for releases. But Marvel Legends did have some misses, as many hits as they had, because 2024 was a great year for Marvel Legends. And I'm gonna say the last figure on my list is not a bad release, it's just lacking. And there's other things like the skin tone and all that stuff that don't match the other releases that came out this year, so it's just very hard to use it with head swaps and all that stuff. And it's specifically that one version because of that, and that really sucks. And I don't know why they gave him I'll talk about it when we get to the video. But regardless, with all that, the rules are released this year. Marvel Legends could be in a 2-pack, could be the whole 2-pack itself. Doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad figure. It's just lacking something or disappointing to me for some reason. So those are the rules. With all that being said, let's get into the top 10 worst Marvel Legends of 2024. Like I said before, some of these figures being in here, it is not to say that this is a bad figure. It is to say that there are problems that they had addressed in the same character's releases earlier this year. Now, the first problem that he has is, you see the sculpted arm hair on his arm. Well, I'm gonna try to make it so you can see it. You can see that, right? The ridges and bumps where the arm hair is supposed to be painted. Well, you know, they did that with 2 other Wolverine releases this year. So you can see the Astonishing Wolverine right next to him, and you see the arm hair is painted. It's sculpted on there and painted. And also, you can see that his skin tone is pinkish and rosy. I'm speaking to the Astonishing Wolverine, because the X-Men 97 Wolverine has very yellow skin. Like, his skin is yellow. It's not like he's tan. He's just kind of, I want to get this off here so you can see it better. See how Astonishing is pinkish and this Wolverine is yellow? That means you cannot swap a different Wolverine head or unmasked head on him, because they will not match, because the color is so different. Our number 9 worst Marvel Legends of 2024 is Spider-Man 2029 from Across the Spider-Verse Wave 2, because first of all, his skin tone is way too pale. There's another reason right there. Sometimes he'll just randomly fall over on my shelf. Not because he has like bad articulation, but he has loose ankles, which is the worst spot for him to be loose, because he's such a top heavy figure. And then also, I had to glue one of the fins like a day after I got it. It just broke off. I wasn't even messing with it. I just picked him up and I had seen that the fin had snapped off. So I don't know if it came loose when I got him out of the packaging or what happened. Plus, I got it because I wanted a new 2099, because that one on the Pizza Spidey is so ugly. But I guess we're really gonna have to wait for a new 616 release to get a good one. Plus, he doesn't have a butterfly joint. So yeah, number 9 is Spider-Man 2099. Our number 8 worst Marvel Legend of the year is Icarus from the Zabu Wave. Not a terrible figure, but it's another team that they probably won't finish for a long time. He is pinless and all new sculpt, and that is very nice. But he doesn't really fit anywhere on my shelf, because like I said, there's no other Eternals other than Cersei, and she's with the Avengers and Black Knight. So what do we do about Icarus? I don't want to get rid of him because I like the head sculpt, and like I said, it's brand new sculpt on him, so he's like a decent looking figure. But as far as like necessity and practicality of getting this figure, other than for the bath piece, it's kind of a mess. So that's why he is our number 8 spot. Our number 7 spot spot goes to the Secret Wars Wave Beyonder, not because he's a bad figure, but he is very plain. And this is a version of the character that did not show up into Secret Wars #2, because the Beyonder in Secret Wars 1 is kind of unseen. He's just a bright cosmic energy light source kind of thing. So, you know, to put him in the Secret Wars Wave 1 instead of, say, Volcana, who we have no release of, and is the only figure we would have needed for a complete Secret Wars shelf, it's just like, why did you pick Beyonder? You could have given, you know, you could have done a wave 2 of Secret Wars and done that, or given Battle World to somebody else and just save this release for later. But, you know, you wasted it on the Beyonder, who doesn't even show up like this until Secret Wars 2. So he is our #7 worst. So our #6 and 5 spot go to the 2-pack of Rogue and Destiny, not because they're bad figures or they weren't needed. First appearance Rogue is great. I did put the Outback Rogue on her for an X-Men 97 look. They just came with no accessories, so they had no alternate head sculpts. Rogue had this short, kind of smirky head sculpt. I don't want to grab it out right now. And Destiny came with a different set of hands, and Rogue came with a different set of hands, and that was it. No effect pieces, no extra head sculpts. They're both pinless, which is great. We hadn't had Destiny before, which is also great. She is Rogue's adopted mother, along with Mystique. So we needed her for the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. And this Rogue works for Secret Wars. She works for the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants, and she works for X-Men 97. So she is a versatile body, so this is not a bad pack. And like, sometimes it goes over value. And like, as I'm ranking these, I tried to like do like the least worst best as far as like value and all that stuff. So that's why these guys are sitting right in the middle, because I like the figures. I think the value for the money is terrible. Our #4 worst Marvel Legends this year is the Quicksilver. And once again, it comes to value and what you're included with. You get an awesome new head sculpt, which is not on here. It's on the old Quicksilver body, because that's the Avengers look. And this is the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants look. He doesn't have that flippy hair. That's up there. Like I said, I don't want to bother grabbing head sculpts and all that stuff, because these are how they're sitting on my shelf. So this is how they're displayed. He didn't come with open running hands. He came with these kind of like gesturing hands and some fists. So that's kind of a bummer. And that's just what it comes down to. Also, he's on the Starfire buck with small shoulders. You can see the shoulder gap. It's just awful. And I hate that. So any release without fixed shoulders on the Sunfire is automatically bad, in my opinion. Our #3 worst Marvel Legends of the year is Bushmaster, because he is ugly. He has reused pin legs, which they could have given him pinless legs. They have them. And he's got, you understand why this is weird. And he also has a finger that's long and veiny and weird. And I don't like him. He's ugly. I understand that he's a bad guy. I'm not going to get rid of him. He's sitting with my Punisher and Daredevil villains. So, like, yeah, he has a spot in the shelf, but he's just a hideous figure. Like, the head sculpt is nice, but he's just got that ugly, his weird little rat tail to his weird big phallic arms and fingers. Bushmaster is our #3 worst Marvel Legends of 2024. #2 is Bloodstorm from the Black Heart Build-It figure wave. Now, she's not a bad character. It's just a lot of old reuse. No new double pinned arms. Older pinned legs that were reused from the Secret Wars Storm right here. So same exact legs and boots. Torso's different, arms are different, but they could have updated the legs at least to give us a better, another female buck actually. So at least from the waist down, we would have had another female buck. But instead, they reused the old Storm 80s punk look for the legs and did a new upper torso. Actually, I don't even think that's new upper torso. I think, no, it is new as far as I'm concerned. But Aurora Bloodstorm from an alternate universe where she became a vampire, just not up to snuff. So she's our #2 worst figure of 2024. It wouldn't be a Rowdy Riles top 10 without Spider-Man on it, would it? But our #1 worst Marvel Legends of the year is Spider-Man from the VHS Vulture and Spider-Man 2-pack, because he is on that ugly Sunfire body. We do get some cool head sculpts like the animated style one and the animated Peter Parker and Flash Thompson head, but the body is dreadful. It is too big. It is a backward step in articulation. We only have ab crunch and an ugly waist cut and those ugly tiny gapping shoulders. So it really felt like, especially the hand accessories that we got gripping hands, but they were not the ones from the Amazing Fantasy. They were the reused gripping hands with fingernails just painted over with red web lines and red. So a lot of sloppy reuse here. They've reused this buck a couple of times since his release, and since I think they may have used it before. Like, was there, no, the Sunfire Quicksilver came out after. Is there another Sunfire body? I don't know. I think this is the first one, and their reasoning was probably like, people are going to buy Spider-Man. Doesn't matter if it's bad. We'll get a new buck out of it, and they get the new retro, or the new animated series Vulture, which, like, the only reason to buy this 2-pack would be for the Vulture, and I even got it for that, and I replaced it with the classic Vulture because the animated one just wasn't doing it. He wasn't old and classic looking enough. So really, it's kind of a bummer of a 2-pack. I mean, if you collect the animated series, good for you because you get that head sculpt, better bodies to put it on, and then you get that animated Vulture. But as far as Marvel Legends Spider-Man, this is like pizza Spidey buck as far as how bad it is. Just, it has boot cut, but all that torso articulation is gone and wasted. So it's a big step back, especially for a Spider-Man. So surprisingly, our #1 worst figure is Spider-Man. I really don't think there's too many surprises or too many things out of left field for me, except for maybe the X-Men 97 Wolverine, and he's not even a bad figure. He's the best of this bunch, obviously, but it's the skin color that throws me off, because as you can see, he's the most yellow out of everyone here. Everyone else is like pink, and Wolverine is yellow, like he's got jaundice or he's got scurvy and he needs to eat some vitamin C. So, you know, there's my worst Marvel Legends. If you agree or disagree, let me know in the comments. Subscribe if you are not subscribed. Like the video, please like it. A lot of you watch the video and then you don't like it, and you watch it all the way through and you don't like it. So just hit the like button for me. It helps out the channel. We are growing a little bit. We've hit a couple subscribers, hit the algorithm a little bit recently. So, you know, share if you guys think someone else would like to see this video. Check out the Patreon. Check out the giveaways. Do all that stuff. Be brave. Be strong. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. How is it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with a video that I've been planning on doing for a long time, but I really wanted the best representations of these characters so I could prove to you once and for all that the Renew Your Vows Spider-Man is not a good buck for Spider-Man. It works for other characters, but for Spider-Man, it is too big and it is too tall. So as you can see, we have Hulk, Thor, Captain America, and Wolverine standing here. I do have an actual comic books artist depiction of all their heights, and I'm going to put that up on the screen so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Hulk is about 7'2". Thor is about 6'6". Captain America is about 6'2". And then Spider-Man stands at about 5'10", while Wolverine stands at about 5'3". So that being said, if these are 6.5 inch scale, and Captain America, where is, yeah, I'm right. So Captain America is 6'2". These are 6.5 inch scale, which means they're not true 1/12. They're not 6 inch scale. They're 6.5. So how tall is Captain America? He stands at about 6.5 inches, which puts him at around 6'1", 6'2" for the 6.5 inch scale. And Wolverine stands at, let's see, to the top of his head, he's at about 5.5 inches, which is about maybe 5'4", so 5'6". So they're slightly underscaled and overscaled. But that being said, when you put the Renew Your Vows body directly next to them, that puts Peter Parker at 6 feet tall, not 5'10", 6 feet, because Captain America was 6.5 inches, right? Spider-Man is standing at just under 6.25. So that puts him at 6 feet tall. So that is too tall. Look how different, or how close he is to Captain America's height. And that's even without his mask on. Without his masthead on, or with his masthead on, he's even taller. But if we take the perfect Spider-Man body, which is right here, and this is the proof all the proof that you need right here, because like I said, I'm going to put the comic book picture and you will see the difference in height on screen from the Renew Your Vows to this one. I'm sorry, he wasn't standing up straight. I have to get him standing completely straight. So I'm really tired of seeing this debate, because you can have your preference, but as far as height and scale, that is a 5'10" Spider-Man. not this. He's a whole half a head taller, which puts him at way too high. So he should be marginally higher than Wolverine, which he is. Wolverine's head is right here, which is up to Spider-Man's eyes. Spider-Man's head is right here. That's about half a head. So 5'3", 5'10", 6'2", 6'6", 7'2". That is the right scale. The Amazing Fantasy Book is the right scale for Spider-Man. How I do it is my Renew Your Vows Spider-Mans. They all sit on my Spider-Man shelf. My Amazing Fantasy or Amazing Friends Spider-Man and my Symbiote Secret Wars Spider-Man sit on my Secret Wars shelf, because otherwise Spider-Man is too big sitting next to all of his friends. And yeah, that's it. That's definitive proof. You can comment if you want. You can, leave your comments down below. But comic book to 6.5-inch scale. Amazing Friends. You could argue that he needs bigger shoulders and thicker legs, but other than that, the height is perfect. You can't mess with that. And if you add the articulated toes, it even makes it a little bit more perfect. It adds in just that extra little bit of height to bring it to 5'10" in this scale. So yes, Renew Your Vows is not the right size for Spider-Man. Great for Daredevil. Great for Iron Fist. Who else did they use it for? Just great for anybody except for Spider-Man. That is not a teenage size Spider-Man. That is a full-grown adult Spider-Man. You can think that Spider-Man is taller, but canonically, he has been 5'10". And when you're 16 or 17, you maybe grow about an inch or two. So if you wanted to do that, the head that he comes with, the Ditko style head, is smaller, so that makes him teenage size. When you give him the bigger John Romita style head, he's an adult sized, proportioned Spider-Man. Definitively. Bye! How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Row is back with another video, coming at you with some more Marvel Legends. Today we have Namor the Submariner. I was like waiting to get a new classic one, and instead they released the weird one with the long hair and the beard in the Void Wave, and I was like, so let me just wait and see if they'll do another one. They haven't announced another one yet, so I went ahead and scooped the classic look for Namor. He's got, barely any clothes on, but he comes with a different head sculpt and has tried it and all that cool stuff. So with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says Marvel Legends Series, Marvel the Submariner, and then we've got the figure, of course. Then we've got some artwork of Namor on the side. It looks pretty cool. Of course, the back has a blurb and the Build-A-Figure wave. I already have that Build-A-Figure, actually. It says, with incredible strength and swimming speed, Submariner is a powerful force on land and sea. And then, of course, there's the artwork of the figure, which is actually just a shot of the figure. And then the Build-A-Figure is Okoye, because this came out during Black Panther, the first one, obviously. And they released Black Bolt and Namor because they're like Black Panther adjacent, as well as Fantastic Four adjacent. We've got that artwork once again on this side. Top of the box, bottom of the box. And with all that being said, this guy literally tries to steal Reed Richards' wife all the time. Let's just pull him out. Box is garbage anyway, and there's Namor. Here is our Marvel Legends Namor the Submariner out of the box. As you can see, it's reuse of an older body. Not sure which body, but it's not new because this is an older figure. It's from Black Panther, like I said before, but it still works. It's a classic look. He's got essentially his speedos on, and then he's got those little wings at the bottom of his feet. He's got his trident, his slick back hair, and his pointy ears, kind of looking like a Vulcan a little bit. And yeah, it's Namor, so glad I finally have one. Checking out Namor's height, he stands at about, let's see here, he stands at about 6¼ inches. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, we go forward, backward, to the side, not so much on the side. Shoulders come up 90 degrees, there is no butterfly joint. We get a bicep cut, double elbows, ab crunch, waist cut, legs come forward, to the side, back not so much. We get a thigh cut there, double knees. Ouch, that hurt, I pinched my nail. Double knees, he can kick his own butt. We get a boot cut down there at the calf, and then we get rockers on the feet. I don't know if I need more light, and that's why it's not focusing, but yeah, it's an older figure, so the articulation, like I said, no butterfly joints, kind of dated, but it still works. He still looks good. It still looks like Namor, and that's what matters. For the accessories, the bath piece is Okoye's arms, and here they are still in there. I already have Okoye fully completed, so I don't need those. I'll probably sell them on eBay. But we get this nice really detailed trident. It would have been nice if it had a black wash, but it's all in gold plastic, so that works as well. And then he gets 2 of each of these hands. We get 2 open hands and 2 gripping hands. And that is it for accessories for Namor. First up, here's our Marvel Legends Namor with Sue and Reed Richards, the perfect throuple, because Namor always trying to steal Sue from Reed. He's like, hey girl, how you doing? For some pinless Marvel Legends, here he is with Vision and Warbird. Here he is with Earthworm Jim and Ninja Turtles, Cosmic Legions and Loose Collector. And because Namor in the water, we'll finish him off with some Street Sharks. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Marvel Legends Namor is totally worth it because he's totally worth it to me. Although I wish it was an updated pinless one with like butterfly joints and like the upper ball peg and the torso. That would make it so much better. But it's still classic Namor, and that's what I like with my Marvel Legends is like the classic version, especially when I don't have, and I did not have Namor. So now I do. And if you like this video, smash like down below, hit the subscribe button, and also hit the notification bell so you know when my videos come up. Check out the Patreon. It's $1 a month for videos like this one early before anyone else gets to see them. And of course, comment down below. Let me know if you have this figure. If you're waiting, I'm just waiting for a new one. I'll probably, as soon as I bought this one, they'll probably announce a new Namor like at Comic-Con or something, because this is like this weekend of what I'm filming is Comic-Con. But yeah, do all that stuff. As always, I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? I've already roused back with another video. We are coming at you with some more Marvel Legends because we just got the Astonishing X-Men Wolverine. I was like, okay, I have Wolverine, I have Emma Frost. Let me just go ahead and grab Cyclops. So we have our Astonishing X-Men Cyclops right here. So with all that being said, look at this bad boy open. So here's our Astonishing X-Men. Cyclops out of the box. I don't know what happened to Homeboy's box. I think I threw it out, but it is Cyclops from the Astonishing X-Men. I really can't say that tonight. He's pinless. He's got butterfly joints, all that good stuff, bells and whistles. So we do have 3 members of the team now at this point. We've got Cyclops, Wolverine, and Emma Frost. They need to make Beast. I forget who else is on the team. I think there's like one more member of the main team at that point in the X-Men comic books. But yeah, it's Cyclops. We've seen him before, but this is from a specific run of X-Men, specifically Joss Whedon's. So yeah, there's Cyclops. Checking out his height, he stands at about, let's see here, 6¼ inches. Gosh, I didn't mean to do that. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, he goes forward pretty far, back pretty far as well, to the side, not so much. Shoulders come up 90 degrees, double elbows work really well. We do get a butterfly joint and a bicep cut. Of course, hinges on the wrists. We get an ab crunch, so back, forward, legs come forward this far, to the side, back, not at all because his butt gets in the way. Double knees, he can kick his own butt. We get a thigh cut, we get a boot cut, and of course we get hinge and rockers at the ankle. So, posable, pinless, everything we asked for in our newer Marvel Legends. For accessories, he really doesn't come with much. You can see he's got a fist and a hand for his laser, which is 2 fingers. It doesn't want to bow, guys. 2 fingers, you know, pointed at his visor, and then we get another fist, and then we get an open kind of gesturing hand, which is right here, and there it is, and you know, another fist. And that is it for his accessories. Did he come with a Build-A-Figure piece? I don't think he did. I don't remember. Did he? First, for comparison, here he is with Jean Grey, Dark Phoenix, and our X-Men 97 Cyclops. Here he is with the Astonishing X-Men Wolverine and Emma Frost. So we've got 3 of the team. And of course, Cyclops is the team leader. Lastly, for Marvel Legends, here he is with Warbird and Black Widow. Here's Cyclops next to some Action Force and G.I. Joe, some Star Wars Black Series, some SH Figuarts, Earthworm Jim and Street Sharks, And lastly, some Jada toys. So yeah, that's about it for comparison. So with all that being said, y'all, the Astonishing X-Men Cyclops is totally worth it because he's totally worth it to me. It reminds me of the Avengers versus X-Men Cyclops 2. So you could throw him on your Avengers shelf if you wanted to. I have the Astonishing Wolverine, I have the Astonishing Emma Frost, so it's good that he's readily available and under retail. So yeah, hit like if you like this video, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, comment if you have this figure, if you want to see the rest of the Astonishing team like Beast and I forget who else was on the team, but I know Beast was on there and he was like looking all furry and cat-like. And comment down below, like, subscribe, Patreon, check out my Patreon, $1 a month for early access to certain videos, not all of them, but certain ones I'm just gonna edit, they're gonna be scheduled, they're gonna go on Patreon, and then you can check them out, do all that stuff. I love you, I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? I'm already back with another video. Walmart had a sale on some Marvel Legends, and my girlfriend got me a couple for my birthday, and I got one myself because he was only $15, and I'm like, Captain America, bad guy Captain America, Hydra, bad guy shelf, still some more room. So we have Secret Empire Captain America. Got him for really cheap. He is really cool. It's completely new body, pinless, has that shield. If you don't know what happened during Secret Empire, there's this kid who is basically a living Tesseract, and I forget who used him, but someone used him to make Captain America a Hydra sleeper agent from the beginning. So he turns coat and starts, you know, killing heroes and being a bad guy. And then eventually the real Captain America comes back from like some dimensional crossroad type place. It's a little convoluted, but it is a cool little alternate version of the character. It was 616, so it did happen. This is an evil Captain America that was part of Hydra. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says Marvel Legends Series Captain America Secret Empire. And we get some artwork of evil Steve Rogers on the side. We get a shot of the figure and a blurb, which I will read for y'all. Acting as a sleeper agent, an altered version of Captain America leads a secret army intent on taking over the USA in the name of Hydra. That's not very Cap of you, Cap. No Cap. Same artwork once again on this side. Top of the box with that shattered shield with the Hydra peeking through on the other side. Bottom of the box, and with all that being said, it's almost like Hydra is taking over America right now. I don't know what's going on, but yeah. You know we got this fancy smanchy box that I'm just going to destroy really quick to get our Hydra cap out of the box. Here is our Secret Empire Captain America out of the box. You can see these paint apps are pretty pristine. We've got all this white, red, and blue, and we've got some dark blue on top of a paler blue. And it is all done very nicely all the way down to his Hydra boots down there, which have some actually brown accents to match his belt up here, which is, it's a really cool costume design. It sucks that it's wasted on Steve being a freaking Nazi, but you know, there are worse comic storylines. It was an interesting idea, and fortunately the status quo got returned to normal, of course, because we can't have that. And then there's that shield that he had that was not his adamantium circular shield. I don't know what happened to that. I haven't read Secret Empire just because it's kind of ridiculous. Still a cool figure to have on your villain shelf. Having a Captain America, a Steve Rogers Captain America on the villain shelf is pretty wild, but he will go with the rest of my Hydra, such as Red Skull and Zola, yeah, and you know, Madam Hydra and all them. So nice paint apps, great sculpt, pinless, completely new figure for it was a Walmart exclusive actually, so that's why it was all the ones I think I got were Walmart exclusives, and I got them all, well, the ones are for my birthday and Christmas, but you know, they were all under retail, which is how I like to get my figures. And for being Captain America, a bad Captain America, he's pretty dang cool with that, especially with that snarl. And then you could put the Steve Rogers head on him too if you wanted to, but I don't know why you'd want to waste that on an evil Cap. But, you know, really nice head sculpt regardless. Now this one I can see saying, this A doesn't stand for France, you beep and bleep, beep, beep. Checking out his height, let's see, he stands at about 6 3/4. Not quite. It's a little hard for me to see, but he is mostly reuse of the Ultimate Captain America. I know that because I compared the head sculpts. I think the forearms are different. I could be wrong about that because I don't have the Ultimate Captain America anymore, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's reuse. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes back and forward, so not too much range there, unfortunately, because it is that not too useful neck peg, and you can see the tilt isn't great either. Shoulders do come up over 90 degrees, though no butterfly joint. We do get a bicep cut, and double elbows, which work beautifully. We get an upper ball peg and a lower ball peg, so there is some waist articulation, so you can go forward and backward. Legs come forward to the side. Can he kick his own butt? Yes, he can. And then we get a thigh cut and a boot cut and rockers. So he can do your basic Captain America poses. I don't know what they have against giving Cap butterfly joints, but you know, he can still, other than looking like he's a broken ankle, he can still stand up and do some heroic poses even though he's a bad guy. Going over his accessories, we get a shield because Cap always has to have a shield. It is not his adamantium or vibranium circular shield. It is a new shield, but it does have some detail for some straps in there, so it's quite nice. But we have that old and faithful peg and wrist strap there for the shield, and then we get a fist and an open throwing shield hand. So yeah, that's really it. Not too much for being a Walmart exclusive. Usually they jam-pack those, but if you have some other head sculpts, like say for instance this Steve Rogers or the Commander Rogers head sculpt, they will fit on there. First off, for scale, here he is with some other Captain Americas. We have our classic Steve Rogers, the Secret Wars one on the left, or on the right, and then we have our Bucky Cap on the left. And I actually swapped shields. Well, he has Ultimate Captain America shield. That's the only reason I got Ultimate Captain America. And then I found Bucky Cap at Ollie's, and I was like, yo, his shield is metallic and brighter, so let me give that to this Captain America. So yeah, this is pretty much my ideal 3 versions of Cap. I don't need any more Captain America. Here he is with Baron Zemo and what is that guy's name? I forget. I'm drawing a blank and I know his name, and I'm going to be really mad once I finish editing this. And then with Red Skull and Madam Hydra, and the latter of which, Madam Hydra, is a big part of Secret Empire. And lastly, here he is with the perfect height Spider-Man and Wolverine. The Amazing Friends body is the best Spider-Man body. You can fight me in the comments if you want. So with all that being said, for 15 bucks, this Cap was a steal. It was no brainer, so I had to grab him. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, do all that stuff. Check the Patreon for early videos. Check the giveaways when we hit subscriber milestones. You could win a figure, so do all that stuff. Did I miss anything? Like, subscribe, comment, Patreon, giveaways. Nope, that's everything. I love you. I will see you next time. Keep your head up. Stay brave. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We have more of the Strange Tales wave, and this is the one I was super excited for because he's my second favorite Marvel character. We have Spider-Man, and then we have Moon Knight, and then She-Hulk and Deadpool. But Moon Knight is my second favorite. We have a pinless, updated West Coast Avengers version with the white and gold. So super cool look. We got another Blackheart piece, the head, so that's great. Like I said, that's gonna be my Halloween special. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box, then we'll get this bad boy open. Ooh, Moon Knight. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says Marvel Legends series, Build-A-Figure Blackheart, Moon Knight, and then we have Marvel's Strange Tales down there at the bottom, and of course figures in the window. Yay, Moon Knight. I wish that he had like an upper ball torso. It's really the same as the old Moon Knight body except with pinless limbs, but still glad to have a pinless Moon Knight in a different costume. On this side, we get some really sick artwork of Moon Knight in a different suit. He's got the black bodysuit there, so I don't know why they're using this artwork. On the back, there's the expanded artwork and the rest of the figures in the wave. And at the point of me filming this, we have all of the pieces for Blackheart. So super excited to get the Halloween video filmed, and it'll come out on Halloween. After a near fatal encounter at an ancient Egyptian temple, mercenary Mark Spector agrees to become the earthly avatar for the deity Khonshu. Open window with some artwork on this side, top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, Moon Knight, blah 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 blah, da 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 da. You know, just humming while I have him out of the box, safe and sound. You know. I keep these boxes in good shape because how else would you get them out? Here is the updated pinless Moon Knight out of the box. There are some improvements, like they actually sculpted his gauntlets onto the grabbing hands as opposed to just giving him regular old trigger hands like they used to. So they did that, and then like I said, he is on a pinless body. It's the same torso, unfortunately, but we do have pinless arms and legs, and I think it's a new cape because the sculpt looks different. We'll have to compare them to the other Moon Knights. We got one new, we'll go over accessories later, but the new thing is the Ankh right there. We've had the staff and his little moon daggers before, moon crescents. And I think that sculpt is reused as well. I do like the gold on there. They painted the inlays on there. It's not just one color, like that's gold plastic, but you can see it's painted there as well. So they did that nicely, and those are sculpted beautifully as well. And like I said, Moon Knight is my second favorite Marvel character, so I'm gonna scoop up any and all Marvel Legends Moon Knight, especially if it's a new costume or an update. And like I said, this is the West Coast Defenders look mostly, and like when he was wielding Mjolnir, and just one of his coolest looks other than the all white in my opinion is this. I like the armor, but the all white and then the mostly white with the gold accents is really sick too. He's so cool. I'm so happy to have him. And of course Blackheart is fully together now, and that's great, but we're gonna show him in the comparison and stuff. We're not going to talk about him at all until I do my Halloween special. Checking out Moon Knight's height, and I'm probably going to swap out his cape here pretty soon because it's already starting to annoy me. He stands at about just under 6.5 inches, and Mark is supposed to be like 6'2", 6'3", so he's not supposed to be like a short guy, so it mostly works. He could be a little bit taller. And going over the articulation, starting at the head, we get a decent amount forward, not so decent amount back. In fact, let's take that cape off now. We're doing the articulation so we can actually, so forward, not so much back because his hood gets in the way. Shoulders come up 90 degrees, very generous butterfly joints, bicep cut, double elbows, ab crunch forward, back not so far, leg goes forward to the side and back not so much, but he can kick his own butt quite easily. We do get a thigh cut and a boot cut, and then we get ankle rockers, so he can do whatever poses you would really want, honestly, just like Spider-Man, other than having that floating upper ball torso, which would be a lot better, but it is what it is. And now that I've got the articulation out of the way, I am going to swap his cape, but it is a new sculpt. It's different. You can see the hood, and then they've got that different layer of paint, and the shape is different, but I've got my cloth cape, and I think for Moon Knight we should just stick with that, because even though it doesn't have the black in the back, it just looks so much better. So I think Moon Knight's gonna stay like this with his cloak now, and we'll go over the accessories. For his accessories, first of all, we got Blackheart's head, so that's the bath piece. As you can see, he's complete. We also got this staff, which we've also had many times. They've used it for Gambit and Moon Knight, so there's the other one. This one's more of an all white, this one's more of a pearlescent white. Then we get the golden ankh that he came with, and we get newly sculpted grabbing hands, so for his batons or his staff or the ankh or his crescent darts. So those are really nice because, you know, we had the fisted ones sculpted, which are right there, and those also have holes for his tiny little crescent darts. And speaking of those, I haven't even like taken them off of the tape yet because all the other little ones that I've had except for one I've already lost, and I don't want to lose these ones. Come on, Midnight, you're just standing so nicely. So they are all, he only came with one big one. The other ones usually come with two, and then a medium one, and then 3 small ones. But he only came with a big one and 3 small ones. And like I said, those small ones go in between his knuckles. So if you wanted to super glue them in there, they probably wouldn't get lost. But I think for now, this is the best way for me to store them. And that is Moon Knight's accessories. Here is our new Moon Knight with our 2 previous older Hasbro Marvel Legends Moon Knight releases. We've got the Walgreens exclusive, not the retro carded one. I have the Walgreens exclusive and the armored like 2015, 2014 Daredevil. I mean Moon Knight, Daredevil, what am I saying? But like I really like this look the best. Like this is good if he was pinless with these limbs and you could swap him and have this. I would do that and make him not pinless, but because he's got the pinless limbs with the sculpted things you can't take off, put the cape on him. There's my perfect Moon Knight. Maybe if I wanted to swap the white heads, I could. I don't know. That looks pretty banging, y'all. Like that's a good looking Moon Knight. And I think this is, I don't know. I think that's a new hood. I could be wrong. Here he is next to Blackheart and Brother Voodoo. Oh my God. Here he is with Damon, Hellstrom, and Dracula, Lilith, and Spider-Man. And then lastly with Doctor Strange and some screaming thug guy. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the new Marvel Legends Moon Knight, totally worth it to me. I love me some Moon Knight, just like Spider-Man. If they release a new one, I will scoop him up because he's a cool character. If you don't know about him, you should look him up. I do like the MCU show, so if you haven't seen that, you should watch that as well. It's not perfect, like most MCU adaptations, but it works for the MCU, and I think they did a good job, especially with this figure. Like, I love this figure. It doesn't have anything to do with the show, but I love this figure. And if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment down below. Let me know if you like Moon Knight, if you're grabbing this whole wave, if you're passing, how your day is going, what you're being for Halloween. Just let me know. Check out the Patreon, $1 a month for early videos. We're doing 2 giveaways currently. We're doing one at 3.5 and one at 5K. So once we hit those points, I'll be sending those figures out. So check out how to enter the photos. Do all that stuff. As always, I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? I've already roused back in another video. We are coming at you with some more Marvel Legends. Venom: The Last Dance comes out this month, pretty soon. And Target had the exclusive Venom from Let There Be Carnage, which was an upgrade of the original one using the same body, but this back piece because it comes with accessories. So we got him in today from Target. It is Venom from Let There Be Carnage. So yeah, probably gonna get rid of the old one because this one is the same figure but upgraded. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Eddie, why won't you let us eat heads, Eddie? So taking a look at the front of the box, it says Marvel Legends Series Venom, Venom Let There Be Carnage, and Hasbro down there at the bottom. On this side, we get a shot of Venom from the movie, and I think that's actually from The Last Dance. It looks like he's on the side of a plane. So on the back, we get a shot of Venom and Carnage in a split down the middle, and it says Venom, no blurb. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, I will bite your head off and you will be like a turd in the wind. We know how much I love boxes here, so we're just gonna, you know, keep it safe, keep it copacetic, and just be as careful as possible to not ruin it because we wouldn't want to, you know, just destroy the box quickly. So there he is, and there's the new piece that he came with. So that's what all the big fuss is about. So here is our new Sony Let There Be Carnage Venom out of the box. You can see those effect pieces just plug right into the back because they did use the updated torso mold from the Null Venom 2-pack. They updated the paint apps with the veiny white stuff on him. Whoa, he's barely standing on his heel there. That's cool. At least he can balance. He's in that shiny black plastic, and of course, you know, he's got all those teeth and the tongue sticking out and nicely sculpted. He looks slimy and shiny and gooey like a symbiote covered person should. Still missing like a half uncovered Eddie Brock face. I wish they would have maybe did that, but it's probably a rights thing with Tom Hardy that they can't use his face, unfortunately. So we get what we get, and like I said, I'm probably going to get rid of the old Venom now because there's no reason to keep it if I have this new shiny updated one with the new features and the better paint apps. So yeah, that'll probably go up on my eBay, so keep an eye out if you want the old Sony Venom. But I do like this update. It was worth it to just get rid of the old one. Checking out his height, our new Venom stands the same height as the old one, which is, let's see here, 7 1/4, a little over 7 1/4 inches. Going over the articulation, there's nothing new here, but the head goes not very much forward. He didn't even move it all back that far. To the side, decent amount. No butterfly joint, but shoulders come at 90 degrees, but you get a bicep cut and a full rotation at the shoulder. And then, oh, sorry, I did it upside down. We get pinned double elbows. It would have been nice if they had updated those, but they work very well, so those are good. Wrist joints are up, down, and then we get a ball peg in the upper torso with an ab crunch, so he gets a good range of movement in the chest. Legs come forward, to the side, back. His booty gets in the way. Can he kick his own butt? Yes, he can. We do get a thigh cut, no boot cut, but we do get ankle rockers and all that good stuff. So he can articulate just as well as the other one because it's the same Venom, just with a different back piece. So you can do whatever you would expect a Venom figure to do. For accessories, first of all, he does come with these two hands, which we've had before, and the alternate head with the tongue sticking out, which we've also had before. And then he's got the smiling face and the two fists on. And then these are what the whole upgrade was about, because otherwise it's just the same figure, are these symbiote heads, which we get 4 of them, and there's a peg on each side, and they go in like this. I will plug them in for you. But we get some different Venom faces, one kind of open, one smiling, one kind of grimacing, and then one with their tongue out. So they're all different, which is cool. And then you take this and you peg it in back there, and there's a little pop. You guys probably couldn't hear it. It ports in. And then you do the same thing on the other side. That's upside down. Going this way, and maybe you heard the pop that time. And then he's got all these little symbiote heads shooting out of his back. So he looks a lot cooler, and it adds something because the Carnage had so much. Now Venom has some extra stuff. Would have been nice to get a hand blade though. First of all, here he is next to my original release Venom. As you can see, the paint apps on those veins are a little bit better, and I do have some missing paint on the eye. I'll have to fix that. But yeah, he's next to Carnage as well, and Carnage is taller than both of them, but these look much better together than this one and this one. These are like the same amount of detail in paint because he's mostly black, but those veins look more like veins instead of whatever they did there. But yeah, here he is with the King in Black Venom and Spider-Man, and I will put those tentacles on the King in Black Venom here in a second. So as you can see, those work for him as well. So if you wanted to put the tentacles on your King in Black Venom, you totally could, and it does not matter because it still looks like a comic book version because Venom is Venom. Here he is with Blackheart and Lilith. And then for some live action, here he is next to Brothor, because I don't feel like digging on my shelves, and I think that does it for comparison. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Target exclusive Let There Be Carnage Venom upgrade from the original Venom is totally worth it if you want to upgrade it. If not, if you already have it and you don't want the tentacles, don't bother buying it. But for me, I wanted the tentacles. I'm going to get rid of my other figure. So yeah, it was totally worth it for me. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, check out the Patreon at $1 a month for early videos. Comment down below, let me know if you're passing, grabbing this figure, how your day is going. Just let me know what's up. Check out my 2 giveaways. We're doing one for 3.5 and one for 5K. I think that's everything. Do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. going, y'all? I've already roused back with another video. We have the last two figures from the Strange Tales wave. We have Brother Voodoo and Damien Hellstrom, and this is more like the Dr. Voodoo look when he was the Sorcerer Supreme, because it looks like he's got the Eye of Agamotto and the cape and all the stuff they had during that tenure. But yeah, this guy's super cool. Don't know anything about Damien Hellstrom. I think he's like the son of Mephisto or something. I don't know. I'll have to look it up. But yeah, with all that being said, we'll take a closer look at the boxes and we'll get these bad boys open. Taking a look at the boxes, you can see it says Marvel Legends series at the top, Build-A-Figure Black Heart for both, and then Marvel's Strange Tales. And of course, we got the figures, Damien Hellstrom and Brother Voodoo. We get some names and some nice artwork on the side. Once again, some more artwork on the back. And then you can see all the other figures in the wave to build Blackheart. Brother Voodoo, Jericho Drum carries on his family legacy when he embraces his destiny to become a master of mystical powers. Brother Voodoo. And like I said, he's like the Sorcerer Supreme at the point of this figure's like costume. So should be Dr. Voodoo. Damien Hellstrom, half human and half demon. Damien Hellstrom uses his mystical powers and knowledge of the occult lore to defend humanity. Some more names and headshots. Top of both boxes is the same, bottom as well. And with all that being said, it's been a really good year for Marvel Legends and a really good month for Marvel Legends. Here are our Marvel Legends Brother Voodoo and Damien Hellstrom out of the box. Both pinless figures, so they do have updated bodies from, I don't think there's ever been a Damien Hellstrom release. In fact, he was on the HasLab tease just like Goblin Queen and Mephisto. So maybe they'll release Mephisto in that version of Goblin Queen at some point. But he's got a pinless torso. It's probably the same torso that Khazar has. And I'm not sure which one they're using for Brother Voodoo. Maybe Vulcan. But pinless arms and legs for both. Very nice head sculpt for Damon. He's got nice paint around his eyes with the photo printing. Same goes for Brother Voodoo. He's got like the skeleton face paint and the mark on his head, and his hair is the two different colors. And then Damon doesn't really have much. We do have a pentagram on his chest, which is pretty cool. He's just got some brown pants and a gold belt and gauntlets and his trident and some pointy ears. And then Brother Voodoo has a black bodysuit with the paint on it and the sash and his staff. He's just a cool figure. I'm actually really excited about Brother Voodoo. He was impressive to me, and I do like the mystical and scary stuff, so it's great to get more of that in the Marvel Legends. And it was a fan channel release, so they didn't put them in Target or Walmart. It was all online, like Amazon, Big Red Toy Store, and all that stuff. And I'd say they're selling pretty well because everyone wants that Blackheart Bath, who I have finished and will be in my Halloween special at the end of the month. So yeah, these are really cool figures. Glad to have them both. I'm all for getting new figures in my collection if I don't have them. If I need a bath piece, I'm not going to get rid of them unless I like really hate the figure. So like this whole wave is pretty much a keeper. The Bloodstorm is kind of disappointing, but everyone else was kind of like done really well in my opinion. So yeah, glad to have this wave completed. Checking out their height. Let's see here. Damon stands at about 6 1/4 inches. And Brother Voodoo stands at about 6 1/2 almost. Going over articulation, we'll start with Damon. His head goes forward that far, back that far, to the side, not so much movement. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a nice, beautiful butterfly joint. Bicep cut spins all the way around. Double elbows. We get an ab crunch. You can hear it crunching. Pegs at the wrist for hinges. Then we get swivel at the waist. Legs come forward, to the side. Can he kick his own butt? Yes, he can. And we get a thigh cut and a boot cut and rockers, so he can do all kinds of poses. Glad he has those butterfly joints, which Brother Voodoo does not have, unfortunately, and that kind of really sucks. But going over his articulation, his head comes forward pretty dang far. Back, not as far because it's blocked by his hair. Side to side, we get a little bit of wiggle. Shoulders are blocked by his cape, but they do come up 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut, double elbows, which work beautifully for the most part. Yeah, there they go. Pegs at the wrist, no upper bald peg torso or butterfly joints, like I said. Ab crunch works forward and backward. Legs come forward this far, well, pretty far actually, to the side and back. He can't quite kick his own butt because the sculpt gets in the way. But that's all right. We do get a thigh cut, boot cut, and some rockers, so they can still get down and do the poses that you would want them to do, like a Sorcerer Supreme or a Hellspawn guy. Going over their accessories, first of all, Damon comes with 2 alternate hands. We get a gripping hand and a fisted hand for both hands, so I don't know, and it's more of a trigger finger. And then we get his yellowy goldish trident, and no power effects or anything like that. And then Brother Voodoo comes with this really cool half transparent purple, half painted magical staff, and you can see we've got some like demon heads floating off of it to show the magic coming out of it. And then we also get purple swirly magic effects and a fist and 2 trigger fingers for gripping, and then 1 kind of just gesturing posing hand. And then of course we get the bath piece with both, which is the legs for Blackheart, who is finished, and we won't be doing his video until the 31st, which is going to be the Halloween special, so stay tuned for that. First, here they are with the completed Blackheart bath. So yeah, supernatural spooky time. See my pumpkin and my bat up there. Here they are with Lilith, also from the Strange Tales wave. Moon Knight, another member of the Strange Tales crew. Next to Dracula from the same wave. Doctor Strange, Ghost Rider, Spider-Man, and Venom. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that Damon Hellstrom and Brother Voodoo, they complete my Strange Tales wave. We've got Blackheart finished. Brand new characters that I don't have. There's new heroes for my supernatural part of my Avenger self. So I'm totally down. So I like these figures. And if you like this video, smash the like button, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Check out my Patreon for early videos for $1 a month. Check out my 2 giveaways. Comment down below. Let me know if you got this wave, how your day is going, what you're going to be for Halloween. Just let me know what's up. Check out the giveaway videos, Patreon, do all that stuff. I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. Ooh, spoopy season. We got the Strange Tales wave done. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Today we are doing something a little different with some of the figures that I've gotten recently. There's a lot of stuff that sometimes I get it and I'm like, I can't really commit a whole video to this. It's going to be like 3.5 minutes. It's reuse. It's something everyone's done or seen before because it's older, but I still want them. And you know, this channel is about my enjoyment. If I stop enjoying my channel or things that I do, it's like, why am I even doing it? So I'm like, I enjoy these figures and I want to get them out there because I do like them. Like, they're going on my shelf. They're not fodder for the most part. They're bits and pieces are taken for other figures, but they're going on my shelf. So this is that video. I'm going to call it my Rowdy Roundup. Because I was watching Robo earlier. If you don't know, Robo don't know, check him out. He's a great toy YouTuber, one of my favorites. And he does this thing called, you know, Play Day, where he gets all these like loots and hauls and just does it all at once. So I was like, I can do that. I have a whole handful of stuff, more than a handful. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. So let's get into it. So a lot of the times, like, I'll go to Ollie's, or I'll need a piece for a kit bash, or, you know, there's just a character I don't have and it's super cheap, but it's an older figure, or it's like a upgrade to one that I have something that I have issues with. Like, for instance, the Scarlet Witch back here. That's kind of leaning forward because my other one had warped legs, and the new one on the retro card was nicer, and the other one was from the 3-pack. So I upgraded her. The old one's right here, and I'm selling her on eBay because I don't really need her because I have the new one, and I'm sure now that I got her, they will release an even newer, better one. I don't know how to fix lighting over here. There you go, you can actually see her. But, you know, there's certain reasons I have these and certain reasons I'm not doing full videos on them. Like I said, a lot of them are from Ollie's. Like, for instance, this Thor up here, he's got a head swap from the Thor over here, and I gave him the Mjolnir so I could have him having Mjolnir and Stormbreaker and have a better Chris Hemsworth, because I think that's like probably one of the better Chris Hemsworth head sculpts, like especially from this angle. That looks really good. And then, of course, there's my Doctor Strange with the cloth goods and my Moon Knight with the cloth goods. And I just got Matt Murdock from No Way Home for my Spider-Man shelf. You can see he's holding the brick, and I was waiting for him to drop lower, but he was only like 17, 18 bucks, so I finally grabbed him. And Bucky Cap, I wanted his shields, so he actually has Ultimate Captain America shield now, because I did have the Ultimate Captain America shields on the 20th anniversary cap over here, but that Bucky Cap shield is metallic and shiny and perfect. And I didn't know that until I picked him up, and I was like, okay, cool, now I have Bucky Cap and a better shield, and I have a shield for Bucky, and I still have Cap's effect shields in here with all that stuff. So once we have the pinless Captain America, I'll probably hopefully have my own perfect version. And then there's the Yelena that I got for like 12 bucks, and I put Black Widow's other bracers on her because the articulated one has 3 sets of those, and I have her with her Widow's Bite ones blasting on, so I gave them to Yelena, and I wanted her because Thunderbolts, and there she is next to Bucky right there, and they just look cool together. So they sit on my Avengers proxy shelf with like Red Guardian and US Agent and all that stuff in the back. And then, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff up here, but there's kind of my reasoning. So I don't want to do reviews for all these figures because they're older, and I mean, we already did some for Captain America, but it's like swaps and kit bashes and upgrades and stuff, so you know, there's no reason to do a whole video. But I was watching everyone's favorite toy dad, Robo, and I was like, he does these play days, I can do this too, where I have all these figures that I did need to round them up because it's been a couple weeks of me going to Ollie's and getting some stuff online that I needed really cheap and just being like, yeah. So that's the top row of stuff. And then down here, you know, we've got some more stuff. We've got the MCU Kingpin in the back there because he was at Ollie's for 10 bucks. And then we got Quake because she was like 12, 13 bucks, and I wanted the weapons and the hand pieces and the other head sculpts, and I also don't have Quake, and she's an Avenger at some point, so you know, I got her retro card Hammerhead, an upgrade to the old one that I had, which is right here. I did grab the older ones to show you why I got the new ones. The retro carded one just looks so much better, and this is like classic Tombstone, but this is more like modern Tombstone, and that works for my Spider-Man. Vision's cape broke, so I got him a cloth wired cape from GPS Slot, which is where I got the Doctor Strange cape and the Moon Knight cape as well. And then next to him is his hubby, the retro carded Scarlet Witch, and I just like those colors better too. Like this one is super muted, and that's from the Family Matters 3-pack. And she has more effects pieces, and that head sculpt is reused, but it just looks better with the photoreal paints. She looks great next to Vision in those really bright colors, which she was pinless, but you know, we can't win them all. And then Wonder Man, because he was cheap and I needed to get free shipping from Target for Venom, so I picked him up, and it brought the total to enough to get me free shipping. And then this, I do have, I'm looking for them at Ollie's, so maybe I can cancel the Big Bad Toy Store one, but I do have them in my pile of loot from Big Bad Toy Store, the Tracksuit Mafia, and I want to give him one of the masks from that because I saw someone do that on Reddit. And this is the chamber body, and I switched the feet from Hydro Man because I have the all clear Hydro Man, and I took his hands and I put them on the one. There's no way to get these arms and shoulders onto the other Hydro Man. I tried my hardest, but I swapped his feet because I had no recourse there, and because the other feet were those suited body feet, which don't work well. So now it's got some brown shoes, so he stands better, and once he gets that like balaclava ski mask, he'll be perfect for getting beat on. And they'll have the other tracksuit guy in the mask as well, and then I have 2 goons for photography for cheap, and that's cool. So there's reasons I got all this stuff. Oh, and there's Mr. Knight, because I'm a sucker for Moon Knight, and his just price kept going up and up and up, and the whole wave was at Ollie's before except for him, so it was just like, and Moon Knight, so there was like no way to get him for cheap, but I wanted to get him before he went super, super high. And you know, they made new legs for him. They should have made new arms, because those are pinless arms, and they're too small and scrawny. They should be bigger, but those legs are nice. The shoes are new. So like I said, didn't want to do full reviews on all these figures. It would just take so much time. Oh, and the other thing about that Charlie Cox Daredevil is I also have this one, and I know there's no one coming out, but the head swap works. Like you can, I might as well just do it during this video, so that's kind of the point, isn't it? You can just swap the head. It's not the best Charlie Cox Matt Murdock head sculpt, but it gets the job done, so it does fit on there. So that's nice as well. But he is, like I said, going to be on my Spider-Man shelf in that suit. And also, like, they have pinless suited arms here, so they could have, it was around the same time, a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. So yeah, there's my diorama in most of its glory. There's another level up there as well, so you can see all that. We got lots of room to put all these figures, and this is probably what my top 10 for Marvel Legends is going to look like when I do that near the end of December, because I know there's still going to be more releases coming out, as horrible as that is. So it's just kind of a test run for that as well. And my top 10, I'll probably have to go all the way up to the top. I don't know how that's going to work. My in general top 10, and there are going to be one or two Marvel Legends in there, because some of these, like that Punisher, is just so good. There's a lot of releases this year that Hasbro had no business doing, because I've just been so mad at them the last couple of years, especially what they did to Power Rangers and stuff. But it is cool to be able to swap parts, customize, make your own figure the way you want to see it. Like I added those straps and some magazines to Bucky Cap, and he does sit on my Avengers shelf. Most of these figures are going to be on my shelves. Wonder Man, Vision, all that. Tombstone, Quake, they all have a place on my shelf, except for this guy. He's going to sit around my diorama for photography. But yeah, all these guys are display figures. It's not like they're fodder, well, except for that Thor in the corner there. He's going back to the drawer when I'm done with this. But all these guys have a place on my shelf. I did have to go pick and grab them off, because I was like, yeah, I did all these figures open, and I feel bad that I didn't do anything with them and show you guys. So yeah, here they are. So with all that being said, hopefully when I get stuff like this and I get a pile of stuff, or if I'm just treading water as to getting the videos out to you guys, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a rowdy roundup. I'm going to grab all these figures, talk about them, show you why I got them, do them one by one, maybe not super detailed, super in-depth, but just a quick rundown, because I do want to commit the time to bringing everything that I enjoy to you guys as far as my collection goes. So yeah, if you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, check out the Patreon for early videos. You don't have to, it's only $1, and you get access to all the stuff that's already done and not on the channel yet. We're doing 2 giveaways, 3.5 and 5K, so check those out. Comment, let me know what you think of these figures, how your day is going. If you like this format, just what's up, let me know. As always, I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. Surprise, surprise, more Marvel Legends. And this one's kind of cool because the pre-orders, or not the pre-orders, it was like released like I think 2 days ago on the 18th or 17th or something like that, and you weren't able to order it that day. And a lot of people got him the same day, like, because they ordered super early, like 12 o'clock, and they got him later that day, or they got him next day, and the same thing happened to me. I got him like 2 days later. So we have our super speedster Quicksilver. So that's kind of cool that they made him literally fast to get to your hands. He is pinless on that stupid Sunfire body with the shoulders that are too small, but at least he's pinless. I think he's in the classic outfit where he was introduced to the Brotherhood of Mutants, and then he doesn't come with running hands either, which the 3-pack one that I have did. So you know, you have 2 Quicksilvers. You can put one on your Avengers shelf and one on your Brotherhood Evil. I'm probably just going to use this one and put him on my Avengers shelf because he has a green costume right now, so you know, it's just a matter of choice. And he's pinless. He is on the dumb Sunfire body instead of the Pizza Spidey, I think. No, he's also on the older Sunfire body. So same problems, smaller shoulders, just pinless. But yeah, with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says The Avengers Quicksilver, and we get some classic artwork of him there with the wispy hairs up front, which they included in this figure. The old one did not have that, so even if you just wanted to swap the heads, it would be an upgrade. On the back, we get a blurb and it says The Avengers, and then we get another shot of that artwork. But let's check out what it says about our buddy Pietro Maximoff here. Along with his twin sister, the Scarlet Witch, the speedster Quicksilver joined the Avengers after leaving Magneto's Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. And if you don't know, like, at some points they've been Magneto's children and mutants, at some points they haven't been, depending on the rights and what they want to do in the comic books. So that's why they were able to use Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch in the MCU, even though Fox technically had the right to X-Men, because they're not just X-Men, they're also Avengers. They're also X-Factor, blah, 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 all these other teams. So West Coast Avengers. So they're more than X-Men, so that's how they got away with it. But yeah, with all that being said, let's get this bad boy open. And if you watched Agatha all along, the newest episode this week, Oh my God, Ralph Boner. Sorry, spoilers, I shouldn't say that, but I'll probably cut that out. So you know how it is with the boxes. Yeah, you know what? It's pretty, but like they sent it in a stripper. So I'm probably, once I do this, there's no going back. So I'm just gonna open it. Here is our Marvel Legends Quicksilver out of the box. As you can see, I've got them all posed up running. And it is that classic look. That head sculpt is beautiful, but we've got the green and the white with the big lightning bolt across the chest and around the waist and across the back. Head sculpt, like I said, is really good. We've got new arms, new pinless arms, pinless legs. There's that face sculpt of, I lost the zoom. We'll get around to it. But it's pretty clean. There's not a lot of paint. There's really just the lightning, and then we've got the different shades of green for the quote-unquote undies and all that stuff. And then, yeah, Pietro's face has that updated hair with a better hair sculpt and a head sculpt and face printing and all that good stuff that we're used to. So I'll probably put the older Quicksilver down with my Brotherhood of Mutants. Who knows? But he's really cool. I'm glad to have him. I wish they would give some of these guys bigger shoulders. Like, yeah, he's kind of lithe and he's got a runner's body, but he's also pretty stacked. Like, he's not weak. He's strong. So give him some big shoulders. Well, what's the problem with big shoulders, Marvel Legends? Why do you hate big shoulders so much? Checking out his height. Let's see here. Pietro stands at about, let me just double check. Doesn't want to stand up. And then they bump the camera, of course. He stands at, yeah, just about 6.5 inches. Going over his articulation, there's really not going to be too much going on, but we do get a lot of forward head movement, a lot of back movement, because they are sticking with that ball and hinge, which I think they should do if they can't make the cut with the ball peg in the neck. So it works better for me. Shoulders go over 90 degrees. We get some decent butterfly joints in there. Biceps, swivel, double elbows, which work well. Wrist joints we're used to. Only ab crunch, no ball peg. Waist swivel, unfortunately, legs come up forward that far, to the side and back not far because the booty gets in the way. We do get a thigh cut and double knees, so he can kick his butt quite easily. And then we get a boot cut and hinges and rockers. So you already saw him. I had him like posed up and running. It just sucks that he doesn't have some open like running hands. You kind of have to make do with what you got. I thought I had some white open hands, but I don't. So I don't know where I would get some. But at least he can get down and do the running poses like Quicksilver would do. So yeah, really quickly, there's a better look at the head sculpt there. You can see he's got a lot of detail in there. We've got some lines from the look that he's making. His lips are painted. Really, really nice job on the eye paint application as well. So it's a really handsome looking head sculpt. They did a good job with Quicksilver. But it also on the suit as well, that paint job is pretty clean on that lightning bolt. But for his accessories, we get 2 open hands or 2 extra hands, but it's fists, it's not open hands. So we get these kind of gesturing, kind of running open hands and these fists, and not some flat open hands like the other Quicksilver this one came with. I have these hands, but they're like pearlescent, so they don't really work with the new one. So we don't have, I don't have open running hands for him. So first up for comparison, yes, they are all on the same body with different limbs. These are all the Sunfire body. You can see how much I like that Spider-Man. He's got no head or hands, but they have the same exact body. There's no difference other than the paint. So shoulders are too small on him as well. But like I said, this head sculpt that we get for Quicksilver is much better. So like the only difference here is the color, and that one is pinless. But if you didn't care about the pinless figure, you could swap the heads. And as you can see, I did do that. And I think the blue actually looks a lot better with that new head sculpt. And that Quicksilver kind of just looks like an old man compared to this one. I mean, not like super old, but like, yeah, he just has like gray hair. Quicksilver's hair should be white. So I like this head sculpt a lot better. And this is not a bad swap other than having the pins. And like I said, he also has the open hands. So I don't know, that's kind of tempting to just have him like that, even though he has the pins, just because I like that suit better. It's blue, my second favorite color. I like teal. Well, teal, pink, then blue. Here he is with his twin sister, the Scarlet Witch, who is also on a retro card, and Vision, her hubby, so his brother-in-law, You can see they all vary in size. I'm waiting for a wired cape for Scarlet Witch. It hasn't even shipped yet. Here he is with Spider-Man and Wolverine. I'm just grabbing what's lying around my filming area. Here he is with Iron Man and Snake Eyes from G.I. Joe. And then lastly, here he is next to some Super Saiyan SH figure arts, Future Trunks and Vegeta, father and son. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that this updated Quicksilver from Marvel Legends on the retro card, the Walmart exclusive one, is totally worth it because he's totally worth it to me. New head sculpt, new pinless figure with good paint, really good head sculpt actually. You can swap the heads if you wanted to have two different versions of Quicksilver if you have any of the other old ones. So yeah, cool figure. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, check out my Patreon. Check out my giveaway videos, comment, let me know what you think of this figure, if you grabbed him, if you're passing, how your day is going, what's up, just let me know. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. There's gonna be a super speedy, quick review going up too, because I'm uploading two. Like, this is going up right away, and so is another one. So, yeah, bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Rouse back with another video. We are coming at you with some more new Marvel Legends. It's just, I've come to accept that I'm essentially a Marvel Legends channel at this point in time. But I'm excited about this. I don't know about everyone else. When they announced this, I was like, finally, we Avengers Infinity War, Marvel's Outriders. So these are going to go on my Endgame shelf. I actually have them pre-ordered from Big Red Toy Store as well, but they were like next day shipping from Amazon. So probably going to cancel those because I have an Endgame shelf which has like every single character that they've made in figure form from that scene on that shelf. So like all the bad guys and all. We didn't have any of these little grubby guys, so I'm probably going to pick up another point when they go on clearance because they will. So there's two of them in here. It's a really small pack. Artwork is really cool. So with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and we'll get these bad boys open. Taking a look at the front of the box, you can see we've got some really cool artwork of the Outriders. It says Marvel Legends series, Marvel Studios, Avengers Infinity War, Marvel's Outriders. On this side, we get some more artwork continued from the front of the Outriders. They have to do a Chitauri 2-pack at this. On the back, it just says Marvel's Outriders once again. We get a render of the figure and then the other figure plus a swappable head. That's really it. On this side, more Chitauri artwork and the shattered Avenger symbol. Top of the box, bottom of the box. And with all that being said, you know the drill. Let's get these bad boys open. There they are. They packaged them, swapped one way and the other, so that they did come in the windowless box, but they had plastic. So that's interesting. Here they are out of the box. Look at these bros. They're pretty sick. They do have 3 different heads. We get swappable ones. We're not going over the accessories yet, but that's really the only accessory, so I guess we can at this point. So we've got that kind of like different looking head. All have their mouth open, but you can see the details are really nice. The sculpt is beautiful all around. We've got lots of articulation in these bad boys. Some silver paint all the way down to his feet. These are really cool. Like, yeah, they're $60, but I think $30 a piece, like deluxe figure price, is pretty worth it for 2 of these because look how big they are. They're ginormous. So there's, and the other one has just a normal head. So that one's got like those fins and stuff. This one is just a regular one, and we do get another one of those because these are army builders, but same paint, silver, lots of amazing sculpt in the legs, different textures in the arms, and 4 different arms, which is really cool. And I think they really nailed it. These guys are pretty hefty and pretty sick. Checking out their height, they stand at about 7 and a little over 7 1/4. Not quite, maybe a little bit over 7 1/2 if they're standing completely upright like this guy, especially with his different head sculpt. Checking out the articulation, these are really where these guys are going to shine, I think, other than that head not having very much. Oh, it rolled away. But we do have, actually, it's not that the head doesn't have much movement, it's just a very tight ball peg. So you can see they actually made space for the ball peg to move. So that's wonderful, but let's get that head on there. So see what the range of movement is with it on there. So back, pretty far. Forward, pretty far. To the side, not so much. But we do have 1, 2 arms on each side. And there are no butterfly joints, but that's understandable. They both go up over 90 degrees. We do get bicep cuts and double elbows for both arms. We get a ball peg in the upper torso and an ab crunch in the lower torso. So we go back and forward. So pretty decent on that. They can be crawling down on all fours, I would assume. Yeah, because those legs have double knees, which is all pinless, which is great. Thigh cut, no drop down, which is fine. No boot cut, which is also fine. And then we've got these kind of inverted ankles and toes with 2 toes. So they're really articulated. As you can see, you can get him down and crouched like he's running on the ground, and the other one is standing up straight. So they're really articulated and really cool. And the only accessory is another swappable head for army building. I'm assuming these guys are like the higher ups and these guys are the grunts. So you could make 2 grunts, 2 higher ups, whatever, if you get another pack, you know. So nicely detailed, nicely painted Outrider head. And so for comparison, we're only going to use one because they take up so much space. So first of all, here he is with my custom kit bashed Ultimate Thanos with swappable arms and all that stuff to make most of the looks you get from the end of the movie. As you can see, he's just slightly taller, if not the same height as Thanos. And I forget her name. Like, I usually know the names. Is it like Lady, like, I don't remember. I really can't think of it right now. But there she is, one of the Black Order. I know there's Cull Obsidian. Why is he the only one I can think of right now? Corvus Glaive. That's Corvus Glaive. And that's Corvus Glaive's wife. I don't remember her name. The Black Widow kills her, and then she comes back in the second movie and she gets killed again because they all get dusted. Here he is next to Endgame Cap and Endgame Thor. Here he is next to Tony Stark and Captain Marvel. And then lastly, here he is with Scarlet Witch and Rocket Raccoon. So yeah, I think that about covers it. You see there, he's bigger than mostly everybody in Endgame. So yeah, it works for me. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Marvel Legends Outriders 2-pack from Infinity War / Endgame is totally worth it to me because that's just what I needed to complete my Endgame shelf. I was waiting and waiting and waiting, and when they announced them, I was like, finally. So I'll probably post a picture or a video of my shelf once I finish putting these guys up there as well. So yeah, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment down below, let me know if you're picking up this pack, if you're passing, waiting for them to go to Ollie's or whatever. I don't know if they will. I don't know if they're online exclusive or if they're going to retailers. I don't really know. But like I said, I still have a pack pre-ordered on Big Bad Toy Store. I got this one from Amazon, so check that. Check out my Patreon, 3.5 and 5K. We're doing a giveaway. I said Patreon, right? $1 a month for early videos. Do all that stuff. As always, I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. Ooh, I don't even know we need the freaking Chitauri. And here is my finished Endgame shelf with everybody, including those Chitauri up there. And it is a little crowded, but you know, so is that end battle. There are so many people up there. I need a bigger shelf, obviously. Maybe 2 layers of shelves for this battle. But I got them all up here. I rearranged them. You can see we got the main 3 battling Thanos up front. Chitauri's getting dogpiled back there and over there. And then the rest of the Black Order is fighting the Avengers and Avengers Associates. So yeah, there is the finished Endgame shelf. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Viles back with another video. We are coming at you with some more Marvel Legends, but it's the first of the Deadpool and Wolverine wave, so I am not too upset. We have Headpool with Marvel's Logan. Really, it's a Logan, and I wasn't gonna get him, but I'm trying to make a Sam and Dean Winchester, and like the shirt and the stuff underneath is like kind of good for it, and it's a good base body. It's the right height. And it's also a good Logan head sculpt, and then you get Headpool, so I was like, I may as well just get it. So yeah, we have Logan with Headpool. So with all that being said, we'll take a closer look at the box, and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the front of the box, you can see it says Marvel Legends Series, Marvel Studios, Deadpool, Wolverine, and then we got Headpool with Marvel's Logan. On this side, we get a shot of Headpool, and on the back, we get another shot, the blurb, and the rest of the way, which is only 3 figures. Headpool is a floating, disembodied zombie head Deadpool, the hero with only a mouth, and he's also from the Marvel Zombies universe, in case you didn't know. So there's the first live-action Marvel Zombies character as well, so that's pretty cool. On this side, we get the window and the name and the headshot once again. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, let's get this bad boy open, bub. As you can see, we have Logan and Headpool out of the box. There's really not much to this set. It is just Logan in some plain clothes with his suit underneath. You can see his boots and his gloves sticking out of the pocket over there. And then Headpool is just a zombie Deadpool head with a flight cap on so he can buzz around and annoy people. It is the same legs from the Legacy and the original X-Men Legends, Marvel Legends, X-Men, Wolverine. Sorry, can't talk right today. So the torso is also the same. The only difference is the jacket overlay and the head sculpt, both of which are cool. But like I said, I got this because I'm going to use it for a custom because I'm going to make Sam and Dean from Supernatural, and Logan is like the only plainclothes person that is slightly taller because Sam is taller than Dean. So this is going to be the basis for my Sam, I'm pretty sure. But it's still cool. I'm going to use that head sculpt and those hands elsewhere, so he's not going to waste. And then we get Headpool. Speaking of the head sculpt, it is really good. I'm pretty sure it's the same one from the Wolverine in his actual costume. It has to be, but it looks so good. It is a very good likeness of Hugh Jackman. Checking out their height, let's see here. Logan, he's gonna be over 6 inches because Hugh Jackman is probably too tall to play Wolverine, but nobody cares because he's perfect at it. I can't even see. And he's like 6¼ inches, and Headpool floating is like 3½, but without that, he's just like an inch. Going over the articulation, Headpool has this little spinny thing that spins, and you can spin around on there, but that's really it. And Logan, we're not seeing anything new here. Head goes back, forward, side to side, shoulders come up over 90 degrees, so that's pretty nice. Bicep cut, double elbows, which are stuck right now, but they still work. We get an ab crunch in the torso. Doesn't go back. Oh, it goes back a little bit, but forward really well. Legs come up that far to the side, do not come back, but he can kick his own butt. We get a thigh cut, and we get rockers and ankle swivel and all that stuff. So of course, he can do no butterfly joints, but is there a butterfly joint? There's a butterfly joint, I lied. So we do get butterfly joints as well. So he can do all the Logan poses you expect, but he is a little hindered by this jacket. But yeah, nothing special. Except for the head sculpt. The head sculpt is fire. For accessories, Logan just comes with 2 fists as alternate hands, and of course Headpool has the stand. And you can see it's a good head sculpt, nice paint on there, different browns on the leather helmet and all that stuff, so they're all painted nicely. But that's it for the accessories and the articulation. First of all, for comparison, here they are with 2 of the other Logans. Complete reuse here other than the head sculpt and this jacket overlay and the sleeves, actually, because those have textured sleeves. So the arms and the jackets are different, but everything else is the same. Well, the boots and the belts are even different. So you know what? Those crotch pieces are all different too. So there's actually not as much reuse as I thought, just the torso. I don't know how easy the arms will be to swap, but I'll find out at some point, right? And for one more Wolverine/Logan, here they are with Logan from Logan. Here he is with Deadpool and Happy Hogan, and this is the Deadpool from the Negasonic Teenage Warhead 2-pack. Here they are with Bruce Banner and Magneto, and here they are next to the other custom. As you can see, well, Bruce Banner's there too, but I have this because Sam and Dean, and this one's taller. So it's gonna work. I'm just not done yet. You gotta let me cook. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say the Headpool and Wolverine action figure from Marvel Legends is worth it because I need it for something, and we get a bunch of cool parts for kit bashing and swapping and out of it, and we get a bonus Headpool, so no problems there. So totally worth it to me. And if you guys like this video, smash the like button, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, comment down below, let me know if you're grabbing this figure, if you're waiting for the other 2, if you're just passing all together, how your day is going, what you're going to be for Halloween. Just let me know. Just say something. I don't care. Say hi. Check out my Patreon, which is $1 for early videos, and check out my 2 giveaways. We're doing one at 3.5 and one at 5K. Do all of that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. Hello to you, my gals and ghouls, on this ghoulish Hallows Eve. We are gathered here today to summon a demon which required 5 sacrifices, which we've already made. Now, with the powers of the Darkhold and the Necronomicon, we can finally summon Blackheart. So with the guidance of his dark father, Mephisto, we will summon Blackheart. Oh, Blackheart, darkest of souls, most evil, please come to us now on this Hallows Eve. Show us your ways, and we open our heart to you. And now our Dark Prince is summoned here to our side. So with all of that out of the way, we can finally study his ways and learn about our Dark Master, Blackheart. I would say that this demon lives up to his name because it's a good representation and a good description for this character. He's got black, oozy skin covered in scales and spikes and all kinds of nastiness that you would expect from a demon that you summoned from hell. I mean, who wouldn't want him on their side, especially to do your bidding? He's got those demonic feet and hands and claws and a tail, and his mane is just as dark as his heart, as you would expect from a demon that you summoned from the Darkhold or Necronomicon. He can do your bidding with his dark red eyes, and he's got claws and talons, anything that you would need for ripping and tearing the souls out of bodies, because that's just what demons do. If you stare into his eyes long enough, he may just steal your soul. So you may want to be careful when putting this bath together or summoning Blackheart like I did, because, you know, a witchy game is a dangerous game, and sometimes you gotta take risks. And sometimes those risks pay off. I don't think any man can stand up to the stature of a demon. He stands at about 8 inches to the top of his dark mane. He can do whatever you want him to do. Once you summon him, his bidding is your will. So his head goes forward and backward, shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a beautiful, well, demonic butterfly joint with double elbows that work wonderfully. We get a ball peg in the upper torso and an ab crunch so he can go forward and backward. We get a wired tail, which doesn't quite want to listen, but what demon does. Legs come up about this far. Knees are double, so he can actually kick his own butt very, very easily. We do get a thigh cut, no boot cut, but we do get rockers on these taloned feet, and they work pretty well. It is hard to get him to stand. That being said, you can't really tell a demon what to do, now can you? And he does look very, very good while being very, very bad. And if you're looking for accessories, he does come with 2 extra hands for plucking the souls from unsuspecting victims. And he only has 3 fingers and a thumb, and the other hand is a fist and a pointing claw for when he picks out his next victim, which could be you. Though there are not many who would try, there are some who try to meet his stature face to face and always come up short. The likes of Brother Voodoo and Moon Knight, Damon Hellstrom and Doctor Strange, The Scarlet Witch and the Ghost Rider, allies like the mother of all demons Lilith and the father of all vampires Dracula, a bloodstorm and a widow. Not even a symbiote or a living vampire can stand against Blackheart. I hope that this ritual has been both informative and enlightening to you, as it was to me. It is wonderful to know who you serve, and Blackheart is my master, at least for today. So with all of that being said, if you like this video, hit the like button for Blackheart, hit the subscribe button for Blackheart, check out the Patreon. We have early videos for $1, so you get to see them before anyone else. We are also doing 2 giveaways. We're doing one at 5 and one at 3.5K. So with all of that being said, I love you with my black hearts, and I hope you have a happy and spooky Halloween. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Rouse back with another video. We are coming at you with some Marvel Legends, and this is a character that I missed out on time and time again. And they did a reissue because the Fantastic Four movie is coming out next year. And that also no doubtly means they're going to get a pinless updated comic book version. But for now, I finally have a Silver Surfer for my shelf because I did not have one whatsoever. So we have that reissued Silver Surfer from Marvel Legends. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Norrin Radd, the Silver Surfer, Herald of Galactus. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says Marvel Legend. Well, it just says Legend Series at the top. Marvel Silver Surfer, and then of course the figure is in the box as well with all of his accessories. On this side, we get some cool artwork of Norrin Radd. And because he was an exclusive figure, he is not part of a BAF wave, but he does have a blurb, so we will check that out after we look at this picture of the figure. A metallic skinned humanoid from the planet Zenla, the Silver Surfer gets his name from his shimmering appearance and iconic hovering surfboard. And yeah, he's also a Herald of Galactus. It did not mention that at all whatsoever. Same artwork once again on this side, top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, let's get this bad boy open. Can't wait to see the new movie, by the way. It's going to be so good. And here is Norrin Radd, the Silver Surfer, out of the box. And it is nice to have him in my collection finally, like I said, and that silver is really shiny. You can see the red and white lights are reflecting off of him very nicely. There's really not much to this figure. He's on, you know, an articulated body with silver paint and a bald head and a surfboard, and you can't really go wrong there, and they did it. So that's awesome. The only complaint I have is he's not pinless, but that's because he's a reissue and not a brand new figure. And the other thing is, this Silver Surfer is not going to be the one in the Fantastic Four movie, apparently. It's going to be his wife, which is a female version of the Silver Surfer from the comics. I forget her name, but it's going to be played by the chick from Ozark, and she's really cool, so I'm excited to see that different take. So, cool to have Silver Surfer. Always love me some cosmic stuff. Checking out the height of our Marvel Legends Silver Surfer, he stands at about 6¼ inches tall. Going over the articulation, it is on an older body, but we do get that ball and hinge, so a lot of movement forward and backward, and to the side a generous amount as well. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We do have butterfly joints, bicep cuts, double elbows. We get an ab crunch, no ball peg. We get torso, waist cut, legs come forward that far, to the side, not very far, to the back, not very far, but he can kick his own butt. We get a thigh cut as well, and then we get boot cut and rockers and you know, swivel on the ankles and all that good stuff. So you can get him in some surfing poses, no problem. Which is what you need from the Silver Surfer. Like if they updated him, I'm sure they would just do like updated limbs on the same body, because this is really a good body type for the Silver Surfer. But you never know with Marvel Legends, they may completely do it on like Renew Your Vows buck or something, which would work as well. First of all, for accessories, you know, he wouldn't be the Silver Surfer without his surfboard. So it just has one peg hole. So you kind of just peg one foot on there, and then he just kind of stands on there and surfs around the cosmos looking for planets for Galactus to devour and be like, hey y'all, you're gonna come get eaten, okay? Until he comes to Earth and the Fantastic Four is like, you probably shouldn't do that, dude. And he's like, you know, you're right, it's kind of bad, but it kind of makes me do it. So they help him, and yeah. And he comes with these power effects, which we've seen before, and this was originally an exclusive that they re-released, so it did come with a good amount of accessories. So we get those, and then we get, sorry, didn't mean to bump the camera like that. We get 4 extra hands. We get 2 surfing hands and 2 fists. Well, surfing, running, whatever. Flat, palms out, action hands, and 2 fists. So that's it for the accessories. First up, for scale and comparison, here he is with Ben Grimm and Dr. Doom. Here he is with Sue and Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four. Here he is next to the Mezco Spider-Man and a Xenomorph, with some Jada Toys Street Fighters. Here he is with some Lightning Collection X Street Fighter, some Valaverse and Joy Toy, and lastly some SH Figure Arts and Mothx. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the reissued Silver Surfer is totally worth it, because I did not have one, so that makes them totally worth it to me. If I don't have them in my collection, I'm like, I need that one. And Silver Surfer, or if it's a pinless update, I'll also grab that too. Silver Surfer checked one of those boxes. I'm sure they'll do a pinless release at some point. But regardless, if you guys like this video, smash the like button down below, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Of course, comment, let me know if you picked up this figure before or now, if you're planning on waiting, how your day is going, just let me know. I always love to hear your comments, and I try to get back to you, or at least like hit a like on them. Of course, check out my Patreon, which is $1 a month for videos like this one. I'm probably gonna put this one up early because it's re-release, so it's kind of like new-ish. But yeah, do all that stuff. Also check out my 5K giveaway video, which is for Mezco Spider-Man, so check out the Mezco Spider-Man video. Do all that stuff. I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Rows coming at you with another video. We have some X-Men today, but I didn't get it for my X-Men shelf. I got it because the Secret Wars 40th anniversary wave is coming out, and I already started getting some. We got Dr. Doom and Captain Marvel, which is Monica Rambeau, and then they have, you know, the whole wave with Wolverine, Captain America, Symbiote Spider-Man, Titania, and the Beyonder coming out. And then there's a couple other bits and pieces here that I was picking up. But the one that released recently, and she's also one of my favorite X-Men characters on the female side, Rogue is at the top. So we have the Rogue and Destiny 2-pack. And Destiny is actually Rogue's mom, because Mystique is her dad. So that's another reason to love Rogue and the X-Men, is it's super queer, super like quote-unquote woke, as people who don't know anything about X-Men would say, because newsflash, X-Men has always been woke. That's kind of the point. Civil rights and all that stuff. That's what woke is. It's about bringing forth the atrocities and the unfairness in the world, which mainly back in the day and now still today is about civil rights. So I love the X-Men. I love Rogue. I love the queerness. I love that she has 2 moms / a mom and a non-binary parent or whatever. So yeah, it's a really cool character, really cool 2-pack. Secret Wars, X-Men, all the good stuff. We get all the boxes checked. So yeah. First appearance Rogue. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and look at these bad girls open. Taking a look at the front of the box, you can see there's not really much here. Marvel Legends series, Marvel's Rogue, and Marvel's Destiny, and then it says X-Men down there in the middle. On this side, we get some art of Destiny and Rogue, and on the back, we get some cover art and a blurb. It's not really cover art, but it's designed to look that way. But yeah, let's take a look at the blurb. A mutant with powers she could not yet control, Rogue was unofficially adopted by Destiny and Mystique and joined them in the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. I'm pretty sure it's been retconned at this point that they're like her actual parents. I could be wrong. It could have been one of those things that's gone back and forth. But yeah, There's a reason she has like draining and kind of like ability copying powers. Open window with names and art on this side. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, I ain't strong just cause I touch Carol Danvers, sugar. Yeah, you gotta preserve the box with some theme music and all that stuff. And there they are with their no accessories while they have fists. Not much to it. We get the figures and we get a set of hands for each of them, so not much. But it is our first Destiny figure in the Hasbro Marvel Legends, and it is our first appearance Rogue, which is what she was wearing in Secret Wars, although she looks a little feisty here, and that's because this is supposed to be her dark or evil Brotherhood of Evil Mutants costume, because she was bad when she first joined, and then she joined the X-Men, and they were kind of sus of her because, you know, she's a bad guy. So obviously, they're like, oh, we don't know about you. But she joins the X-Men, and most people only know her as an X-Men, but yeah, she started as a bad guy. And then in Secret Wars, well, before that, she got Captain Marvel's powers, and she was super OP, and, you know, she has power absorption and all that stuff. Joined the X-Men, was in Secret Wars, and that's why I grabbed this 2-pack, because Secret Wars Rogue. Like, Destiny's cool, it's Rogue's mom, but I didn't really need her for my display. She'll just go on my bad X-Men side, so yeah. Cool to have both of them, especially Rogue. She's my favorite female X-Men, so I will grab as many of her as I can. Checking out their height, let's see here. They're both on the same base body, which I think is the Shriek body, and then Rogue has a modified torso. Or it's just covered up with that overlay, I'm not quite sure. Under 6 inches, like 5 1/4, and she stands at about 6 inches because of her big old dome, so yeah. Articulation, starting with Rogue, she has, oh, if she wants to focus forward on her head, is actually kind of limited. Side to side is kind of limited as well, which is weird. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut, double elbows. No torso movement whatsoever except at the waist because this overlay gets in the way. So she only goes forward that far and back that far. Legs come forward to the side, bicep cut. She can kick her own butt very easily. No boot cut, but we do get rockers. So she is a little limited in the torso, but that's due to the design of the character, but she can still do her flight and power poses and all that stuff. So yeah, love me some Rogue. Getting my Secret Wars shelf together. So yeah, that's her articulation. And then Destiny's really the same because it's on the same body with Shriek, but a little bit more limited because we've got this cape in the way, so she can't do her full range of movement on her legs. But yeah, essentially it's the same, except she has a little bit of torso movement forward and backward. So that's the articulation for these two lovely ladies. So the only real gripe with this set is the accessories, because this is all we get. Some open hands from Rogue and for some closed hands for Destiny, and that is it. No power effects, no alternate heads or anything like that. So that is the accessories. First up, for scale and comparison, here we have Rogue and Destiny with a bunch of different Rogues. We have the Outback Rogue, which probably has the best head sculpt in my opinion, and unfortunately it's hard to fit on this one, so it doesn't quite fit. But they do fit on these others, and I'll probably show that in photography. And both of these head sculpts are much better than the retro carded Rogue. But they're all around the same height. They've all got, you know, the white streak in the hair, and that's what matters. And there's Destiny over there. So, like I said, I like Rogue. She's my favorite female X-Men. Here they are next to Mystique, and there's that retro carded Rogue with the Outback Rogue head, and that's how probably going to be my main Rogue on display, because this one is the one in the middle is going to be for my Secret Wars display, like I said. Here we have them next to Wolverine and Spider-Man, and then with Phoenix and the Thing. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Rogue and Destiny 2-pack is totally worth it to me at this price, because I have a specific purpose for this Rogue, and she's good for Secret Wars, and the suit also works for X-Men 97 if you do a head swap. So there's that. And Destiny is a very niche character, but I have an X-Men shelf, so she'll go right on there with the villains, bad guys, and all that stuff. So we got multi-purpose figures for me, and I like that. And if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment down below. Let me know if you're picking up this 2-pack. If you're waiting, which I probably should have done for it to get cheaper, because it will. They come with a set of hands a piece, and that's it for accessories, nothing else, not even a swappable head. It would be nice if they gave her like a less smirky head face, or expression, but you know, we have head swaps we can do, which you'll see in the photography. So yeah, do all that stuff. Check the Patreon, $1 a video for, or $1 a month for early videos, and also check out my 2 giveaways. Do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Already Viles back with another video. Today I was watching, well, not today, but the other day I was watching on the Target app because they had like 25% off, and they also had it already like marked down, and I was like, yo, if I can get her for less than retail, I'm gonna do that. So I was watching and watching. Finally I saw her for shipping, so I got Dark Phoenix, or no, not Dark Phoenix, Phoenix Jean Grey for like $35 plus shipping from Target. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad girl open, and then I probably won't need another Jean Grey ever again. Taking a look at the front, it is kind of a big heavy box. It says Marvel Legends series, and then it says Jean Grey Phoenix Force. Phoenix. Some pretty artwork of Jean on the side with the Phoenix Force logo, but below her. Then we get the back with the figure rendered and a blurb, and it says Marvel Legends series. We get the X-Men logo, Jean Grey, Phoenix Force. A cosmic power known as the Phoenix Force fuses with X-Men mutant Jean Grey, becoming a near unstoppable force capable of peace or destruction. And there's that artwork. Open window on this side with some artwork, Marvel Legends series. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all of that being said, I'm actually super hyped about this super articulated Jean Grey and those 2 head sculpts, because that other Jean I can put on my other X-Men Jean, so it's cool. Let's get her open. And here is our Jean Grey Phoenix out of the box. As you can see, she comes with that glorious stand. It is in clear plastic with some paint accents on there. But Jean is the star of the show. She's on that hyper-articulated body that they made for Black Widow. She's got a different upper torso, but that Phoenix is really cool. Like, you can use it for Dark Phoenix, you can use it for Jean, you can use it for this Phoenix. She comes with a couple of different head sculpts, some accessories. So it's a really cool figure, and that the Phoenix has an articulated head, so it's not just a static piece. And those are 3 pieces, and they were really difficult together. You can see we've got that swirly fire base coming up to her legs with the paint and the clearness and all that cool stuff. So worth it for $35. I wouldn't say for $50, but for $35, yeah, definitely a deluxe figure. And we've got her classic outfit with the green and the gold and the sash. Just a cool looking classic Phoenix figure that we've been needing an update of, and I finally have essentially every version of Jean that I could ever need. So yeah, Phoenix Force. Checking out her height, she stands at about 5.5, and her Phoenix stands at about 9.5 to the top of its wings. So yeah, for the articulation, we'll just start with the Phoenix. Like I said, the head rotates, and that is it for her Phoenix there. And the rest of the articulation belongs to Jean, who, like I also said, is on that hyper-articulated Black Widow body. Forward, hair gets in the way for backward. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We do get a bicep cut, double elbows, beautiful butterfly joint, which works well. Ball peg at the upper torso and an ab crunch at the lower torso, so she gets all kinds of movement there. Legs forward, to the side. She can kick her own butt quite easily. We get a thigh cut, no boot cut, rockers, all that good stuff. You can pose Jean how you would want her to be posed, as like a psychic powerhouse, especially getting those arms together for those psychic poses. So yeah, she articulates pretty dang well. For her accessories, of course, we get this Phoenix Force base, which was in 3 separate pieces. 1, 2, 3, actually 4 separate pieces. So you do have to put that together, and there's no instructions. You just kind of have to figure it out. She has the head sculpt that we have on her right here, but then she also comes with this regular kind of happy-go-lucky Jean. Why is that focus so bad? Happy-go-lucky Jean right there. So we get 1 alternate headpiece, and then 2 alternate hands with some fists, and that is it for our Phoenix Jean Grey's accessories. First up, for scale and comparison, we have 3 different versions of Jean. We've got our new Phoenix in the middle, and then we've got our Dark Phoenix on the right, and regular old X-Men Jean Grey on the left. with that new other head sculpt from our new Phoenix. Here she is with Secret Wars, Storm, and Rogue, because I'm working on building a Secret Wars shelf now. Here she is with Mystique and Destiny, Spider-Man and Wolverine, and lastly, Hercules and Giant Man Hank Pym. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that this Jean Grey Phoenix figure is totally worth it to me. I mean, got it for less than retail. Look at this awesome stand that she comes with all this detail. It's so cool. I mean, you already saw it in the video. But yeah, just a really cool figure. She's on the super articulated body that they introduced with that Target exclusive Black Widow. And don't know if I quite figured out how the stand works exactly yet, but it's cool. It's translucent. It's all that stuff. So yeah, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, check out the Patreon, $1 for early videos, check out the 2 giveaways on the channel. They're down there somewhere. Comment, let me know how your day is going, how your Halloween went, if you have this figure, if you're passing, just what's up, let me know. As always, I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Rows back with another video. Everyone is getting their HasLab Giant Man now, and I missed out on that. So I was like, I still need like Hank Pym and Janet because I have a tiny little wasp, and I have the older Retro Buck, what is it? The Pizza Spidey Buck retro carded Ant-Man. It was the old Ant-Man that I had, and the tiny little wasp that came with him, and that's cool. I do like the little wasp, but I was like, we're doing pinless. I'm trying to get newer stuff. So I bit the bullet, and I got the Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne, or Giant Man and the Wasp 2-pack. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box, and we'll get this bad boy and girl open. He's really bad, because he would, Janet, if you know, you know. Taking a look at the front, it says Marvel Legends series, and then we get Marvel's Avengers Beyond Earth's Mightiest, Hank Pym, Giant Man, and Janet Van Dyne, Wasp. And yeah, the other head sculpt is already out, but that's because I got it right here. So on this side, we get some classic artwork of Hank and Janet, and there's even some like panel artwork behind them, so really nice artwork on the side of the box. On the back, we get a shot of the classic Avengers and a blurb, so let's check that out. Hank Pym and Janet Van Dyne use Pym particles to manipulate size and defend Earth as members of the first Avengers team, which is over here with Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man. Same artwork on this side, top of the box, bottom of the box. And with all that being said, one of these days, Janet, one of these days. God, Hank is such a jerk. As you can see, we have Hank and Janet, Giant Man and the Wasp out of the box. He's not really giant right now. It's a 6-inch scale one because I did not back the HasLab, but that's okay. Janet's really cool. She's got her classic look with that really strange but still looks good headpiece that has like the Hornets tip at the top. It is kind of goofy, but like I said, it works. So that's cool. And then Hank is in his Giant Man costume with the antenna and the stripes on the side and all that stuff. We got the classic blue and red, and they both come with alternate head sculpts, which are really cool, but here they are masked, of course. And gosh, I really wish I had gotten that Giant Man, but there's a lot of quality control issues anyway. But Wasp is really good. I think she's probably on the Shriek body with a different torso, or that's just the torso overlay, because I cannot articulate the torso at all because of that costume that she's wearing. But that's okay, because she got those big old wings on the back to make up for it. But yeah, classic suits for both of them. Really just like the perfect smaller version of the Giant Man, and that's why they released this 2-pack. They were like, we're doing the HasLab, let's release these figures so people can get them for their display before that comes out. And yeah, so we have them here, and they're pretty cool. And I had an older Ant-Man that was pretty bad. Where is he? He's right here. We'll show him in the comparison too. But you know, he's on that Pizza Spidey Buck, and it's like one of the only Pizza Spidey Bucks left on my shelf. And then of course the Wasp that I had is this really tiny one that came with, where is she? Where'd she go? That came with that Ant-Man. She's right here. And that's the Wasp that I had in my display because I didn't have a Janet. So there she is right there. Checking out their height, let's get the trusty tape measure that I suck at using out. Let's see. Hank stands at just a little over 6 inches. And Janet, don't fall over Janet, she stands at also just over 6 inches because of that pointy head that she's got. And then I knock Hank over. For articulation, because I just knocked him over and he's in my hands, we'll start with Hank. And he's on that updated Sunfire body, so there's really nothing new here, but we'll still go over it. So head goes back, forward, and to the side. Yeah, because that's still the old ball socket. Shoulder 90 degrees. Butterfly joint is tight, but it works really well. Bicep cut, double elbows, which are pinless. Like I said, it's on that updated Sunfire. Spider-Man's over there somewhere. I'll probably grab him after this. Well, his elbow doesn't want to work. I did what I don't normally do, and I forced it, but it does work. It was stuck there for whatever reason. We only get an ab crunch, but it goes back and forward. We get a waist cut. Legs come forward to the side and back. We do get butt kicking action right there, and a thigh cut, and a boot cut, and rockers and toe joints and all that stuff. So yeah, you can pose him up. He's got all the classic Marvel Legends articulation. So let's move on to the Wasp over here. Starting at her head. Be careful of those antennae because they are not the hardest plastic. Back, forward, to the side. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees. We get a nice bicep cut, nice double elbows. Really only just a waist cut there because I think that's just a new torso altogether. It has to be. So yeah, new torso on the Shriek body, I believe. Legs come forward to the side and back. She can kick her own butt very easily. We get a thigh cut, no boot cut. We do get rockers. And then of course we get these wings, which are on a ball peg, and they fold out to have 2 separate sets. So you can also get the Wasp however you would want her to be posed up, flying around. It would have been cool if they gave us a smaller version of this Wasp too, but you can't win them all, right? They do come with a bunch of accessories. Let me get her other wing. So she's really cool. Definitely the star of this 2-pack. For accessories, first of all, sorry, let me get that fixed. They come with an alternate head sculpt for both of them, and I have Janet's on here because there's a storyline where Ultron takes over Tony's body and essentially turns him into a female Ultron with like Janet's face, which is kind of crazy. I'm reading that run. It's like the Mighty Avengers, I believe, on like the 1st or 2nd issue. So that's where Janet's head is. And then Hank has an alternate head as well, which I believe is the same one from that West Coast Avengers 5-pack. I don't have that, so I don't know, but yeah. Blonde hair, Hank's a jerk. We know that. He's got a jerky look on his face. He also comes with a cloth lab coat, which, as you can guess, it just slips over his shoulders, which is nice. Would have been cool if it was a little bit longer at the waist, but that's okay. We get 2 beakers of some blue stuff, probably some PIM particles, and one is kind of triangular, and one is more spherical. Then we get, running out of breath going over all these accessories. We get a small Quinjet, or yeah, I think that's a Quinjet. It's like been shrunk, probably so you can work on it easier. It's got the Avengers logo on there and some paint on the window. And then we get like this board for like doing stuff, science-y stuff. And then lastly, we get extra hands for both of them. We get a set of fists for Janet right here. And then a trigger finger and an open hand for holding a beaker, which she also has another one of, and a fist for Hank. So yeah, lots of accessories, but that's all of them. Before I go any further, yeah, it is definitely the Sunfire body once again, which with those small shoulders, but it's fine to use for other characters, just not Spider-Man. Don't do Spidey dirty like that. Like, yeah, he can pose up, but he doesn't have like that upper ball peg, and it's bad shoulders, and no. Bad Hasbro. First up for comparison, here they are with Janet, Tony, Ultron, and that retro-carded Ant-Man. Here they are with Spider-Man and Wolverine, Moon Knight and Iron Man. Here they are with a couple of zombies, because the Giant Man is a zombie Giant Man faceplate, which is pretty cool. And I will do one more. Here they are with Storm and my custom Marvel Legends Dean Winchester, and I will do a video on that once I finish my Sam. I'm not done painting him, so yeah. I figure that covers comparison. Don't really need to throw in other stuff because these are really just Marvel Legends. I mean, you can put in SH figure works and all that stuff, but it's easier for me to just do Marvel Legends with Marvel Legends right now. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that this Giant Man and the Wasp 2-pack is totally worth it because it's totally worth it to me. Like I said, I didn't get the Giant Man. I really wish I had, but I didn't get him. So I do have a tiny little Giant Man, and that's the main reason to get this is as a booster for that accessory pack because she's really small in comparison, as is everyone else. He's like, you can't even stretch. He's pretty big. But yeah, cool 2-pack, lots of cool accessories. If you guys like this video, smash like down below, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Check out my Patreon where early videos are $1 a month. You get all the early videos before anyone else gets to see them. Check out my 2 giveaways. We're doing one at 3.5 and one at 5. Comment, let me know if you have this 2-pack, if you got Giant Man, how your day is going, what's up, just let me know. As always, I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some figures from one of my favorite movies from this year. It is Deadpool and Wolverine. Well, one of them wasn't really in the movie very much, but he was in there for a second. First of all, we have Colossus, the deluxe Deadpool Legacy Collection Colossus. And then we have Wolverine and Deadpool from Wolverine and Deadpool and Wolverine. So yeah, super excited to have these guys. With all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get all 3 of these bad boys open. Whichever order, yeah. It's gonna be a long video. We'll take a look at these 2 first. It says Marvel Legends Series, Wolverine, Deadpool for each figure. And then it says Deadpool and Wolverine, Marvel Studios. Some headshots and branding on the side. On the back, we got some artwork, the blurbs, and the rest of the wave, which is just Deadpool and Logan, which we already have. So check out that video. He's MIA for this video because the body was used for something else. I put the head on another Logan body. But yeah, let's check out their blurbs. For Deadpool, it says, having hung up the Deadpool suit after a midlife crisis, Wade Wilson is forced to wield the katanas once again to save the universe and finally find a higher purpose. A broken and shame-fueled Logan reluctantly joins Deadpool's side to fight for their survival and a shot at redemption. Here's this side. Tops are the same, bottom as well. And then we've got Colossus, Marvel Legends Series, Marvel's Colossus, Deadpool Legacy Collection. The figure is in the box. We get a headshot and some branding. The other figures, some artwork and a blurb. Colossus is a towering, virtuous mutant known for his organic steel body, which grants the immense strength and durability, which grants him immense strength and durability. Here's this side, top, bottom, and with all that being said, let's fucking go! I like the background on Deadpool's box. They got a portal and a rainbow and Wolverine's claws and a unicorn and Deadpool and all that cool stuff, but yeah, this is just trash. As you can see, we have all 3 of them out of the packaging, and they're all really impressive. Like, they did a great job. We'll start with Colossus because he's the biggest. You can see, of course, his body is silver because he's made out of metal, and then we've got that red down there on his bodysuit, which is also nicely sculpted. All the details and all the head sculpts are nice. I don't know why Ryan Reynolds won't give his likeness for Deadpool, but it's okay. There's custom heads for that. We've got the X symbol down there on his belt. It's all new sculpts. Of course, he's got some combat boots and his big silver hands and just a lot of sculpting, a lot of paint detail. Well, not a lot of paint details, but like the details that are there, they're done well. So not a whole lot in there. Do we have paints on the boots? I don't know. Let's see. No, they didn't paint any of the buckles or anything, which would have been nice, but you can see the paint does at least continue to the back of Colossus there. And then moving over to Deadpool, I don't think it's reuse of the original one. I think it's an all new sculpt. We have the original right here. For certain reasons. I mean, yeah, he just seems to be smaller, so it's an all new sculpt. But the colors are brighter, We've got some gold accents instead of silver, and all those are painted down there on the buckles and all that. I do have the extra Deadpool hands from that Deadpool, so I'll probably have to paint the metal parts on the back of his gloves to all be gold, just because this is my new Deadpool, because he looks great. We've got his katanas, his holsters, his pistols, his knife. He's got all of his gear that you would expect for Deadpool, so quite a few accessories. And then coming over to Wolverine, I'm sure you guys have seen these before. I'm getting them a little bit later than some other people, but the sculpt is wonderful. The paint is glorious. We have Hugh Jackman Wolverine in his classic, quote-unquote classic, because it's, you know, upgraded and updated for the MCU, but his classic comic colors with the blues and the yellows and the blacks, and it's perfect. It looks really good, and that head sculpt is amazing, and so is the other one that he comes with, but we will go over accessories later. So that being said, they are definitely a good-looking group of superheroes from Fox's X-Men movies. Checking out the height of our three figures here, we'll check out Wolverine first because he's closest to me. He stands a little over 6 inches, like 6 1/4 over that to the top of his cowl, but we're not counting that. Colossus stands at about just about 7 1/2, a little under 7 1/2 if I'm off. And then Deadpool stands at about 6 1/4. For the articulation, we will start with Colossus. We have the head forward and backward and side to side. I'm glad they went back to the ball and socket. It just works better in some cases, especially for bigger guys. Shoulders come over 90 degrees. We do get a bicep cut and a butterfly joint. Double elbows that work beautifully. And then wrist pegs also. In the torso, we get an ab crunch, which does not have very much forward or backward. And then a cut at the waist. Legs come forward to the side. We do get a thigh cut and double knees. He can kick his own butt with ease. And we get boot cuts and rockers. So Colossus has some pretty good articulation for being a big boy. He's got all the double joints that you would require from a Marvel Legends in 2024. Now, if I can fix his boot to stand up. There you go. Now let's grab Wolverine. Oh, I'll have to heat up those head fins a little bit. They're a little bit bent, but forward he goes that far, backward that far, to the side we get decent movement there. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. The shoulder pad does get out of the way. We have a bicep or a butterfly joint, bicep cut, double elbows, which work beautifully. And then we get wrist pegs, of course. We get an ab crunch down there, so no ball socket. We get a waist cut, legs come forward, to the side, and back. We get a thigh cut, double knees, which are very smooth and very butt kicking easily. No boot cut. What is with Wolverine and having no boot cuts lately? We do get rockers at the feet and all that, so at least we get that. But no boot cut, really? That's unfortunate. But he poses nicely and he stands too. Lastly, we will check out Deadpool. So starting at the head, we have forward, backward, to the side, which he does have the ball socket and peg. I think Wolverine does too. Not ball socket and peg, but double barbell peg. Butterfly joints. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut and double elbows. Ab crunch at the waist. No waist cut because his belt is blocking that. Legs come forward. To the side is also blocked because of his holsters and his pistols, but we do get a thigh cut, double knees, which are nice, and no boot cuts, but we do get rockers. So, you know, we get basic MCU articulation. They like to take away that boot cut on the MCU characters, and which is more realistic. I get it as far as the cuts and the look go, but it just takes away some of the articulation. Not that it's a gripe, it's just making a note. So yeah, let us check out their accessories. Checking out the accessories, we will go over Colossus's first, because yeah, he's just in the back, he's bigger, he's the ever-living presence in this video. So we do get an alternate head sculpt. All these come with a decent amount of accessories, which is nice. We get an angry fighting Colossus face, which is really nicely painted, really good sculpt. We get two gesturing / holding hands because he has two fists right now, and that is because he comes with his little book which says mutandis. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing it's like the X-Men guidebook or code line, and we get some little words there, so you can hold that and read it just like in Deadpool 2 and Deadpool. For Wolverine, first of all, we get an alternate head sculpt, and this is the one that he comes with right here, and then this is the Deadpool and Logan head sculpt, and they are slightly different. It looks like one's the one with the Deadpool and Wolverine is a little bit bigger. The expression is slightly less like sad. It looks like more determined and less sad. So they are different, unless it's just the paint that's making it different, but I think the sculpt is different as far as the facial expression goes. Like, they're both not bearing. It would have been nice if one of them had bearing teeth like this one, give us a little bit of different head, but they are kind of different. So, and I saw a robo say that it also sat differently, so that was the Deadpool one, and if you put this one on there, yeah, it's actually tighter than that one, so I don't want to push it all the way down in case it stretches the peg. But it's different sized ball peg, which is also interesting, and you can almost, it's even a different shape. It's not that it's even a different size. Like, if you can see that has like indentations on the side, so that's kind of weird. And then he also has, well, he has his gloves out. Where did it go? There it is. We also get two of his claws out, and then two with claws in. One is like a come over here finger, not a trigger finger, and then the other one is a fist. So that is cool that we get those, and they have the sockets, the adamantium sockets on his gloves for his claws as well. So those are Wolverine's accessories, and then Deadpool has the most. First of all, we get some trigger fingers because the katana blades are way too small to fit in these hands. So we have that for his Desert Eagles, and then we have, as I mentioned, his katanas, which people said they got stuck in the back, and I do have that problem as well. So when you put them in here, be a little bit careful pulling them out, maybe heat it up, because they do tend to get a little stuck in there, but they do just slide in there pretty easily as far as putting them away goes. So we have those. Well, it's not fully on there. There we go. So we have those, and then we get two Desert Eagles, and unlike the first release with the 2-pack Negasonic Teenage Warhead, you can take these Desert Eagles out. I had to like cut the glue on my first release Deadpool, and then he also has his little knife down here, and I know it's new sculpt because the knife socket switched sides. It was on the holster socket, it switched sides. It was on the other leg for the first release, so yeah, and you can just tell it's different, but hopefully that knife doesn't get stuck like the other one because the paint just completely got stripped off of it. And yeah, that is their accessories. So first of all, here they are with the original Deadpool 2 release. The Legacy, well, it's not the Legacy, it's the original X-Men Origins Wolverine release with the Deadpool 2-pack Logan head on there, because Deadpool is right here. And then of course there's Colossus. So yeah, of course this one's also not pinless, so that's another way to tell. I mean, the arms are, right? Yeah, the arms are pinless, but the legs aren't. So they could have reused the arms, but they didn't as far as this, because they're just smaller. Here they are with Domino and Negasonic Teenage Warhead, and then with Cable, and yeah, I think that's good. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that these three figures are totally worth it, because they're totally worth it to me. I love the movie, gotta have the figures. They're all pinless, they're all great, they all have great accessories, great likenesses. So yeah, all around A+ on this wave. I'm hoping they do the rest of the characters from the movie, because those were like spoilers and they didn't want to spoil it, so you know, it takes like a year or so for them to make those figures. So hopefully they will do that, and hopefully you will like this video if you liked it. Hopefully you will subscribe if you're not subscribed. You'll check out my 2 giveaways. We're doing giveaways at certain subscriber mile marks, so check those out. Check out my Patreon. It's $1 a month for early videos. Do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Stay safe, stay brave, and just keep your head up. I love you. Mwah. y'all, Rowdy Riles back with a quick video here. I wanted to show you my kit bash that I just did after I finished my Deadpool and Wolverine video, because I had the parts, as you can see, to make the sleeveless Wolverine, and I also used those legs that I used on this. I swapped the legs because these were painted for my Sam Winchester, which is almost done. I just need to do the water slide on the eyes, but that's another video. We'll do Sam and Dean together. But I had that Wolverine sleeveless body, so I sacrificed him. Fortunately, I have the coated Wolverine, so I put all the stuff back together to have a regular clothes Logan. And you know, honestly, with the jacket and the flannel and the white muscle shirt underneath, that's the best look for plain clothes Logan, because he can layer and hide a suit underneath. And here we have our suited Logan with the sleeves off, and as you can see, they're fully articulated. They can move. I did it all, including the glove stop, without cutting into his forearms. So like, these forearms are intact, the pegs are intact. So if I wanted to put that Logan back together, I could. For instance, if they release a sleeveless Wolverine at some point, as you can see, the only thing I had to cut was that little part that they glued the gloves on, but that's still intact. Those arms are still fine, so there's nothing wrong with them. So we've got our, you know, sleeveless, muscled out, huge jacked man, Hugh Jackman Wolverine. And then of course we get the look with the cowl as well. So there he is. And Deadpool, I didn't do too much, but his katanas were really stuck this morning when I woke up. So I gave him the katanas from the first release, because I'm pretty sure it was a combination of the paint and the plastic that they used for the sheets. But these ones come in and out super easily because the paint is duller and it doesn't stick. Which is crazy, because the knife, oh, is the knife sticking on this one too? No, the knife doesn't stick. Knife doesn't stick like it did on the first release one. That one is all messed up. And I also painted all the hands from the first release Deadpool. So as you can see, we've got those posing hands. I've got him in the bye dancing pose right there, if he'll want to stand up. Bye. Don't copyright strike me for that. It was okay, he's fine. But I painted all the other hands, so we've got a fist, we've got a set of fists for him now, and then we've got, you know, of course, the knife holding and gun holding and katana holding hands that he came with. So we got 2 extra sets of hands out of that. So I wanted to make the ultimate deluxe, because they had all the parts. They could have released them like this and it would have been perfect with both arms and all that stuff. But Hasbro gonna Hasbro, they'll probably release another deluxe version at some point with all the bells and whistles and the other Desert Eagles and all that stuff, the gold-plated Desert Eagles and Dogpool and all the other stuff that we're missing. But for now, I think I did the best. He doesn't want to stand up. I think I did the best version that we could do without tearing up the figures, because I saw some people cut in the forearms and I was like, well, it's soft plastic on those gloves. If you get it soft enough, you can slide it up there. And that's exactly what I did. I slid it up there, and gosh, Deadpool. And yeah, those are on there now, and those wrists are fully pegged in, so they're not in the way, and he's fully articulated, and I'm super proud of this Wolverine. Probably my cleanest kit bash. There's a little bit of blue tack on the inside, blue and green tack, but that's just to fill out the hole so that these ones will fit and not have to cut or be adjusted. So I think I did a good job. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe. Check out my Patreon, check out my giveaways, do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and see you later, bub. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with a huge video, because we have the entire wave of Secret Wars Wave 1. So we've got all 6 figures, and we're going to do all of them, but I'm going to do them one by one. So we'll just like grab the first one, do the box, take them out, go over the accessories and articulation, and then we'll go on to the next box. And then once they're all out, we'll do the comparisons and all that stuff. And this is just me preparing, because I'm super excited. Secret Wars is one of my favorite like event comics of all time. It was like one of the first times that Marvel Comics brought so many characters together in one story, and it was to sell toys. And I love toys, and they made the original toy line, which was Marvel Superheroes, I believe, and that's what this wave is based on. But I'm going to do a whole video on Secret Wars. We're going to do a history essentially with the figures. We're going to have the figures and like reenact little parts. I'll talk about it, I'll have the teams, I'll talk about what happened in dynamics. It's gonna be a long video. Love Secret Wars, so we're gonna do all that. But first, we gotta take care of all these figures. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the boxes, and then we'll get this whole wave of Secret Wars Wave 1 open, which I got from CMD Toy Store. So check them out if you haven't heard of them. I'd never gotten them before, but very fast shipping. So yeah, let's check these out. And it's hard to pick which one to choose first because there's some cool ones in here, but we all know who my favorite Marvel character is. So first, we are going to take a look at the Secret Wars symbiote Spider-Man. On the front, you can see we get Marvel Legends series Secret Wars Spider-Man, and there he is in the blister with all the cool stuff. On the back, we get Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars 40th Marvel, and then it says Spider-Man. We get some artwork and the rest of the figures in the wave and a description of their little shield thing, but let's take a look at the blurb. Spider-Man discovers a mystery glob on Battleworld, giving him a new black suit with stronger powers, and unbeknownst to him, his first encounter with a certain alien symbiote, and we all knew who that is. It's Venom. So yeah, with all that being said, let's get Spidey out of the box. I managed to not mess up the box too bad. Probably gonna throw it out still, but here we go. Here is our black suit Spider-Man on the Amazing Fantasy 15 body, and that's my favorite body for Spider-Man. So obviously this is my favorite version of the symbiote suit, although it wasn't called the symbiote suit yet. But he's lithe, he's shorter, he's not super duper bulky, but he's still powerful and athletic. So that is the perfect build for Spider-Man for me. He's supposed to be 5'10", so he should not be the same height as like a Captain America or a Deadpool or a Daredevil. So Spidey on the shorter side is always a plus. And what they would need to do is make a slightly smaller version of this body for Miles, for the newer one that they're coming out with apparently next year. And we would have another perfect Spider-Man, because now we have the red and blue and the black and white suit on this body. So there is the Spider-Man for my Avengers and Secret Wars shelf, because the Renew Your Vows goes with other Spider-Man on the Spider-Man shelf, and then My Amazing Fantasy Spider-Man is on my Avengers shelf because he scales better with everyone else as opposed to with the villains from his stuff. So yeah, super happy to have this black suit Spidey. Let's take a look at the articulation and accessories, and then we'll move on to the next one. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, we go back, forward, and to the side slightly. Shoulders come up 90 degrees, although they're a little tight. It's a little cold out right now. Butterfly joints, bicep joints, double elbows. We get a ball peg and an ab crunch, so that's beautiful. We get all kinds of movement in the torso. Legs come forward, to the side, and back. We get a double knee with his own butt kicking action, thigh cut, boot cut, rockers. So of course, Spidey can get down into any Spider-Man pose that you would like on this body. It works better than the Renew Your Vows, in my opinion, even without that toe articulation. But I do have a way to give him the toe articulation if I want to. I just have to remove the paint. Going over the accessories, first of all, they all come with this lenticular shield. I know the word, I'm trying to say it. So you can see it changes based on where you're looking. And it does have that peg and holder system that Captain America's shield does have. And you just pop it open and you can swap it out for this other pog that says Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars 40th. And that's because all the original Marvel Superheroes figures came with a lenticular shield. So they all came with one. And then Spidey here gets, surprisingly, an extra head sculpt, which is really cool. We get a squinty, angry symbiote head, which we have not gotten before. So that's just beautiful. And then we have the classic symbiote eyes. Actually, they're kind of more McFarlane-y than classic because these are like the classic ones. So we'll have to do a head swap here. And then, of course, we get a full set of Spidey hands. We get wall crawling hands, and we get web shooting hands. And the Spidey symbol is kind of triangular, and that is accurate to the original Secret Wars, as opposed to having the bars and like the smaller ones and like the kind of weird different shapes that they put on the symbiote over the years. That is the original shape. So those are the accessories, and we're going to do a comparison of all the Secret Wars figures once they have them out, but really quick because I have them here already. And like I said, they're bigger and they're not ideal for me because they're bigger, and then I'll do a head swap, I guess. There we have the Amazing Fantasy body with the Renew Your Vows body and the Retro Card body symbiote suits. So you can see he's not even slightly smaller, a lot smaller, and that's okay because he's supposed to be. He's not supposed to be a big bulky dude. He's not supposed to be 6 foot. So these will stay on my Spider-Man shelf, and this will go on my Avengers shelf, or I'm trying to make a straight up Secret Wars shelf actually after I do my video. So we'll see how that works out. There he is with the Retro Card symbiote head, which actually looks pretty good. I might have to keep him like that because that looks pretty good. And then here he is with the angry face, which also looks really good. So a lot of choices here. You get some different head sculpts for your symbiote Spider-Man finally. I do have the other McFarlane head sculpt from the Craven and Black Suit 2-pack somewhere, but I don't want to take it out right now. You know, that actually looks so good on the Retro Carded body. Those angry eyes, like, kind of like, yeah, that's pretty menacing too. Next up, we are going to do the Brown Suit Wolverine. So it says Marvel Legends Series, Secret Wars Wolverine, and of course we have the figure. Marvel Secret Wars, Marvel Superheroes, 40 years, Marvel Wolverine, the rest of the figures, the lenticular, and then a blurb. Wolverine, on a patchwork battle world, Wolverine fights a raging war alongside the X-Men, but is wary of forging alliances outside of his trusted fellow mutants. So yeah, when the Avengers and the X-Men get sent there, they do not team up initially. They're like, we're stick to our own. But with all that being said, let's go, bub. Here is our Secret Wars Brown Suit Wolverine out of the box, and it is my first version of Brown Suit Wolverine. And while I would prefer a little bit darker on the browns, it is accurate to the comic book as far as the coloring goes. And my only problem with this figure really is how small those shoulders are. Those shoulders should be as big as the bicep, if not bigger. So that's a little weird, but other than that, he's a solid figure. He actually has boot articulation, unlike the Astonishing X-Men Wolverine and the Hugh Jackman Wolverine, so that's pretty cool. We get some claws that I have not seen before. I'm not going to say they're new because I don't know if they've used them before, but they're long and they're narrow and they're a lot thinner and they sit differently, and they actually go into the fist as opposed to sitting on top of it, or into the knuckles as opposed to sitting on top of it, so that's pretty cool. And we got the slots on the gloves. He's got his trunks, the black trim on the boots, the silver, and the hair painted on the arms. So yeah, they did do the attention to detail. It's just, why would you give him smaller shoulders? Eventually I'll have to find some bigger shoulders if I find some big naked shoulders to give him, but they'd have to be hairy. I don't know. Like, I'm looking at my 80th anniversary Wolverine here, and his shoulders are small too, so maybe they just like to give Wolverine small shoulders, even though he's a stocky, beefy little short dude. But I like the head sculpt. The head sculpt's great. So yeah, cool figure. I'm glad I have him. He'll look great with the other Secret Wars figures. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, we go back, forward, to the side, not too much, can't really move it there, that's unfortunate. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees. Butterfly joints, bicep cut, double elbows, all beautiful. We get a nice ab crunch, so forward a lot, back not as much. Legs come forward to the side. We get a thigh cut. We get double knees with butt kicking action. We get a boot cut, so that's cool. And then we get rockers and all that stuff. So yeah, nothing crazy, but he is pinless like most of the Secret Wars figures that I have. So that's really cool. And of course, you can get him in his superhero poses, however you would want. So let's check out his accessories. Checking out the accessories. So yeah, first of all, I did switch out his claws. So we get 2 sets of clawed hands because it would not be Wolverine without the claws. And yeah, like I said, I haven't seen these claws before on a comic book Wolverine, so they're new to me. They're different than the Astonishing X-Men Wolverines. And then we get 2 gloved hands with without the claws out. So you can see we've got the adamantium sheaths on the top of the gloves. We get a lenticular shield with a swappable pog, so you can see masked and unmasked Wolverine, with a head sculpt that is accurate to the comic book, but just kind of ugly and small. Like, I think the Astonishing X-Men Wolverine head sculpt's gonna look better on him. But yeah, that's that's his accessories. I did not mean to launch it at the camera, sorry. Really quickly, here he is next to the 80th anniversary Wolverine, which is also the same body as the Love Triangle 3-pack, which is the other Wolverine that I have. And then the Astonishing X-Men Wolverine sits about the same height as this, which is slightly taller, but it makes sense because Marvel Legends has upscaled in recent years. So Wolverine being slightly taller is okay in my opinion, because when you put him next to the Spider-Man without the cowl, he's about 5, maybe about 5'4", 5'5". So a little bit oversized, but still works for me because Spider-Man shouldn't be that much taller than Wolverine. See, that's about right. I put the Astonishing head on him. And there he is with the tiny little pin head that he came with. So I don't really like that head. Oh, I'm doing a head swapping machine. Like, the dye head looks good on him too. That's the Secret Wars body on the 80th anniversary. So that works for Wolverine too. Well, would you look who we have next? It's Captain America. Marvel Legends Secret Wars Captain America figures on the card. And yeah, I had just recently gotten the 25th anniversary one, so boo on me, but at least I have all those shield effects and all that stuff. On the back, Marvel Superheroes Secret Wars 40th, Marvel, Captain America, the rest of the wave, and the lenticular, and then we get a blurb and some artwork. When the Avengers, the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four are transported to a strange planet, Captain America is chosen to take the lead in fighting the ultimate war. And yeah, Janet was the leader of the Avengers at the time, but when they went to Battleworld, they were like, we need a strategic leader. We need you, Captain America. So he took over as leader of the Avengers. And that was really the first time he had led the Avengers, I believe. It was in Secret Wars, but yeah, let's get him out of the box. Here is our 40th anniversary Secret Wars Cap out of the box. As you can see, he is an updated version of that 25th and 80th anniversary Captain America, just with pinless limbs. So same body, same torso, same legs, just pinless now, and in a lighter blue and a lighter red, so less saturated. I will grab my other one in a minute, but we do get a new head sculpt. That smiling, sorry, I got the hiccups. That smiling head sculpt is new, I believe. And then we get another one as well, and we get all the hands you could want for Captain America. I was like, am I gonna have to paint the other ones? And it's like, no, they give you all the same hands, and then some. You have 2 new hands because his shield is obviously all messed up, and that's because that happens on Battleworld. And that is actually the older mold of the shield. I don't think, is that the big one? It doesn't look like the big one. I mean, it might be. I could be wrong. I'll grab my other one for comparison. But yeah, glad to have a pinless Captain America finally. He'll probably go on my main shelf, and then I don't know, we'll see what I do with the other one. He'll probably go on my Secret War shelf if I make a dedicated Secret War shelf. I really want to do that. I just don't know where I'd put it. But yeah, we'll figure it out, and then I'll do my toy collection video early next year. But yeah, there's Cap, good old red, white, and blue. Well, what he represents is supposed to be what America's about, you know, so I love Captain America. A lot of people don't understand Captain America. They think he'd be like, oh yeah, I agree with you 100%. And it's like, no, Captain America agrees with what's right. And a lot of what's happening now isn't. So I digress, not the video, but yeah. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, we go back a lot, forward a lot, to the side, not as much, but a decent amount. We don't get butterfly joints, but we do get 90 degrees at the shoulder, a bicep cut, pinless double elbows. We get a beautiful ab crunch. Well, it could be better, but it works for Captain America. We get a waist cut, legs come forward to the side. They do not go back because you got big glutes. His double knees can kick his own butt. We get a thigh cut and a boot cut and a rocker. So yeah, Captain America can do all the Captain America poses. One day they'll give him butterfly joint, and I will be the sucker, and I'll be like, oh, butterfly joint and pinless, and I'll probably get him. But for now, other than having the busted up shield, this is a pretty ideal Captain America to have if he wants to stand up. So let's check out his accessories. So we get his lenticular, which is cool, which is nice. We get his Secret Wars pog thingy, which is cool and nice. I'm gonna put those in the bag and we'll never see them again probably. We get his shield, which is cracked and broken, and then we do get the 2 pieces for him to use to fight with it, which not even a full shield, but we do get some pieces of it. It's supposed to fit in like right there. So he uses that to fight at some point in Secret Wars after Doom breaks his shield. We get an angry alternate head sculpt with gritted teeth, and I think that's the other Captain America head that we have. And then we get a saluting hand, of course. We get 2 holding hands, so slightly, two slightly open hands, and 2 fists, one of which is on him, and a pointing finger. And that is Cap's accessories. Let me go grab the other one real quick. So actually, we got 2 new head sculpts with this other Cap because none of those match up with the ones from the Secret Wars or on the 25th anniversary. So, God, y'all, this is gonna be a long video. It's taking me a while, so I'm gonna start losing some steam here. So we get 2 new heads with that Cap, both of which are nice, but we can't swap that neutral head on, unfortunately, because the blues are a lot darker, but it is what it is. I'm probably gonna put those black straps on this new Cap. And then with the shield, yes, they did use the old mold, but that makes sense. Actually, no. Is that? Yeah, no, it's smaller. I'm saying it's smaller. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I'm saying it's smaller, and that makes sense because Cap shield used to be smaller. It got slightly bigger as time went on. So, yeah, those are not the same size. Not even close. Oh, and this is the Bucky Cap shield, and that's probably what he's gonna have. So let me just take care of that real quick. There you go, look at that. The perfect Captain America, thanks to the Secret Wars wave. That is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. We're gonna do Titania next. So, Marvel Legends series, Titania, there she is. On the back, all the same stuff from before, so let's check out her blurb. When Dr. Doom harnesses the Beyonder's power to create superhumans, Mary McFerrin becomes Titania, whose immense strength and durability makes her integral to the supervillain team. I don't want to talk too much about the story of Secret Wars because, like I said, I'm going to do a Secret Wars history video / play along or whatever. I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be something. So I don't want to talk too much about it, but yeah. Let us get her out of the box. Here is Titania out of the box. As you can see, she's a big lady. She is an arch nemesis of She-Hulk, but she wasn't at the time of Battleworld. A whole city got moved there, and yeah. So I don't, like I said, there she goes. I was wondering if she's gonna fall. I don't want to spoil the story of Secret Wars. I'm gonna do that whole video. I'm waiting on 2 more figures to come. Need my retro carded Reed and, well, really just the Reed. But I need him and I can do the video because I'm trying to get all the characters that I can so I can play their parts and have them, you know, just essentially do a play-by-play of Secret Wars with the figures. But Titania here is really cool. She's big. She is, I don't know if she's on the She-Hulk body. I don't think she's as big as She-Hulk, and that maybe because they swapped out those lower legs, but like those upper legs and not the arms, obviously, or the torso. A lot of new sculpt, but she's not as big as She-Hulk. I will grab She-Hulk out of my Secret Wars box that I have right now for the comparison. And yeah, she's got some purple, she's got some spikes. Really, really beautiful head sculpt. Nice paint daps all around. So cannot pass up a big, awesome lady, even if she's bad. It's just, she's cool. I like Titania. And she was even in the She-Hulk series, so that was pretty cool. Where's the train? Sorry. Let's see if it stops. Going over the articulation, she does not get much back because her hair gets in the way, but she goes a little bit forward and to the side, so that's nice. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees. We get bicep cut, pinless double elbows that work beautifully. We get a wonderful ball joint in the ab, and that is her only abdominal movement, but she does also move at the hips. Legs come forward to the side, and they do not go back because she got a big old booty back there, and she's got double legs, which also, or double knees, which don't kick her butt because she got big old thighs. Thick thighs save lives. We get a boot cut, no thigh cut, and we get rockers at the ankles. So yeah, she's a big girl. She's not super duper articulated, but because she's bigger, it still works because she got long limbs, and it just kind of evens out as far as the posing and the dynamicness, because Titania is cool. And well, I say that, but I'm not. There she goes. See, she can stand up. So the bad guys got a square riveted kind of shield, so we get that with her lenticular masked and unmasked. It would have been nice to get an unmasked head. And 40th Secret Wars in a square. And then she comes with 2 hands for bending and smashing and grabbing stuff because she's super strong. And here she is next to She-Hulk, and yeah, there's no reuse. She is nowhere close to as big as She-Hulk. We're gonna go over the last 2 together because Beyonder doesn't have that much, and Iron Man, it's all reused other than the roller skates. So well, and that weapon down there. No, that weapon, I feel like we've seen that before too. But it's fine. Marvel Legends, Secret Wars, Marvel's Beyonder, we got Iron Man, both of the figures in the blister. After pitting the greatest superheroes and supervillains against each other, the Beyonder attempts to discover his humanity, and in the process becomes an all-powerful, if naive god. The invincible Iron Man helps the Avengers navigate the Beyonder's gladiatorial contest, all while harboring a secret about his identity. Because it's Rhodey, it's not Tony in there, and they put Tony on the lenticular. So yeah, let's get these guys out, and then we will get this video finished up, and pretty soon I will have my History of the Secret Wars video up. So yeah. Here we have our Beyonder and our Iron Man out of the box. The last two of the wave, and I'll give you a cookie if you can tell what's wrong with this Iron Man. No, I'll tell you. He should have a yellow. It's not an arc reactor. It is a unibeam in the middle of his chest. He should have a yellow unibeam, but other than that, and he should be marked as being Rhodey, but other than that, he's perfect because he's in this classic outfit with the classic colors, and he's pinless. It's an update of the 80th anniversary, which is the same exact suit, and of the and also has the yellow unibeam. And then the AI Iron Man also reuses that mold, just also with pin limbs once again. So finally, we get the classic suit in pinless. So this will be my main display. Iron Man for sure. You know, it's just classic with the hot rod red and the mustard yellow. And then the Beyonder is just a dude in a white suit, which makes sense because he's not really a human. He's a Beyonder. It's a race. That's what they do. They just kind of mess with people. And he's like, oh, humans are cool. Look at these superheroes. I want to do this. I want to join them. And then gets a physical form, and it doesn't work out well for him the first time or the second time. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Glad to have them, and gonna have wrapping up my Secret Wars collection. I would really just need the Wrecking Crew and Absorbing Man, but I'm not going to go out of my way to get them. Wrecking Crew's expensive. They need to re-release them, and they need to re-release like a deluxe Absorbing Man, and then I'll really have every Secret Wars character that was in the comic. Articulation, we'll start with Beyonder. Head goes back, forward, to the side, shoulders 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut, double elbows, which are pinless. A nice torso articulation with the ball peg, so that works pretty well. Does turn as well. Legs come forward, to the side, thigh cut, double knees with butt kicking action. We don't get a boot cut, but we do get rockers. So yeah, he doesn't need to be that dynamic. He really just needs to stand around and be like, ha ha ha, look how powerful I am compared to you tiny humans. And then Doom's like, power, you say? What happens when you take power from a devourer of worlds and a Beyond? I don't want to ruin it. But that is the Beyonder's articulation. And then Iron Man, nothing crazy. We've seen it before because this is reuse other than the pinless update. So head back to the side, all that good stuff. Shoulders 90, biceps, double elbows, ab crunch, legs, thigh cut, double knees, boot cut, thigh cut. I already said thigh cut, I think. Rockers. So yeah, basic, decent, good articulation. No butterfly joints, but with Iron Man armor, it's kind of hard to put that in there, so I get it. I don't know if you can see it, but they even painted the yellow. Yeah, you can. They even painted the yellow in the eyes, so they should have made these yellow. Why didn't they do that? Checking out the accessories for Beyonder. First of all, he comes with Battle World, a little mini version of Battle World, which is really cool. We've got different parts. You can see it's all patched together. Most of it's on fire. There's patches of green. Just really cool that they did that. It's on the front of a cover as well. We get his lenticular with his god form and his human form. And then we get 2 open hands for holding Battle World and 2 fists. And that is it for his accessories. For Iron, well, we also get that, this thing. For Iron Man, there's his circular lenticular with Tony under there, which should be Rhodey. Secret Wars hog thingy. We get a gun with a new holding hand for it so we can hold it, and then 2 new blast effects. I haven't seen them before. They're different than the ones I'm used to seeing. I thought they were going to be these ones, but they're different. So we get that weapon, that hand, those effect pieces. We get 2 smoke effect pieces as well. Then we get 2 arc blasting hands. He's got 2 fists on right now. And then we also get roller skates. So if you didn't, yeah, roller skates. That's pretty cool. So let's get them all together for a comparison. Here they all are together, posed up. Well, not all posed up, but you can see the range of heights here, and it all works for me as far as the height goes. Spider-Man should be taller than Wolverine. Captain America should be a little bit taller than, well, Iron Man should be a little bit taller than Captain America because of the suit. Titanium should be taller than all of them. The Beyonder is just a normal sized dude. So it all works for me. We all saw the separate comparisons I did. So yeah, that finishes, finally, I don't know how long this video is going to be, our Secret Wars Wave 1 video. So if y'all like this video, stay tuned for my other Secret Wars video, which is going to be a breakdown of Secret Wars. I'm going to reread the comic book before I do it, so I could do a script and all that stuff and get everything ready and have it all, I don't know. But yeah, I'm going to do a Secret Wars video. It's going to be cool. So if you like this video, hit like, hit subscribe. Make sure you comment. Let me know if you're checking out this wave, if you're excited for my video, if you know anything about Secret Wars, how your day is going. Let me know. Check out the Patreon, check out the giveaways, do all that stuff. It's been a long video. I'm tired. I don't want to talk anymore. I love you. I will see you next time. Keep your head up. Stay strong. Stay brave. I love you. Mwah. Bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with some more X-Men today from Marvel Legends. Some X-Men 97 actually. We have Nightcrawler still in the box, and we have Wolverine out of the box because I got a good deal on the figure loose with an extra head for some reason, I think from the VHS Wolverine. But yeah, with all that being said, let's take a closer look at Nightcrawler's box, and then we'll check out everything else. So let's get this bad boy open. Taking a look at Nightcrawler's box, you can see it says Marvel Studios X-Men 97 Nightcrawler. He's got a sticker over his face. We get some artwork up the top right corner of the characters. On the back, no blurb. We just get the rest of the figures in the wave and a render of the figure. So it was wave 2. So you can see we've got Magneto, Cyclops, which we have, Jean Grey, Nightcrawler, the Executioner, and Goblin Queen. So with all that being said, I think Wolverine's about to free his comrade there. It looks like he's about to tear Nightcrawler out. Dang, he sure did a number on that box. Adamantium. Here are X-Men 97, Wolverine, and Nightcrawler together. Really cool figures. They are in their classic outfits, and they are pinless, and that is why I update and then get rid of the older ones. So I'm going to get rid of my older Tiger Stripe Wolverine and my older Nightcrawler. So yeah, we do get some new head sculpts for Nightcrawler. Not as many hands. I do have extra hands for him. Not going to get rid of those. But yeah, you can see Wolverine. He's got his classic, like I said, Tiger Stripe with the blue shoulders and gloves and boots with the yellow and the black stripes all over there, which are painted very nicely, very cleanly. Unfortunately, the arm hair is not painted on this Wolverine, which is a minus to me, but it is what it is. And then Nightcrawler, like I said, in his classic costume, we've got some shadowing like he had in the show and in the comics, actually, on that red, white, and black suit with his tail, which is not wired, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is. I did have the old Toy Biz Nightcrawler at some point, but I got rid of him when I got the other Nightcrawler. So these guys are great. Really glad to have these pinless looks, especially for my display. Checking out their height, let's see here. Wolverine's going to be shorter. Obviously, you can see that, but he should be. Wolverine stands at about 5.5, and Nightcrawler stands at about 6. Going over articulation, starting with Wolverine, head goes forward, backward, to the side. We get shoulders coming up at 90 degrees, butterfly joints, bicep cuts, double elbows, loud neighbors upstairs. Wrists are on the ball, or not ball, but they're on a socket. And then we get an ab crunch, which goes forward and backward. Legs come forward that far to the side. Back, not at all, but we do get booty kicking action with some double knees, a thigh cut, and beautiful boot cuts and rockers for Wolverine, so he can get down and dirty in those Wolverine poses, which is cool. Pinless tiger stripe Wolverine, amazing. Checking out Nightcrawler's articulation. Sorry, there's a train, lots of interruptions going on today. Head forward, backward, to the side, very loud train. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. I think the butterfly joints are added. I'll wait. Maybe he's done. We get a bicep cut, double elbows. Ab crunch goes forward, backward. We get a waist cut, legs come forward, to the side and backwards. Butt kicking action, thigh cut, no boot cut. He does have some three-toed articulated feet, and we get a swivelable tail. It's not articulated. But once again, Nightcrawler, good articulation. I think the butterfly joint is new. I could be wrong, I'm gonna check. But yeah, they both pose up really well, obviously. Look at that. I was incorrect. The old one has butterfly joints, so I checked. Does the blue match? Looks like it matches, so maybe I won't be getting rid of this Nightcrawler so I can keep the head sculpts. Maybe a little bit darker, but it's pretty close. Pretty close. For the accessories, let me turn the light up a little bit for this part. We get an alternate head for Nightcrawler, which has some swooshier hair and still a neutral face, but it's got more, I guess I would say more comic booky shading than that one, although they're both kind of shaded similarly, and they both have swooshy hair. So maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. They both look actually kind of the same. Oh, I'm blind. I'm not wearing my glasses. This one, his teeth are showing. So yeah, that's one accessory, and then we get some fists for him. And then for Logan, you can see we've already got the head sculpt that is on him, but kindly the person sent me the VHS head sculpt, which is in a much lighter skin tone, because this Wolverine, the only other problem other than the no arm hair is he looked kind of jaundiced. So this is a lighter skin tone, but it would have been nice to get that head sculpt and that skin tone with the bared teeth. And then we get an animated series version of the head sculpt from X-Men 97. And then we get reuse of the mask down, cowl down accessory, if it wants to focus. Then we get the picture of him and Jean holding that. And then we get, well, we get two fists, but how's he supposed to hold the picture? I think he was supposed to come with some holding hand. Well, no, that's the 97. I don't know. I'm confused. Let me check. I'm pretty sure that this came with the VHS one. I don't think it came with the X-Men 97 one. I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments. I didn't have the box, like I said. So, and I looked it up and I can't really see it in there, so I don't know. And it looks like he might have a holding hand in that box, but he comes with two fists. So I just don't know. I don't have the box. So let me know in the comments. So let's go on to comparisons. Here they are with their older, not pinless counterparts. You can see we got the Love Triangle Wolverine, and I don't remember what Bathwave he was from, but he was from a single release Nightcrawler. So yeah, there they are together. He's slightly taller, slightly taller. Here they are with Brown Suit Wolverine and X-Men 97 Cyclops. Here they are next to Jean Grey and Rogue with some newer head sculpts, because I like the X-Men 97 figures, but I like these outfits better as far as the design goes. So once they give us those released, like new Jim Lee updated, you know, double joints, butterfly joints on both of them, we'll have really the perfect X-Men at that point, at least for one team. And lastly, here's a couple more pinless X-Men 97 looks. So yeah, we have the first edition or first appearance Rogue body with that head I just had on the other one to get her look from the end of the show. And then there's Storm and her look from the end of the show that they released in the Warbird 2-pack, which is also pinless. So there's 4, 5. Hopefully they'll release his suit. I'm sure they will from the end, because then we'll have a Secret Wars pinless Cyclops. So there's a whole X-Men 97 team right here. Y'all should be together like that. So with all that being said, y'all, 2 really cool characters from a really cool comic book and an even cooler show that came out last year. X-Men 97 was one of the best shows of 2023 in my opinion. Can't wait for season 2. Got these cool figures. So yeah, if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, let me know what's up. If you like these figures, if you grabbed them, how your day is going, just say hi. You know, whatever you want to say. if it's nice. And subscribe, did I already say that? Check the Patreon, early videos for $1. Check out the 2 giveaways we're doing. Do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Roddy Riles back with another video, coming at you with, of course, some more Marvel Legends. It was Prime Day, and there's one figure that I've been waiting on because he was like retail 70, and I was like, there's at some point he's gonna just drop below. And it's been over like a year since he came out, and finally it dropped below retail. And because of the Prime Day deal, it was like 109, and they gave him like 40-something% off. And then there was another one that I was also waiting to drop down in price, and that went down to like $16 instead of like $20. So I was like, cool. Time to scoop up some more bad guys for the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. So we have, if I can think about big box, the Blob right here, and we have Toad right here. So we've got 2 more baddies for our X-Men shelf, which is cool. We're pretty much complete at this point as far as the collection goes. There's just bits and pieces here and there, and like once I have these guys, I'll just need like Mr. Sinister on the next time they release one, and not too many more figures for X-Men, because my shelf is pretty full, my Spider-Man shelf is pretty full, my Avenger shelf is pretty full. So we're nearing the point where it's just like upgrading and replacing, getting rid of one and replacing it with a newer one as they come along, instead of getting whole waves and all that stuff. Because at this point, we're going to start doing a lot more talking about stuff and going over figures and, you know, histories and all that stuff, more original content. Still going to do figure reviews. But yeah, with all that being said, let's take a look at Blob and Toad, and let's get these bad boys open. Taking a look at Blob's box, you can see it's pretty big, and it said Marvel's the Blob, Marvel Legends, X-Men. We got some artwork of old Fred Durst. I know his name isn't Fred Durst, that's just really funny, but his name is Fred Dukes. But there's some classic artwork of the Blob. Sorry, I made myself laugh. On the back, we get a render, and it says Marvel's the Blob. We get the accessories and his height, so we don't need to measure him. He is 8.34 inches. Another render of the figure right there. Top of the box, bottom of the box. Here is our box for Toad. It is on that 20th anniversary card back, so it says Marvel first series, and then it says Marvel Legends, Marvel's Toad, 20 years, and we get the figure and a comic book in the back, well, a shot of a comic book, which is actually the other side of the stand. That's right there of the render of Toad. Marvel Legends, Marvel's Toad, and then we do get a blurb. For 20 years, the Marvel Legends series has brought the iconic characters and storylines of the Marvel Universe to fans worldwide. To celebrate the 2002 Toy Biz debut release, Marvel Legends proudly presents the 20th Anniversary Series 1, featuring Captain America, Iron Man, Hulk, and Toad. And I have Cap and now Toad from this. But with all that being said, let's get these bad boys open. We've got our 2 new additions to the Brotherhood out of the box. As you can see, of course, the Blob is much larger. Does have really nice paint apps on that face and on his outfit. It's just black and yellow, but it is painted nice and clean. And then Toad coming down that side. And there is Toad standing up. Like I said, they're really nicely painted. Nice sculpts on there. Toad's all nasty with his giant tongue. And we've got his classic kind of jester looking outfit there. So they're both pretty classic looking, which means they will fit right in on any X-Men shelf. But they did do new legs and reuse of arms from somewhere. I'm not quite sure what arms they are, but other than that, I believe the sculpt is all new. So it would have been nice if they went the extra mile and made his arms pinless, but it is what it is. We still got an awesome Toad and an awesome Blob, and they both look fantastic. So, and decent accessories too on both, so can't really ask for more. So I know what they said, Blob, he was like 8.31 something inches, but we'll measure them because I want to see how tall Toad is. So yeah, Blob is like, it's not, it doesn't even seem to be 8 inches to be on my screen, so maybe it was like 7 something inches. And then Toad is like 6 3/4. Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Going over the articulation, we will start with giant Blob here. Head goes back, forward and to the side. It is on a ball peg, just a ball peg, so it works pretty well being just that way, especially how big and burly he is with all those neck rolls that he's got on him. And there's a better look at the head sculpt right there. Really nice paint, really good hair, all that stuff. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees, no butterfly joint for obvious reasons, but we do get full rotation. No bicep cut, but we do get single elbows that work very nicely. They go a little bit over 90 degrees. Upper torso goes forward and backward, not too much. We do get also full rotation on that. There is no cut at the waist. Legs come forward, to the side, and back. Single elbows. We do get a thigh cut. No boot cut, but we do get some pretty hefty rockers. So he articulates well for being a big old blob. Checking out Toad. Head goes, well, the head came off, but it's not supposed to do that. Head goes back and forward because it is on the ball and socket, side to side. Shoulders come up 90s. We get beautiful butterflies in there, double elbows. We get a ball peg at the upper torso and ab crunch at the lower torso, which is nice. Drop down hips, which come down really far. Thigh cut, double knee, no boot cut, but we get rockers. And yeah, I always forget wrists, but you know, they're pegged, wrist pegs that we always get. So of course Toad can get down and dirty like Spider-Man would and just be like leaping along like a big old frog man. Well, not really big, kind of like a live little frog guy, but you know, he's gross, he's gangly, he's got the articulation, so they both work really well for me. Let's go over their accessories. Going over the accessories, let's go with the blob first because he's got fewer. We get two open hands. He's got an open hand and a fist there, but we get two different open hands. One that is more kind of cupped for grabbing some food. You could even put some things in his hand if you wanted to. And then another fist because we get two fists. And then we saw his other face sculpt, but here's the neutral face, also nicely painted with the lips and the eyes and the hair and the eyebrows. Everything is beautiful, beauty mist on that. And then for Toad, we get, let's see here, where did I put the, there it is. We get another head sculpt with some grinning teeth, also painted nicely. He's got some big old bug eyes and nasty teeth and a wash there on the hair, so nice head sculpt, but we want Toad with his tongue out. And then we get alternate hands. We get another open hand and a fist because he's got one of each already on. And then we get two cute little toads that'll join the rest of the animals up on my display or my diorama here. One is green, one is brown. So we get two little toads that are very, very cute. And then, because it's the 20th anniversary, he also comes with a diorama stand, which has a little swamp there with some peg holes that say Marvel Legends. And on the other side, we get a comic cover with Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch wearing green, and Magneto and Toad and Mastermind. Is that his name? I don't know. Let me know. First up, here they are with Magneto and Quicksilver for some Brotherhood of Evil Mutants action. Here they are with our 90s Rogue and our first appearance / evil Rogue. But she also wore this during Secret Wars after she had converted from the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants. So there's both versions, good and quote-unquote bad. But she's going to be my Rogue for Secret Wars, where she was part of the good guys. Here they are with Wolverine and Cyclops. And then lastly, next to Nightcrawler. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say it was a really good time to grab the Blob and Toad. I mean, Blob is pretty much as big as my face right here. So he's a really big dude. And like I said, I got him for under retail, which was great because it's cool, big hunk of plastic, really needed it on the shelf, but I was not trying to pay retail for something like this just because it was so expensive. Understandably, it's a lot of plastic. Still a cool figure. Toad is awesome too. So yeah, if you guys like this video, smash like, check out the Patreon for early content, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, comment, let me know what you think of these figures, if you got anything for Prime Day, how your day is going, just what's up with you, let me know. Check out the 2 giveaway videos we're doing. So yeah, I love you. I'll see you next time, and bye-bye. How's it going, y'all? Already Riles back with another video. We are just rounding out my X-Men shelf here so we can kind of just top off the Marvel Legends collection. Like, we'll still get bits and pieces here and there, but 2024 was a banger year. We finished a bunch of teams. We've got like all of my shelf space full. So now we're just doing head swaps in a couple of characters that we don't have. And I didn't have Psylocke, and I wanted a better head sculpt for Gambit, so we got this 3-pack on that Prime Day. It was like $60, which is a little less than it was for retail. I think it was like $70. But yeah, the Gambit head sculpt is super good. Psylocke looks awesome. Don't really care about Banshee. I already have the female Banshee, and a male named Banshee doesn't make sense because if you don't know, a Banshee is an Irish spirit and they're always female. So kind of a lame duck. I know he's the older X-Men character, but I don't really care for him. Probably going to get rid of him. With all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get these bad boys and girl open. Taking a look at the box, you can see it says Marvel Legends series, Gambit, Banshee, and Psylocke, and then it says X-Men, and we get a render of all three characters right there. On the back, we get renders with names and accessories. On this side, we get some classic Jim Lee art. On this side, we get renders once again of headshots of the figures, 60 years at the top, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, let's get this 3-pack open. As you can see, we've got the three of them out of the box. We've got Psylocke in the middle. She's got a wonderful face sculpt. It's really nice. She looks really good. And she's on that shriek body, so we've seen it before, but it does have some additions like those straps. I think those are glued on or sculpted on. I'm not sure which. So the lower legs are new, so the torso and all that. So those legs are new, and we've got a new head sculpt there for Psylocke, and of course we've seen that katana before, but now it's in translucent purplish pink, so we'll go over accessories later. And then we've got this wonderful Gambit head sculpt that is not going to stay on this figure because it would be wasted on here. You can see he's also some reuse on that body, but we've got some gloves and some straps and boots that are made specifically for this mold, and the same thing can be said for Banshee, but with the also addition of the wings and the pegs to hold the wings in that torso with the collar, so he does have a different torso and all that stuff, but they all look really good. They look like they're wearing uniforms, as they should, because they were all wearing uniforms at this point. I don't know why, I haven't read that comic, but it's not a team I'm going to assemble all together. I really just wanted Psylocke in that Gambit head, so yeah. Checking out their height, Gambit stands at just under 6.5, Psylocke stands just under 6, and Banshee stands at like 6 1/4, something like that. Close. For articulation, we will start with Psylocke. So head comes forward and head back is blocked by the hair. Side to side is also blocked. Shoulders come up over 90 degrees. We get a bicep cut, double elbows, which are beautiful. We get a ball peg in the upper torso, no ab crunch or butterfly joints, because like I said, this is mostly reuse of the shriek torso. Legs come up to the side. Double knees. She can kick her own butt quite easily. We get a thigh cut. Do we get a boot cut? No boot cut, but we do get rockers and wrist pegs and all that stuff. So she can do some psionic ninja poses because, you know, her ability is making psionic weapons out of psychic energy. So she's a pretty cool character. It's my first chance I got to get a Psylocke, and honestly, I would want the classic suit when they make it, but she's still pretty cool and she poses pretty well. But Psylocke on that ultra articulated like Black Widow Captain Marvel body would be ideal. And we'll just go over Gambit for the male because they are on the same body other than this torso, and they have the same articulation scheme, which is an ab crunch. So let's get started. Forward, backward, he's got a lot more movement than Psylocke does. To the side, shoulders 90 degrees, butterfly joints, bicep cuts, double elbows, ab crunches. Is there a boot? No glove cut. Pegs at the wrists, legs come forward, no drop down hip, to the side and back. He can kick his own butt. We do get a thigh cut. We do get a boot cut and rockers. So Gambit, Banshee, both of them can do the poses you would expect them to be able to do. So yeah, pretty cool. So let's check out their accessories. We'll do Banshee first. Like I said, it's stupid that his name is Banshee because the Banshee is a female Irish Ghost. So we have a screaming head, which does not have sideburns, does have very, very nicely sculpted detail though, so we've got some fine lines in there. And then we get an alternate head sculpt in a neutral phase with those big old mutton chops. So there's an Irish looking guy. And then he gets 2 fists for swappable hands. And then I'll show you his wings as well. I may keep him, I may not get rid of him just because I don't have the male banshee, but it's just stupid that that's his name. I do have his, I believe it's his niece, the female banshee, but as you can see, that's how they did it. They put these pegs on the boots and the arms and in the sides to get his wings to stay on, which is different than the female banshee. So that's his accessories. For Psylocke, we get an open palm hand and another grabbing hand. She has a grabbing hand and a fist there on her body, and then we get her psionic katana with an energy effect to make it more psionic and stuff. And then she gets another, like a psionic little dagger thingy, and it just slips over her wrist and her fist slots into there. You already saw them on her, so really, it's not really too complicated, but it is nicely sculpted. And that's her accessories. And then your boy, Remy Lobo, he has the 2 gripping hands for holding the weapons and stuff, you know. He needs that down in the bayou. And then, sorry, bad Cajun accent. And then we've got his bow staff down here, you know, mon ami, because he needs that to smack some people upside the head, because some people need some sense, man. I'm getting kind of Jamaican there, I don't know where that's going. And then we've got a leather bag. That's for use. We've seen that plenty of times in Marvel Legends. And then we get a hand specifically for holding his charged up card, which in this case is an Ace of Hearts. And you just slot it between those fingers and it works perfectly. It's nice, vivid purplish pink. And then we get his card throwing hand, which we've also seen before with a couple of other aces. All the aces are there. We got the diamond, spade, and whatever the other one is. I don't remember, but yeah. So those are their accessories. Here they are next to Retro Card Gambit and the female banshee from the Bonebreaker wave. And I think that's his niece. I don't think it's his daughter. I think it's his niece. I could be wrong. Let me know in the comments. But that head sculpt is going to be going on this Gambit, although it would have looked better on the other release because the headgear is black and that one's blue to match the rest of the bodysuit. But it really doesn't matter. It could be black for him. It's okay. But I'll show you guys really quick. Isn't that just perfect? Like, I'll do more in photography, but yeah, that's an awesome Gambit head sculpt. It's amazing. Here they are next to Wolverine and Rogue. And then lastly with Scott and Jean. So I think that about does it. We got some good comparisons in there. So with all that being said, y'all, it's a really cool 3-pack. Well, 2 out of 3. This Gambit's awesome. Head sculpt is going somewhere else, so I don't know what I'm gonna do with the body, but you can use it for a different X-Men if you wanted. And the Psylocke, I don't have one. It's not my favorite costume of her, but I do have one finally. Eventually they'll release a pinless classic Psylocke, so we'll have an extra head sculpt for that and some extra effects pieces. We got a better Gambit head sculpt, so totally worth it to me. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, check out the Patreon, check out my 2 giveaway videos, comment down below, let me know what you think of this 3-pack. If you have it, if you're passing, if you're waiting for a new pinless, completely updated Gambit, or if you're just doing the head swaps, how your day is going, just let me know what's up. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. Today we're gonna check out this action figure. It's the potato my girlfriend's going. It's not an action figure. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Rouse back with another video. I signed up for Marvel Universe, which is the comic book online subscription, which has essentially Marvel's entire catalog. Sorry, I'm bouncing because I'm sitting on a bouncy ball. It's good for your back. They have their entire catalog, and it's like $100 for the Premium Plus member, and then you get a kit, an annual kit. And I got the one from last year earlier, a couple weeks ago. It had Nova as an action figure, which is kind of, I didn't have Nova, so he's up on my shelf. I'm not going to talk about him. But the one that they sent for the new kit, which is for 2023 or 2024, 2025. So the whole year, if you sign up, you get this kit at some point in the mail. On the outside, it says 50 years Wolverine. It's got Wolverine on the box, and I was so confused by that because inside the box, well, this is the one from last year. So it sent us a Loki comic book, and actually 2 Loki comic books. Well, no, Captain Marvel and Loki with variant covers. Or no, the Captain Marvel one comes with this one. See, I'm all over the place. But the other one came with the Loki comic, and then it came with a Loki pen and a Loki patch. So we have those right here. And then this year's one came with the Captain Marvel variant cover. Captain Marvel Dark Temple, I think is what it's called. And then we get the checklist right here. And then we get a Snickets. Snicket, that's the sound that Wolverine's claws make when they come out. We get a patch, and then we get a Helverine pin, which is pretty cool. And then the star of the show, oh wait, maybe that comic book was from the old one, because yeah, is the ooh, I just threw him. The Arachnite figure, and it is a variant cover. It is not really, it's just a Moon Knight variant cover, which is on the back. So there's the box already. I don't know if you can see that, but I'll zoom in for y'all. But it's a Moon Knight variant cover, so that's where the figure comes from. It's not like a character or anything. There was like an Arachnite or something from like when the heroes fused, but this is just completely different. It's a variant. It's Night Spider. It says it right there. It's on a retro Spider-Man card. And then we get the figure, which is just reuse of the Moon Knight body with the Spider-Man head and some different paint apps. So yeah, we have him there. We'll get him out of the box. And then we do get another comic book down here, which is a Wolverine comic, Wolverine Revenge, Marvel Variant Edition #1. So that is that box. We will check out the figure. Well, that is 2 boxes really, other than the Nova figure. And on the inside of the box, it's also pretty cool because we get some artwork of Wolverine right there. So just a pretty cool box for subscribing, and then you get the whole Marvel catalog for the entire year as well. So I'd say it's a pretty good deal. So yeah, that's the box. We'll check out Night Spider, and I think I was calling it Marvel Universe, but it's Marvel Unlimited. So here is our Marvel Unlimited Spider Knight out of the box. Nothing too new here other than the paint apps and the head sculpt. If the head sculpt is new, it might be reused. I don't quite know. But he's got, you know, he's a mix between Spider-Man and Moon Knight. It was a variant cover. It was not the combination of the 2 characters, which was Arachnite. That was actually from like an Avengers comic book run where like a bunch of heroes got combined with each other. But you can see we've got like a kind of Egyptian looking spider on there, some webs on the bottom of the cape, and the cape is reused as well from Moon Knight. I don't know if it's the same. No, it's not the same as that one, but it's the same as the older Moon Knight cape. But yeah, he's got, you know, spider and moon motifs on him because he's a combination of the 2 characters for a variant cover. So like I said, the only thing missing is he doesn't have wraps like he's supposed to have on his arms, but they did make them gray, and we do have like those moons, and it's all painted nicely. I don't see any bad paint apps. So you get a figure, you get a pin and a comic book and a couple other things, and then you get a subscription to all of Marvel's comics library for a whole year. So I'd say it's a pretty good deal. For his accessories, we got a bigger moon scythe thing, and then we got a smaller one, which I already put away. I don't want to lose it, but it's the same thing, but smaller. And that was so you could put it between the fists on a Moon Knight, like this one, which has those little slots. So there's a little crescent dagger that fits right there, but I don't want to lose it, so it's with my Moon Knight accessories. Not going to do articulation because that's on the Sunfire, older Sunfire body. Here he is next to Moon Knight and Moon Knight. I think they share the same body, so he's on Sunfire, he's on Sunfire. Let me know if I'm wrong. Pretty sure I'm right. And then here he is next to Spider-Man and Spider-Man on the right body for Spider-Man, which is the Amazing Fantasy body, because that's the right height. As you can see, they're both shorter than this Moon Knight, and that's fine because that's on the Sunfire body, which is too big for Spider-Man because that's about the same height as, let me see here, who do I have here? I got Icarus, and I'll just show you how much, well, Icarus is about half a head taller, but that's about how tall Captain America would be. And Spider-Man should not be close to the same height as Captain America. He should be at least 4 to 5 inches shorter, and that works for me. So if you have, I saw it on a Facebook group I'm in, and everyone's like, really fast. No, it's not the right scale. Maybe better articulated body, but it's not the right scale for Spidey with other Marvel Legends. Spider-Man with Spider-Man stuff, like villains and all that stuff, sure, you can use the Renew Your Vows. That's how my shelf is. But when you have Spider-Man next to Captain America, Wolverine, Thor, he needs to be in between all of those characters. And the Renew Your Vows is too tall. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. It's too tall. Maybe Amazing Fan is too lean, but he's not too tall. He's just the right height. So yeah, don't really want to do too much for this video because it's just a cool figure you get as a bonus, but there's some comparison, all the normal stuff except for articulation. So yeah. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that Marvel Universe is a pretty good deal. You get a variant figure or a one-off like this one, which is pretty cool. Now don't expect to get like a brand new pinless figure. This is like cost cutting, or like what can we do for a cheap costly figure. But this one they actually put on a blister card. The last one I got was just a little baggy. So they upped the game a little bit, as well as with this figure, because he's got all new paint. It's an all new character that they hadn't made a figure of before. He does have pinned arms. I think it's on the older Moon Knight body, so the Sunfire body or something. It looks like, I could be wrong. I haven't really got into the comparisons and stuff yet as I'm filming this. But he's a cool figure. The paint apps are clean for mine. He's supposed to have wraps on his arms, so that's a little bit of a disappointment. But you know, like I said, you can't expect everything from this. So if you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed, check out the Patreon, check out my giveaways for subscriber milestones. Comment, let me know what you think. If you think it's a good deal, I do. So that's my opinion. If you're reading anything right now, let me know what you're reading. I'm finishing up Secret Wars in 1984, 83, 84 right now to get to my video. I'm still waiting on one more thing to come to finish that. So yeah, do all that stuff. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. Be ready for shock because my setup is new. I'm in the other room filming just because there's more room. Even though now there's less room because well, you'll see. But today we're checking out, what do you think we're checking out? We've got Spider-Gwen from Across the Spider-Verse, and the only reason I got her was because she's got the trans colors. She's got the pink, well, it's more of a purple in here, pink and blue, but in the movie, the writers have even said that they did this on purpose, and she even has a Protect Trans Kids poster in her room whenever she's in the movie and she's talking to her dad. The lighting is like pink and blue hued, which is, you know, the trans colors are pink, blue, and white. So it's kind of, she's not a trans character per se, but the metaphor is there in her character arc with her dad accepting who she is, which is to say a spider person, ghost spider, Spider-Gwen, whatever you want to call her. She's a superhero. Her dad has trouble accepting that because he thinks she's a criminal. So they use that lighting and that story point to kind of intertwine their own narrative in that, which is really awesome. And in case you didn't know, like, I'm sure if you've watched this channel for a long time, I'm trans. So that's really cool that they put that in the movie. Also, I'm quote unquote coming out for the first time in a video saying that, but I've, you know, told people in the comments and all that, and I'm pretty sure you can tell, like, I'm a transgender woman. So it was really cool to see that movie and see a really awesome character like Gwen Stacy, Ghost Spider, have those things put into her narrative that are not like so blatant for crazy people who just think that would ruin everything, which it doesn't. It doesn't affect the character's arc or who they are or anything. It's just part of being a person. So yeah, really cool character, really cool figure. So with all that being said, let's take a closer look at the box and we'll get this bad girl open. Taking a look at the front, you can see it says Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. We've got the figure, and then it says Spider-Gwen down there, Marvel Legends, and we've got some artwork over there of Gwen and Miguel and Miles. So really nice card, but it is just trash to me. You all know that. On the back, we got Marvel Legends series, Spider-Gwen, and then it shows the other figures in the wave. Like I said, I only got Gwen because of the colors. I may pick up Peter and Miles and Miguel if I see them on clearance at some point. But But yeah, with all that being said, let's get this Batgirl open. So we got the box, and well, it's already ruined now, but damn. Okay, I did it. I'm strong. You know, I got this. Don't worry about it. There she is. Let's kind of move that a little bit. I need to figure out the lighting situation. As you can see, we've got our Marvel Legends Spider-Gwen out of the box. She's got some really nice, really clean paint apps on her feet and on her arms. She's got those pink and blue stripes that you can see. She's got her, I forget what they call it, but the thing that they have on their wrist to communicate with each other. A really nice head sculpt. Her hair is not blonde, but it is pink and blue, as you can see. And I don't mind it. She's pinless, she's spindly like she is in the movie, so they really captured the art style with this figure. So I think they did a really good job, and she'll definitely replace the old Gwen Stacy Spider-Gwen that I have on my shelf, because that one kind of sucks. So yeah, I like this one. She is stylized, but the good thing about being a Spider-Verse is they come from all over the place. So really glad to have this Spider-Gwen. Checking out her height, she stands at about 5 3/4 inches. I could be wrong though. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, it goes forward and backward, to the side, not as much. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We do get a bicep cut. We get double elbows that are very spindly, but they work. I'm not afraid I'm going to break her, at least not right now. She was cold probably when I got her. We've got upper ball peg in the torso, nothing in the lower torso. She goes forward that far, back that far. She's got a thigh cut, double knees, so of course she can kick her own butt with ease. And then she has a rocker for the ankles, so she can do some very, very spidery poses. Like look how low you can get those legs. She doesn't have a drop down or anything, but she can still do some spidery poses for sure if you get her situated right. So you could even have her wall crawling if you wanted to, like that. So that's pretty cool. I know you can't see her face. Sorry, I'm really still getting used to this new setup. It's a learning curve. There's a lot of room, but also it's lighting and angles I still gotta figure out. So checking out her accessories. Checking out her accessories. What they give us is right here. So we get her masked head, we get a web shooting hand and a fist, and we get, I forget, is it Lola? I don't know what her name is, but I don't remember. I've only seen the movie once, and it's been a while, like when it came out on Netflix. So I don't remember who this is, but it's cool. You get that, you get this head, and you get those hands. So let's swap the mask real quick. So there she is with the Ghost Spider mask on. And I really do think that regardless of her being from the movie, she'll still fit in a comic book shelf. She's not overly super exaggerated like the movie is. She's still kind of tall and lanky, which, you know, some teenagers are. So she can totally fit in with my comic book shelf. And yeah, let's, I guess, get into comparisons. So first of all, here she is with the old Ghost Spider on the left, and then we've got the retro carded Gwen Stacy on the right. Here she is next to Gamerverse Miles and the retro card Spider-Man with the Raft McFarlane head. For some bigger characters, here she is next to the retro carded Apocalypse and the VHS Mr. Sinister, and I will do a video of them together here pretty soon. And then lastly, here she is with Spider-Punk and Spider-Ham. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say that the Ghost Spider, Spider-Gwen from Across the Spider-Verse is totally worth it. Cool character, cool concepts in the movie, and I just really like the character, and then Haley Steinfeld voiced her, so she's a really good actress. She also plays Hawkeye, the new Hawkeye for like Young Avengers and all that stuff. So multiversal Spider-Man Marvel stuff is always great. So we've got Spider-Gwen. If you guys like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, let me know if you're getting this wave, if you're grabbing 1 or 2 figures, if you're passing completely, how your day is going, let me know what's up. Check out the Patreon, check out my 2 giveaways, do all that stuff. I love you. Keep your head up. Stay brave. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Rouse back with another video. We have some more Marvel Legends today. We have the Shield 3-pack with a Nick Fury, Sharon Carter, and Dum Dum Dugan. He's missing the head in there because I already have it on Nick Fury Jr. because this is multiple character pack, because this is Nick Fury and Nick Fury Jr. because it comes with 2 heads. And yeah, so I already put that on the Nick Fury Jr. body that I had. So I upgraded the really old one, and I have the rest of these for new Shield agents. So yeah, with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and look at these bad boys and girls. Taking a look at the front of the box, you can see it says Legend Series, Marvel, Captain America, Dum Dum Dugan, Nick Fury Jr., and Sharon Carter, and all the figures in there. Like I said, that head's missing. It's up there. On this side, we get some artwork of 2 of the characters. On the back, we got some shots and names of the characters. All 3 on this side. We got Sharon, Nick, and Dum Dum. Shield logo on the top, not much on the bottom. With all that, let's get these bad boys open. Look at all these pinless bodies. So here they are out of the box. As you can see, Nick Fury and Dum Dum are on the same body. They have the same overlays with the plastic and the same boots and the same gloves. The only difference is Dum Dum Dugan's neck is painted skin color and Nick Fury's isn't, and that is so you can swap on Nick Fury Jr.'s head, so that you can have either version. But I have this body right here that I can put the head on if I want. The skin tones don't match exactly, but if I wanted all 4 of them on my shelf, what I'm probably going to do is swap the Nick Fury Jr. head onto this one and have Nick Fury on that one, just because I know Dum Dum Dugan as a character. A lot of people don't. I know who he is, but he's kind of inconsequential to me. And of course, over here we've got the new Sharon Carter. I had the old one, but she kind of sucks, so I got rid of her before I even knew this one was coming out. But she is on that super articulated Black Widow body. The only gripe I have is these shoes are black, but they even painted it down there to be that way, so she's wearing boots underneath these leggings or pants or whatever they are. But I really like this head sculpt, the second head sculpt that she came in with, that nice bun. Nice paint apps on the shoulders are showing. Mostly reused from that Black Widow body. So yeah, really cool to have her. Not much to say about these guys other than it's a black bodysuit. Well, dark blue with white glove panels and all that kind of stuff, and white belts, which is Shield's uniform. So totally works for me. And yeah, if you didn't know, because Samuel L. Jackson is obviously Nick Fury in the MCU, the original Nick Fury was this guy, and they eventually created the Ultimate Universe, and they made Nick Fury black, and they based him on Samuel L. Jackson, and that's why they cast Samuel L. Jackson in the MCU. And eventually, they brought Black Nick Fury into the comic book universe by making him Nick Fury Jr., which is the original Nick Fury's son. So then they both are in the comic book universe coexisting, and that's pretty cool. But really quickly, there's that Nick Fury. It would have been cool if they made it kind of look like David Hasselhoff. There's Dum Dum's head sculpt. They're all really nice. They all have really good photo real. And there's Sharon Carter's, and she does come with another head sculpt, which I swapped. But yeah, they're really cool figures. It's a really cool 3-pack. Checking out their height, and they're on the same body, but he's going to be taller because of his bowler hat on his head. He stands at like 6.5. He's about 6 1/4, just over 6 1/4, and she's just about 6 inches. Going over the articulation, sorry, we will just go over Nick for the male bodies because they're the same body. So the head is on that ball peg and socket, which works well. So forward, backward, side to side is not as well on those, but there's some trade-offs. Beautiful butterfly joint, beautiful bicep cut, double elbows that are very fluid. You saw that, works very well. Just an ab crunch, no ball peg, so there's a waist cut. Legs come up, no drop down. Thigh cut, double knees. He can kick his own butt with ease. Like I said, thigh cuts, boot swivel, rockers, all that good stuff. So you can get him in whatever tactical pose you would want to. I'll maybe fix his boot there. But yeah, same with Dum Dum Dugan. They both work really well as far as the articulation and the posing. And for Sharon, of course, it's on that ultra articulate Black Widow body, but head goes back, forward way further than it goes back, side to side way more than Nick Fury did. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We do get a butterfly joint, bicep cut, beautiful double, oops, she dropped her gun, double elbows, wonderful ball socket in the upper torso, ab crunch, so back and forward, legs come forward that far to the side, not back far at all, but she can kick her own butt and back. Thigh cut, no rockers because she just has these shoes on, but we do get, well, not no rockers, no boot cut, but we do have rockers and all that stuff. So just like Nick Fury, you can have her posed in whatever spy action pose you would want. For accessories, first of all, so both Dum Dum Dugan and Nick Fury get 2 of these ones, and then we get just 2 of the yellow ones for Sharon, and then we get 2, 4, 6 smoke pieces. So all of the guns that they come with have at least some effect piece, so that's cool. So 6 of those, is it 6, 4 of those or 6 of the, I don't remember. 6, yeah, 6, 2, and 4. Then we get 2 of this rifle. You can see Nick Fury's holding one, so that means Dum Dum Dugan and both Nick Fury get one. And they're new sculpt, I believe. They're painted with some silver and black, so those are painted really nicely, and there's still that rubbery plastic. And then we get 2 of these pistols that we've seen before with the Rose and some other figures, but they have the silver painted. One has a longer magazine and the other one doesn't, and the one has a sight and the other one doesn't, so there's slight differences, but we get 2 of those, so you can have 1 for each and 1 for each. 2 of these knives, so we get 2 of those that we've seen a million times before. And then Sharon gets 3 guns. 2 of them I've seen with Black Widow. These 2 came with the ultra articulated Black Widow. And this one, I'm not sure where it's from. I don't know if it's new or if it's a remake of an older one, but they all have a hole to port an effect piece in. And then lastly, we get hands, hands, hands galore. We get trigger fingers, open hands, and fists for all of them. And then Dum Dum Dugan and Nick Fury both get these tactical, like, go, go signs. And one of my batteries just died in the back. Oh no. First of all, for scale and comparison, here they are with Agent Maria Hill, Agent Daisy Johnson, aka Quake. Here they are with that Nick Fury Jr. head sculpt on the older Nick Fury body. Here they are next to some Hydra agents. This one's obviously a lot bigger. Here they are with Madam Hydra, Baron Zemo, and lastly the Red Skull, because these are S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and that was mostly Hydra guys, so yeah. So with all that being said, y'all, I will say if you can grab this S.H.I.E.L.D. 3-pack for retail, it's totally worth it. You get 3 brand new pinless bodies. She's on the ultra articulated body, so really great articulation. I think he might be on the Vulcan buck, I'm not quite sure, same with Dum Dum Dugan, but we do get the new S.H.I.E.L.D. updates and new Sharon Carter. I already got rid of my old one, so I needed her. I didn't have Dum Dum or Nick Fury. Now I have 2 different versions of Nick Fury, because Nick Fury Jr.'s up there with the other head sculpt that he came with. So yeah, it's a win for me. And if you guys think it was a win watching this video, hit like, hit subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Check out my Patreon for $1 a month for early videos. We are doing 2 giveaways, one at 3.5 and one at 5K. And do all that stuff, of course. Comment, let me know if you got this pack, if you're gonna get it, how your day is going. Just let me know what's going on. I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. I'm really turning into a Marvel Legends channel. I didn't want that this year, but they got so many good releases. Like, what happened? Our story begins in the far reaches of outer space, where a group of Earth's mightiest heroes find themselves on some mysterious space station in the middle of nowhere. And from outside, they can see another group, or another space station, with probably some more people on it, and that's the only thing they see. And they're kind of confused as to what's going on. So we have a group of the X-Men with Colossus, Wolverine, Rogue, Charles Xavier, Cyclops, Storm, Nightcrawler, and Magneto. So he's with the good guys. And then we have a group of the Avengers consisting of Captain America, Captain Marvel, Iron Man, the Wasp, Thor, She-Hulk, and Hawkeye. And then Spider-Man is on his lonesome, as well as the Fantastic Four. We have Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, and then we have the Thing, and of course we have the world's smartest man, Reed Richards. So that's our group of heroes for this story. And they're kind of just questioning what's going on in this moment. Reed is kind of like using his big brain to explain, hey, I think we've all been transported here molecularly, and we've been broken down to our atomic levels and reassembled here on this space station for whatever reason. And there's another group over there. So as they kind of spiral closer, they can kind of see who's on the other ship, and it's a bunch of bad guys. And this group is maybe not as big as the heroes group, but there are some very, very heavy hitters here. Of course, Dr. Doom, everyone's afraid of him. We've got the Molecule Man, who can control molecules down to their atomic level, so he can essentially do whatever he wants. We have the Enchantress, who is an Asgardian goddess with magical powers. Ultron, made of adamantium, pretty much indestructible. Dr. Octopus, one of Spider-Man's smartest and most long-lasting villains. Kang the Conqueror. We have the Absorbing Man, who anything he touches, he can absorb its properties. We have the Lizard lurking in the background, kind of crazy, just kind of there because he's a vicious animal. And then we have the Wrecking Crew, a group of some big burly bad guys who have a bone to pick with a bunch of heroes, and they're all really strong, and two of them have some really powerful weapons. And then to top it all off, we have the destroyer of worlds, whoever hungers, Galactus, and he's with the bad guys as well, but we all know Galactus is just kind of there. He's not really bad or good. He just kind of does and is. So that is the tables, and as these two groups start to survey each other, they see something off in the distance of the emptiness of space. Some cosmic power in front of their very eyes is pulling bits and pieces of the universe and the galaxy into one orb, one planet, one battle world. And as they witness this, they are once again transported, and they are transported as groups onto Battle World, which is this planet right here. And while this is going on, they're all kind of just questioning, why is Magneto here? He's kind of a bad guy. I don't think we should trust him. And the mutants are kind of like doing their own thing as well. They're just kind of talking amongst themselves, and the heroes are just like, I don't know what's going on, but we should all work together right now at this moment to figure out what is happening. And while all this is happening as well, Ultron is just like, you know, I don't know many things, but I do know that if there's something organic, I don't really want it alive, and everything around me is alive, so I'm just kind of gonna go crazy and attack everybody. So that's what Ultron does. He just goes off on his own and starts blasting everyone. Everyone's like, holy crap, this guy's adamantium, he's indestructible, and Ultron's just like, I'm Ultron. Blah, blah, blah. So while everyone's fighting this guy, Ultron, blah, 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 Doom is like, hey, Molecule Man, I know you're kind of a loser and kind of pathetic, but you're kind of the most powerful dude that we have here, and you can really do whatever you want. And then at this point, Ultron is over here, and he's like, hey, look at this big guy, let me blast him. So he starts attacking Galactus. And Galactus, like, he doesn't notice a lot of things, but he's kind of annoyed by Ultron. So he's just like, hey, Ultron, you wanna mess with the power cosmic? Well, that was pretty good. So he just kind of absorbs Ultron's energy, and Ultron just kind of drops to the ground. And that's when the planet starts to put together, and then Galactus is like, hey, I sense that power. I know exactly who is behind this. So Galactus, he just all of a sudden, he goes off, he goes ham. He's like, hey, I'm taking off. I'm going towards this power, and it's the only thing powerful than me. So I'm gonna confront it. So Galactus is going towards the Beyonder, and Doom is like, if this guy's going up there trying to get all that power, what should I probably be doing? Because we all know that Victor Von Doom seeks power always. So Doom is kind of piggybacking on Galactus at this point towards the force, or towards the power that is the Beyonder. And come to find, they both get there and they cannot go past the shield. So they're both just kind of whoosh, blasted to the surface of this new planet. That's when the other groups are teleported there fully. So we've got our heroes all together, and then our bad guys all together, and we've got pretty much Galactus and Doom just knocked the F out right now. So, you know, the heroes are all intact, they're all together. So what is the first thing they do? They start going after Magneto. Hawkeye's just kind of a jerk all throughout Secret Wars. He's kind of an antagonizer. He just kind of a dick to everybody. He's like, Magneto, you're a bloodthirsty monster. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be here. And then the other mutants are like, you can't talk about mutants like that. You guys don't stick up for us ever. And, you know, he's here with us for a reason. He's with the good guys. So maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe you shouldn't be such jerks. And Magneto is just like, you know what? Screw you guys. I'm getting him. So he just kind of flies off on his own and blasts them for good measure. And it's just like, F off, losers. I'm my own thing. So Magneto takes off. So he goes off on his own. He's like, oh, I've got a plot. I've got a plan. I've got to figure out what's going on. And then the question comes to decide who's going to lead all these guys. And at this time, Janet Van Dyne, the Wasp, is the leader of the Avengers. And she's like, you know, I'm not really up for the task of so many different people all at once. Captain America, you're a good tactician. You should lead us. And he hasn't really led the Avengers at this point. It's not really been his thing. He's always been helping, and you know, he's been in his position of knowing what to do and being Captain America, and he's just like, you know what, if it's what you guys want, then I guess I'll do it. And Wolverine is just also kind of a dick to this, and they resolve it. Captain America and Wolverine, they come to an understanding throughout this thing, but that's not right now. Wolverine's like, yo, he's the least of us. He's just like super strong. He's not like, doesn't have a healing factor. He can't, you know, knock people out like Colossus or Rogue. He doesn't have a suit of armor. He's just a dude with a shield. And you know, they're like, you know, he may just be a man with a shield, but he's got spirit. He's Captain America. He's going to lead us. So it's decided that Captain America is in charge on Battle World for now with these groups of heroes. And Thor is like, you know, he may be a man, but I would follow that man anywhere, because Thor and Cap are bros. They've always been bros. They understand each other. And Thor's a god. So he's like, if a god's going to follow the captain, then we all probably should. So they all kind of fall in line. So at this point, Doom gets up. He's like, yo, I'm alive. And Galactus is unconscious. So let me take this as a sign to GTFO and regroup. So he kind of goes off and goes to find the other bad guys. And Galactus is just kind of laying there chilling for a while. And then, you know, Doom strolls back into these guys. And we've got Ultron down for the count. And, you know, so Doom strolls back in, and they're like, we've been waiting for you. There's a lot of weaponry here. We can really kick it to these heroes and all that stuff. And Doom is like, no. We're here for a reason. The Beyonder, when he sent them here, I forgot this part. He's like, whoever wins this battle slays their enemies, blah, blah, blah. I will grant their wildest desires. And they all kind of hear this on this head when they hear this in their head when they land on the planet. He's just kind of this omnipresent. He doesn't look like this in the original Secret Wars, I don't believe. He doesn't really have a physical form until Secret Wars 2. The Beyonder's just like, yeah, I'll give you whatever you want if you guys win. And Doom's like, no, we're not going to play his game. We could be immortal. We could be the most powerful beings in the universe, because Doom, that's how Doom thinks. He's like, you know, my mom died. Her soul is with Mephisto because she traded her soul for power, and I need to help her. And that's why he has, you know, his drive for magic and all that stuff. And then when he does get the chance to help her, he just turns her skin into a magical something. And yeah, it's not great. But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Secret Wars. So Doom's just like, you guys are fools. I'm not going to really mess with you right now, because, you know, you're kind of just small picture, small potatoes. So Doom takes off. And Kang the Conqueror over here doesn't really take kindly to that. So he sees Doom take off in a vehicle, and he's got this giant laser cannon. And he's like, just for funsies, let me blow Doom sky high. So he blasts Doom rocket, and they see it go down. So Doom's just like, oh! And yeah, as far as they know, they took him out. But we all know that's not how Doom rolls. So the heroes see this happen. They see this explosion. They're like, all right, let's jump to it. Let's see what's going on. And they get to the ship, and they see Doom crawling out of the wreckage. And Doom's just like, oh, hey, what's up, guys? How are you doing? I'm alive. They tried to kill me, but I'm alive. So at this point, they're battling Doom. Doom is battling them. And the bad guys over here are just like, now's our opportunity. So let's attack the heroes. So at this point, everyone's fighting. And that is where issue 1 ends, with the two groups finally meeting for their first conflict in the Secret War. And Doom sure is getting the crap kicked out of him right now. But that does change. On to issue 2. I also forgot that Lockheed the Dragon was with Colossus, and that's because Colossus is with Kitty and Lockheed is her dragon. So Lockheed's there too, and at this point, you know, all the heroes and the villains are fighting, so just pretend there's a huge skirmish going on. There's a tiny little dragon blasting fire at people, and people are getting the crap kicked out of them. A couple people go down. And at the end of the skirmish, there's not really casualties, but there's some people that are, you know, knocked the F out. So when we get back to the battle, and the heroes are kind of regrouping and trying to fight after getting their tails kicked pretty hard in the first half of the battle. And then the bad guys are bringing it to them. Enchantress is fighting She-Hulk. She's beat up most of the X-Men already. So She-Hulk goes in after an Enchantress, and they start fighting. And then, you know, they start to get the upper hand. And by the end of the battle, they've captured a few people. Kang, the Enchantress, and a couple members of the Wrecking Crew. And yeah, they take off. Storm's like, we got this. I'm the leader of the X-Men. I'm going to go do some scouting and see what's going on. And she flies off. So Doom's over by Galactus, and he's like, wow, he's still out. And no sooner does he say that, Galactus just kind of gets up. He doesn't really lift. He just kind of just stands up. No like movement or anything, just kind of levitates up. And he's like, and then he just flies off. And Doom, because he can fly, he's got rocket jets, he's like flying along. He's like, hey dude, let's talk. I got some stuff to tell you. We should talk. And Galactus just kind of ignores him, and Doom is just like, oh, this is useless. None other than the indestructible, currently very dead Ultron. So Doom, while the others are gone, does his thing. He gets to work, and he gets Ultron running. So the heroes are proud of themselves. They've got a couple of captives, and you know, they're not going to kill them because they're captives. They're heroes. They're not. So they've got 3 members of the Wrecking Crew. They have the Enchantress, and they have Kang, and they're trekking along with their hostages. And they see a giant techno base, much bigger than the one, well, I don't know if it's bigger, but it looks bigger than the one that Doom has now, his Doom base. So they're like, cool, we got this place, it's got all this stuff here, it's got a place to hold these villains, so let's put them in a cage, and let's kind of chill out for now, because we need to keep watch. And Captain America's like, all right, I'm going to get some shut-eye, all y'all need to keep watch, because these guys could attack at any moment. We don't know what's going on. We're in a strange planet, and we all just need to stay on our toes and get some rest, but also be ready. Wake me up at a certain time, and just, you know, stay on your guard. And then we check in with Magneto, who's kind of surveying his surroundings and looking about what's going on. He's like, this planet's crazy. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on. And he found his own base, and he set it up, and he's got a place to hang back and figure out what's going on. And he's just like, I don't know why they put me with the X-Men, but it's not really, Beyonder doesn't really know us, so I guess he just put all his mutants together, and that explains that. And then we get back to the bad guys, who just got their butts kicked after kind of winning at the first half. So they're just kind of tails between the legs, heading back to what they think is still their base. So they get there, and there's a lot less of them. There's Dr. Octopus, the lizard, who actually kind of disappeared. He kind of scurried off. No one knows where the lizard is. And then we have, you know, member of the Wrecking Crew, Absorbing Man, Molecule Man, and they show up, and Doom is here, and he's like, what's up, guys? This is my house now, and if you don't like it, here's my guard dog. His name is Ultron. So anybody has a problem with it, take it up with my guard dog, and then you can take it up with me. And they're all just kind of like, shit, man, we just can't win today. So they try to fight Doom, and he's just like, nah, smacks him around a little bit. And then he's like, remember, I got this guard dog, so just don't mess with me. It's not a good idea. So they're all just like, all right, I guess you're in charge, Doom. And everyone's kind of questioning where Galactus is, and he's just off on a mountaintop somewhere, just standing there. They're just like, what, huh? That's weird. Wonder what he's doing. And you can see him for miles because he's a big guy. He's just sitting up on the mountain in front of everybody, and they're just like, well, I guess we should keep an eye on him, because Galactus really only ever does one stinking thing, and that's eat planets, because he's kind of a hungry dude. So everyone starts talking in their own groups. Johnny and Spider-Man are talking. Ben and Reed are talking. She-Hulk and Janet are talking, and, you know, the X-Men are talking amongst themselves. Just like, it's kind of crazy, all this stuff that's going on. They don't know where Lockheed is. He kind of disappeared after the first battle. Colossus is like, has anyone seen the dragon? And they're like, nope, no dragon, bub. He'll be all right, or he won't, because we're probably not making all of out of here alive. You can tell who said that. It was Wolverine. He's like, dragon, we're probably all gonna die, dude. So why are you worried about her dragon for? So they're all kind of just talking, and then lo and behold, who decides to show his head? But Magneto. He kind of crashes their party and just comes in wrecking house, and he's like, hey, I got the power of magnetism, so really anything you guys do, it's not really gonna affect me. So he's just like, oh, let me attack him, and Ben Grimm's like, what's going on here? No. And he goes to attack, and he turns back into a human. I don't have a human Ben Grimm, but he hasn't been able to transform back to a human before. So now he's just like, what's happening? Doom is going off, or Magneto's going off. He's like, I just wrapped up Spider-Man and all them. They're all gonna get messed up. And then Janet follows him, and she's like, no, dude, don't come after this. These are our friends, and you're just kind of being a jerk. And Magneto captures her. He puts her in a tiny metal, or a big metal sphere, and kind of just makes it so tight that she can't shrink or escape or get out of there. And they're just like, what? No way. So the heroes turn around, and then they see Galactus up there out in the distance. They have a view screen actually that brings it up to them. They've got all these gadgets and stuff that are popping up. I know this doesn't look like a techno place, but it's my new diorama, and it's big enough to fit everything. So, you know, they get all these gadgets and these view screens, and Galactus pops up like, all right, we need to keep an eye on him, but let's regroup, let's get some rest. Janet's gone. Magneto captured her. And that is where issue number 2 ends. So heroes had a win, and then they had another loss, and the villains just had a bunch of losses, and then Doom, of course, always comes out on top some way or another. So issue 3 opens with Magneto putting the Riz on Janet. He's like, hey girl, I know I was a little rough earlier, but I just wanted to talk. I just want to see what's up. What's up, baby girl? How's it going? So the heroes are all checking for damage and all that stuff, and the X-Men have found their own little corner of the hero's base to have to themselves. So Spidey's crawling around. He's overhearing the X-Men. They're like, I don't trust these guys. You know, we're mutants. They never stick up for us. We gotta stick up for ourselves. And Spider-Man just takes this completely out of context, and he's like, you guys, you're supposed to be good guys. I don't know what's going on, but I'm pretty pissed right now. So he starts fighting the X-Men. Not Spidey's brightest move. I don't know why he decided to start fighting the X-Men. Maybe he didn't have this is 1984 at this point, 1983, so maybe he didn't have as much experience working alongside them at this point. But he just kind of like one versus, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 1 versus 7, all the X-Men except for Xavier, and they're just kind of like, yo, he's gonna tell the heroes and completely blow this out of proportion and make them think that we're bad guys or something. And Charles is like, I don't normally do this. This isn't something I condone. I would never ever really want to do this, but I'm going to erase Spider-Man's memories of this moment. So Spidey, he's like running around. He's like getting around the corner, and he runs into a couple heroes, and they're just like, what's up, dude? Why are you in such a hurry? And Spider-Man's like, you know what? I really don't know why. I couldn't tell you. Cut back to Magneto and Janet, and Doom gives Magneto a call. He's like, hey, I noticed that you're off on your own, and you're more of thematically and historically a bad guy, and would you like to join us? And Magneto's like, I'm not a bad guy. I just have the best interests of mutants at heart over anyone else, and no, I got my own thing going. I'm gonna keep going my own way. And he hangs up on Doom, and Doom's like, all right, well, we're enemies. And Magneto's like, hey, it's an awfully big planet, and it's an awfully small space between the two of us. You want to make it even smaller? And he starts macking on Janet, and Janet's like, oh, sure, why not? It's been a while since me and Hank have been together, and Magneto's kind of hot for an older dude, so let me get some. So they smash. Keep in mind, this comic book series was meant to sell toys. Haven't really gotten into the history of the toy line, but I will at the end of this. But yeah, they Magneto and Janet Van Dyne are they're like, we're attractive people. Let's bump uglies together. So yeah, they do that. And then Doom has this base, and he's like, you know, part of Denver got brought here with me, and I've got all this power, all these cool experiments and stuff I can do. So let me get these 2 regular ladies, and their names are I forget what their names are. So Doom brings some new blood into the game. He makes Titania, who's very, I don't remember what her first name is, but McFerrin is her last name, and then Volcana, who I don't have a figure of because Marvel Legends hasn't made a figure of her. But Titania gets super ripped, super jacked, super tall, and Volcana is like living magma, so she's like a hot lady, literally. Sorry for the pun. But yeah, so Doom is like, we bolstered the troops, we got some powerhouses here now, we're doing a little better on our standings, so why don't you go meet the crew? So Titania, she made this outfit herself because she's actually a fashion designer. She's like, give me my outfit, I'm going to show people the business. So she walks around and she's like, who wants to fight me? What's up? You want to pound some fists into each other or what? And she goes up to the Absorbing Man. She's like, you look like you want to fight. And he's like, Toots, I'm not going to fight you. You're a lady. And she doesn't take that very well. So she's about to go lay the smackdown on the Absorbing Man. And the leader of the wrecking crew that's still there, and Absorbing Man and all these guys, they're just kind of being jerks to her and like, this lady. And then Volcana goes off and she finds Molecule Man. And she's like, hey, you're cute. We should date, essentially. She just kind of becomes his mother / his girlfriend because she just treats this guy like a little innocent, just like a baby. Like she acts like he needs to be his hand held all the time, and he kind of does because he's kind of just a loser, and Doom's told him as much. He's like, you have all this power, you don't do nothing with it. And Volcana's just like, oh, look at hey, let's date and I'll take care of you. And yeah, so Thor is Asgardian and they have the Enchantress captured. So he goes down there and he's like, I just want to talk. I want to talk to her and see if maybe I can change her mind and make another ally for us. So he goes down, she's asleep in a chamber healing because she got the crap knocked out of her by She-Hulk. And she wakes up and Thor's like, can we talk? And she's like, yeah, I can make a portal. And he's like, okay, if you try anything, you know I'm the god of thunder, and you know what I'll do. And she's like, yeah, I won't try anything. So she opens up a portal and they go through and they talk. So they're kind of removed from the picture for right now. So it's morning, they've all rested and up, and Captain America overslept, and he's like, Hulk, why the heck didn't you wake me up? And Hulk at this point is not, Hulk smash, we smashed you. He's got the intellect of Bruce Banner, so he doesn't quite have that Hulk edge. He's still super strong, he's still super resistant, but he doesn't have that the madder I get, the stronger I get. So he kind of in his feelings, and he's like, ugh, you're kind of a jerk, Captain America. It's my bad, I didn't wake you up on time, sorry. And then he just kind of runs off. And then, of course, because he didn't wake anyone up, they get attacked by Doom and friends. So they just kind of head on assault the heroes and blast a ship into the side of their building and open a hole and just kind of pour it in like, surprise, motherfuckers. I can custom this because, you know, it's gonna be a very long video. So yeah, here we go with the skirmish number 2. So all the heroes really kind of just get caught with their pants down. They start getting their butts kicked left and right. She-Hulk gets zapped by Volcana and she's kind of knocked out. Doc Ock sneaks up on Miss Marvel and gets the better of her, and the heroes just like literally they got caught with their pants down, and it's so, it's bad writing, but it's like, I don't know, it was the 80s and it was a lot of the heroes and the stuff that they do, it's just kind of baffling, but it's to drive the story and mainly to sell toys. So that is the end of issue number 3, and that's why I'm going to stop. So issue 4 picks up. The Avengers and the heroes actually have been defeated, and of course Thor and Enchantress are off outside somewhere. So he doesn't know what's going on, and the villains rescued their captured comrades. So the villains regroup outside and they're kind of celebrating like, oh yeah, look what we did. So the Avengers are kind of crawling out of the rubble of their base and they're just like, oh man, that really sucked. And Molecule Man over here is like, hey, you see those mountains over there? I can just bring them down on top of them. So he kind of just does just that. He lifts up this mountain and, you know, they all try to stop it from falling on them, but it's to no avail, and Molecule Man just completely crushes them. Or so they think. They're like, oh yeah, we definitely took care of them this time. And Thor hears and sees all the ruckus and he's like, what's going on? And so they go to investigate and they come upon the villains. And Thor is facing down everybody. He's got Enchantress with him and he's like, you know, you could join me. Well, before he'd said, you could join me. All you need to do is turn good. And she's like, well, kiss me. And he didn't know that if he kissed her, she would have had him under his control. So he didn't do that. But they come to the bad guys. He's like, come on, make your choice. You can either help us or you can join them. And she sees all the bad guys. And she's like, well, Thor, sorry, but I'm going to go with the numbers game here. And she goes back to her group of bad guys. So it's Thor facing down all of these. So Thor and all the villains start going at it. He's fighting left and right. And then Ultron comes out of nowhere and quote unquote blasts Thor. And all that they find is his winged helmet. So they think that Thor is gone and they get back. And Doom is like, so, you know, it's all good that we're all back together, but one of y'all tried to kill me. And he looks directly at Kang, and Kang is like, hold on a second. And Ultron's like, you ain't got a second. And he just completely blasts Kang. And Kang's dead. He's gone. So Kang is the first casualty of the Secret War. I forgot to mention that at this point, the X-Men had already dipped out. So they're not underneath the rubble with the rest of the heroes, Spider-Man, Johnny Storm, all of them. They're off on their own in their jet. So they're flying around. Sorry, it is a lot to keep track of, so sometimes I miss some stuff. And Professor Xavier is flying this ship with his mind. They're looking around, and they see Magneto's base. So they make, well, where's Magneto? They make a surprise entrance and crash in on Magneto and Janet. And the reason they catch Magneto with his pants down is because he's busy using his powers to make a comb for Janet. Because, I don't know why, they make her kind of a ditzy line, like, kind of just like, I don't know, they make her worry about her makeup and her hair, and I guess that's a trait that she had earlier on in the comics, but he makes her a comb, and then the X-Men catch him off guard, so they crash in. So Xavier's like, hey, we're not here to fight. Wolverine wants beer. We want to know if you want to join forces. And Janet takes this as her chance. She's like, I never trusted you, Magneto. I was just putting on the Riz to get your guard down, and so she attacks the X-Men. They're like, hey, come on, don't hurt him. We need him alive. So they start fighting her, and she's trying to zap Magneto, and then she escapes. So Magneto and the X-Men are all together at this point once again. And also at this point, Charles Xavier has figured out that he can walk again. So yeah, he's been walking around on his legs, getting used to doing that again. And he's trying to take a more active role in leading the X-Men. So there's a little bit of contention between leaderships, because Storm is the leader right now, and she's kind of mad, and Cyclops is kind of mad that Xavier's not really a soldier, and he's coming in and trying to take over. And he's just like, look, when this is all over, if we survive, you know, things are going to go back to normal if we get back home. So for now, just let me do my thing. I'm powerful. Magneto's powerful. Let's all work together, and we'll figure it out. So right now, there's kind of tensions between all the teams. It's a little crazy. So we cut back to the Avengers. Everyone is trapped under this mountain. Hulk is holding it up, and he's really mad that this is all on him, and he's been taken for granted. Now they need his strength. And Reed Richards, being a smart guy, is all right. We need to upgrade Iron Man's armor, and he can blast our way out of here. So give me your web shooters, Spidey. He has a couple other, oh, I forgot to move Rogue. He gets some arrows from Hawkeye, some trick arrows, and they upgrade Iron Man's armor. And lo and behold, he has this huge blast, and he blasts a hole through this mountain that's on top of them. So the heroes make their way out, and they meet up with Thor, who's like, oh man, I'm glad you guys are okay. I thought you were dead. And they're like, well, we didn't know where you were. We probably could have used your help. They don't really say that. But it's like, what were you doing, Thor? Why are you trying to Mac while the Secret War is going on? A lot of like questionable decisions by the heroes here. But, you know, it is what it is. The heroes are back together. They're all alive. And they're regrouping. And all the while, Galactus is just sitting on his mountain. They're all like, huh, still not moving. It's something we're going to have to worry about at some point, because he is going to do something at some point. And then they send Captain Marvel, because she can travel at the speed of light, because she can change into light. They're like, go reconnaissance. So she goes off and goes exploring, and she finds a village, one of the other places transported here to Battle World from other planets, other worlds. So they go in there, and no one speaks the same language, but they do find a healer. And Johnny falls in love with her. There's kind of an implied thing that if she heals you, because Johnny got hurt, if she heals you, you have this like love connection with her. She kind of like just, I don't know, it's kind of weird. So Johnny's just kind of smitten with her, but he's also kind of a playboy, so it's not really like that serious to him. He like calls her a chippy at some point, and I guess that's kind of insulting, because Colossus takes offense to that way later down the line. There's a whole thing. But so the X-Men, the Avengers and the heroes are all there. They're getting healed. They're regrouping. Ben is like, hey, I'm still human. It could have been great if I was the Thing. And then as he's saying that, he turns back into the Thing. So there's kind of an implication there that he can do it whenever he wants. And then to cap all this off, they see Galactus raise his arms. So everyone's like, all right, it's time to panic, because Galactus is getting ready to devour this world. So that is where issue number 4 ends. So while this is happening, Johnny used this like dust thing to communicate with Sanji, which is the healer's name, and she's he uses it to, they use it to communicate, and essentially he just tells her through his mind in this dust, kind of in like a trippy sequence, about what's going on and how Battle World was created, where he came from and all that stuff. And the same thing happens for him. It tells her about where she's from and all that stuff. So they come to an understanding, and they kind of like understand each other. And at this point, everyone's like, okay, we got to do something, because Galactus is moving. The X-Men are mobilizing. They're like, we got to do something. Galactus is moving. And the bad guys are over at the base fighting amongst themselves. Molecule Man and Volcana are getting bullied. So he shows his power for once and kind of has a change in attitude that he is kind of a badass and he can do whatever he wants with his power. So they kind of mess with some of the wrecking crew and tell them, you know, don't mess with us. We're a power couple. I wish I had Volcana. They should have made her in Wave 1 instead of Beyonder. But it is what it is. So yeah, the bad guys are over there doing their thing. Everyone's rallying up as far as the heroes are concerned to try and see what they can do about Galactus over here. So Reed goes up to Galactus. He's trying to talk to him. He's trying to get his attention. And Galactus actually knocks him back. He's like, I'm doing something. Don't bother me. So Reed's like, hey, he knows we're here. He's communicating. So, well, he knows we're here. So let's attack. Let's bring this party to him. And Galactus actually sends down a big robot drone to fight them. So they're all fighting and stuff. Like, I don't know how to beat this. Johnny goes like extremely hot and just essentially melts its core and shuts it down. And at that very moment, the bad guys are like, hey, do mobilize this. We're all going to attack the bad guys while they're attacking the good guys while they're attacking Galactus. So all the bad guys jump in, and there's just this huge giant skirmish in front of Galactus with the heroes fighting the villains, and Doom like, all I need is a split second. I just need my distraction and I can go in there and do what I want to do. So and once again, another huge skirmish between the heroes and the villains, all set under the shadow of Galactus. So flanking in from behind the bad guys come all the X-Men. So we've got all 3 factions warring with each other. The X-Men kind of got the better of the bad guys and are fighting them, and then Colossus gets jumped by the wrecking crew, who are pretty strong and do have some powerful weapons. He gets the crap kicked out of him, and Cyclops is like, yo, get away from him. So he just blasts everyone in the vicinity of Colossus to try to get him free, and Colossus reverts back to his human form because he got busted up. In fact, Colossus is so beat up that the rest of the X-Men and Xavier decide to leave him behind, because his rationale is that the heroes will not leave Colossus behind, and they have a base close by, so they will help him. So Colossus is left with the heroes, and they do actually pick him up and take him back to the village as this is going on. Doom takes the opportunity while Galactus is distracted, who actually goes back to putting his hands down and standing there, to go onto his world ship, because he's trying to seek power. He's trying to seek Galactus's power. So he makes his way onto Doom's ship in his little drop ship while the distraction of this huge battle is happening. And yeah, and the heroes, they do save Colossus. They take him back to the village. Sanji heals him. And keep in mind, this whole time, Colossus is like, oh, I miss Kitty. I brought her dragon here with me. Oh, he got brought here with me, and I don't know where he is, and I'm really sad. I missed my girlfriend. And as soon as Sanji heals him, he kind of just forgets about Kitty and falls in love with her. So that's where you're like, oh, her powers of healing also make you fall in love with her. So he's just kind of a dog. He's like, all right, forget Kitty Pryde. I got this new outer space babe. So he just kind of falls in love with her, and he knows it's not reciprocated, because he starts putting together that her and Johnny are quote unquote dating, and he gets kind of jealous and just kind of keeps himself in his feelings, like unrequited love kind of stuff. And this issue ends with Doom on Galactus's world ship, kind of looking around for information and just roaming the halls of this giant ship that's actually almost like a planet, because it's bigger than Galactus, so it's pretty big. And that brings us to the beginning of issue 6, which I would say is a halfway point for Secret Wars, considering it has 12 issues. So once we get through issue 6, we will be halfway there with all of our teams set. X-Men are off on their own. Heroes are in the village recuperating. Villains are at Doom base, and Doom is on the world ship with Galactus. So yeah, that is where issue 6 starts. So issue number 6 starts with Janet. She's flying after escaping Magneto's lair in a ship that she found, and she doesn't really know how to fly it. So she kind of just crashes into some swampy looking terrain down here. And so she's looking around. There's some bugs attacking her, so she shrinks and flies away and zaps those, and she ends up in a swampy area. And no one's seen the lizard up until this point, but apparently the lizard has taken up residence in the swamp, and he's just chilling on Battle World, just being king of a swamp and being a giant lizard guy. And then we cut back to Doom on Galactus's world ship, and he runs into an old familiar face that no one has seen for a long time because everyone thought he was dead. It is Ulysses Claw. So Doom's like, hey, how'd you get here? And he's like, well, you know, I'm made of pure sound, and Dazzler, she absorbs sound and turns it into energy, and she blasted Galactus with me after she absorbed me, and I ended up here in his ship. And yeah, I'm kind of crazy, so I kind of talk like and just like talk in rhymes and repeat myself. So Doom's like, all right, well, you're kind of useful. We need to put a fly in Galactus' soup. We need to find a way to harness all his power, and you could be useful to me considering you are made of sound. So I'm going to send you back down to Doom base, and you are going to have a message for me. You are going to tell them what I want you to tell them. So Doom sends Claw back down to the base, and they're like, what the heck? And so Doom sends Ulysses Claw down, and he talks to Ultron. Well, first of all, he's like, hey, I'm here to spread the word of Doom. And he's like, but first of all, I need to say the magic words so Ultron knows to enforce what I say. And he says, Ukasa Doom Rex. And Titania's like, who's this guy? We don't need to listen to him. So she tries to attack him, and Ultron jumps in and says, hey, you attack him, you're attacking Doom. This guy's in charge because he said the secret code word. So everyone's like, all right, he killed Kang. I guess we should, again, fall in line, unfortunately. Galactus has started building his world-eating machine at this point, and he kind of hesitates. He's like, what's going on up there? He looks up at his homeworld, and he's like, there's something up there that shouldn't be there. And yeah, then we jump back to Janet and the lizard. So Janet's like, hey, lizard, come over here. What's going on? He's like, get out of my swamp. This is my swamp. And then she's like, okay, it's your swamp, but you look like you're hurt. And so she helps him. He is hurt, so she heals him. It's from the first battle, and he escaped. He went off here. And yeah, she helps the lizard, and they kind of become a little friendly with each other. She doesn't put the riz on him. I don't mean that, but he's like, oh, you saved me, so we're friends now. So now we cut back to the X-Men, and they've landed their ship, and they're kind of like regrouping and repairing and resting. And Charles is like, man, I wish I brought my wheelchair because I'm kind of wiped, but I gotta keep a strong face. Well, let me try to get some information. So he starts trying to glean information. He's using his psychic powers to like scan the minds all across the planet. And he happens upon the people in Doom Base, so he figures out their plan until he gets to Enchantress. And she figures out what he's doing, and she kind of just expels his mind from Doom Base. She's like, your power is a joke. You aren't nothing compared to the power of Asgard. And really, she doesn't know this, and other people don't know this at this point, but I'm pretty sure this Enchantress is a normal human who was given her powers by Loki, and she just thinks that she's the Enchantress. I could be wrong if that's the same Enchantress at this point. But yeah, she kind of kicks Charles out, and he's like, well, I know what's going on. Doom is dispatching a force to a volcano on the other side of the planet, so we gotta figure out what's going on there. So Charles dispatches the X-Men, and Storm, who, like I said, is the leader at this point, she gets pretty mad. So while the other ones run off, she goes to Charles, and she's like, look, what's up? I thought I was the leader. And he's like, things are rough, things are different right now. I will give you power back if we make it out of this, but, you know, we can't really do this and be shattered. We have to work together. And so he's like, you know, we just got to work together, Storm. We can't be arguing. We got to do this together. And she kind of sulks off and is like, all right, whatever. And then we cut back to Colossus, who has been healed and is kind of having fever dreams about Shari. Is that her name? I don't remember if I said it right. But he's like, oh, I don't even care about Kitty anymore. It's all about this girl now. And she comes in and she heals him again. And then Colossus is like, oh, I of course, damn, I don't know. Colossus is like, I don't speak English and I don't speak your language, so, you know, we can't really communicate. I wish I could tell you how I feel. And right at that moment, Johnny Storm comes in and scoops her up, and Colossus is like, oh, man. And the rest of the heroes are regrouping, talking about battle strategies, how they're going to attack Galactus, what they need to do next. Spidey and Hawkeye hanging out. He's kind of joking him about making more arrows, and Hawkeye's like, well, yeah, I mean, we took all my arrows and gave them to Iron Man to make his armor better, and you don't have any web shooters. He's like, yeah, it kind of sucks. Hulk is like, I just want to smash everything. And Cap's like, we will, but we need to make a plan about this. And this whole time, Iron Man being Rhodey, which no one knows. Did I mention that? I don't remember if I mentioned that, but it's Rhodey in there, and he's been macking on Captain Marvel all the time. And she's like, you know, how about you don't call me babe and you call me Captain Marvel and show some respect to your superheroes. And he's like, dang, sorry. People are so sensitive. Rhodey's just kind of a womanizer in this. So a lot of the heroes are just kind of jerks. And then he's like, what's wrong with that woman? And what's wrong with me? I don't know what, a lot's been happening. He's like trying to chalk it up to like, my game is off. And it's like, no, dude, you're just being a dick. It's not the time. So by this point, Doom's group of bad guys have gotten to their volcanic crater. And the X-Men are there to meet them. Like, what the heck? So they get kind of caught by surprise while they're trying to set up their temporary makeshift base there. So Wolverine, being the ever reckless guy that he is, he's like, you know, I know we're supposed to be doing reconnaissance and all that, but we should take him head on. Cyclops is like, we don't really have the power for that. And Wolverine is like, screw it. So he goes in head first, gets smashed by a boulder. Everyone starts to skirmish. The Molecule Man starts to get powered up, and they're like, you need to stop him. So Wolverine goes in and slashes him right across the gut. So he's kind of bleeding out. So the villains are like, all right, let's get out of here. This was kind of a wash. So they grab Molecule Man. They run off, and the X-Men, the ones that are there, kind of feel like they won the day, but they're also like, dang, Wolverine, you're not supposed to kill anybody. We're the good guys. It's like, you know, sometimes you just gotta claw somebody. Like I said, the heroes are kind of dicks in the 80s. So Cyclops sees that the volcano has been sealed, and he's like, y'all need to stand back. Rogue and Cyclops, or Rogue and Wolverine, get out of the way, because this is going to be a big blast. So he uses his optic blast to blast that seal on the volcano, and it erupts, and they fly off. Like, whatever Doom was trying to do, we're not going to let him do that. Cut back to Janet and the Lizard at the swamp, and they're just chilling, minding their own business. And the wrecking crew shows up in a giant tank, and they just blast a hole through Janet, and she's literally, you can't survive that. She's dead at that point. She doesn't have any vitals. She's got a giant hole through her. And Lizard's like, why'd you kill Lady? Why'd you do that? She was my friend. Why'd you do that? It's like, screw it. Just throw a net on them both. So they capture them both. Janet's pretty much, well, she's not dead at this point, but it's pretty dang close to her being dead. She's got a giant hole in her torso. So they grab them and they start heading back to Doom Base. So the heroes have been watching from the foot of Galactus's mountain in the village. They've been watching him slowly build his machine, and they're like, it's pretty much done at this point. We got to be ready, because pretty soon this is going to be complete, and we're going to have much bigger problems on our hands than anything else, because he is going to start eating this planet. And the next thing you know, the heroes see someone walking up to the village, kind of lurking in the shadows, and they have no idea who it is. And that is where issue number 6 ends. So this lady walks up to the heroes and she's like, hey, I'm Spider-Woman. And they're like, yo, where'd you come from? Well, what's going on here? And she's like, well, a whole suburb of Denver got transferred here, and that's where I'm from. I have these powers, and yeah, I wear this black and white spider suit. So yeah, you can call me Spider-Woman. And everyone's like, all right, well, we'll trust you for now. We need all the help we can get. I guess welcome to the crew. I'm like, what can you do? She's like, well, I'm super strong. I can lift up this boulder, and I also got some psionic powers, so that's pretty cool. And Spidey's like, dang, she tossed that boulder like it was nothing. I wonder if she sticks to walls. And I wonder if I can sue for copyright infringement. Man, I'd make so much money if I had a patent. And Cap's a little hesitant. He's like, you know, it's one thing to be strong, but this is dangerous business. And she's like, trust me, I want to help Captain America. I know it's dangerous. And next thing you know, the wrecking crew rolls up, and they're in their giant tank, and they just toss Janet right in front of everybody. They're like, here you go, we brought this for you. And everyone runs over like, what the heck? Janet, what's going on? So She-Hulk's the first one to catch her. She's there when they throw her out. She's like, what? Janet, oh, I'm so mad. I'm hot. We need to go after them. And so they bring her into the healer, and Saji's like, she tries, and then she just puts her head down and she walks away. And they're like, what does that mean? What's going on? Why aren't you healing her? So the heroes put two and two together, and they know that Janet is dead. And She-Hulk's like, they're not going to get away with this. I am about to go wreck some shop here. I am so mad. And Cap's like, no, we need to keep cool heads here. We need to regroup. We need to stay focused. We need to not let our tempers get ahead of us and mess this up. We need to stay focused and together. And then She-Hulk kind of sulks off on her own. She's like, all right, well, we'll see about that. So the X-Men get in contact with Charles psychically. They're like, we're coming heading back. He's like, no, negative. You need to follow Doom's task force. Magneto, Storm, and I, and Nightcrawler, we are heading your way. We're boarding the second craft, and we're coming to you. So they're like, all right, we're going to change course. We're going to follow Doom Squad back to Doom Base. So Titania, Absorbing Man, and Doc Ock are on the ship with Molecule Man. They're like, is he okay? No, he's out cold. He is not doing great. So that's where they're at with that. And they get back to Doom Base, and Volcana runs into Chantress. She's like, hey, girl, you know how you're magical and stuff? You can heal Molecule Man, right? You can bring him back to life. You can make sure he's okay. So Volcana hears that Molecule Man is hurt, and she's like, all right, Enchantress, I need to get to him. I need you to transport me right now. And she's like, all right, I mean, I don't know why. It's just immortal, but you're going to owe me one. She's like, all right, fine. So Volcana ends up on the ship with Titania and Molecule Man and Doc Ock and Absorbing Man. And she's like, oh no, my poor Snooky, he's hurt, blah, blah, blah. Because she just babies him. And Doc Ock is like, whatever is going on back there, you need to be ready because we're being followed and we're under attack. So next thing you know, they get blasted from both sides by both X-Men ships that are coming in. So they jump out with grab Molecule Man, and they're under attack from all the X-Men. So immediately there's a battle between the X-Men and this group of bad guys. So Absorbing Man turns into rock. Magneto starts throwing rocks and steel and all this kind of stuff. Nightcrawler and Cyclops and Rogue attack Titania because she's, you know, a heavy hitter. And next thing you know, Wolverine comes in and he chops off Absorbing Man's arm, which he's completely stoned at this point, with one of his claws. And he's like, oh crap, we got to get out of here. They're really messing us up. So Volcana kind of just like gets a cover for them to get away on. And I think, how do they get away? I think they steal one of the X-Men ship, and they take off in that. So the X-Men are like, dang, we blew it. Let's regroup. Let's get out of here. A lot of regrouping going on, but they go back to their ship, and then we cut back to Doom up on Galactus's homeworld. And he's doing his thing, looking for information, what he needs. And Galactus is still looking for the fly in the ointment. And finally, he gets a trace on Doom, and he finds him, and he expels him from his planet. So Doom gets blasted back to Battleworld. And then he goes to focus on the giant volcano that is erupting on the side of the planet, because that'll disrupt his plans of devouring. Everyone gets back to Doom Base. They put Molecule Man in the infirmary. Absorbing Man is kind of freaking out. He's like, I don't know how to put my arm back on. I don't know. I gotta try this. If I stay stoned, I can't eat. I can't sleep. So he just holds his stone arm up to his other stone shoulder, and he turns back to human, and it kind of just heals itself. It hurts a lot, but he's like, dang, I didn't know I could do that. So he's kind of OP. The wrecking crew gets back, and Lizard is crazy. He's like, wow, you killed Lady, you killed Lady. So they throw him in their dungeon. They're like, we don't want to deal with you right now, Lizard, because he's just nuts. He's not really helping anyone. So they throw him in their dungeon. And then Claw's like, oh, Lizard, that's interesting. And then we cut to Bulldozer, who is going back to his room, and he sees a giant hole. And he's like, uh-oh. And then we see She-Hulk is in there, and she's like, oh, I was right, motherfucker. So She-Hulk is in here wrecking house. She's fighting the wrecking crew. She's beating everyone up. And then Titania walks in, And we get our first real showdown between Titania and She-Hulk. And they just start slugging it out, hitting each other with giant pieces of metal. And then She-Hulk starts to kind of lose the upper hand. And also at this point, Doom kind of drags himself back into Doom Base after being zapped all the way back to the planet. And he sees So Enchantress sees Doom walking back into the base all tattered and beat up, and she's like, hey, so what's the deal? We're risking our lives for your mortal butt, and I don't think you have a plan. And he's just like, I don't care. And he just walks right past her and just goes to bed. And while this is happening, the remaining bad guys, the numbers game is finally catching up with She-Hulk, and her rage is like not enough to keep up with it. And they beat the crap out of She-Hulk. So she's down. And then Hulk and Hawkeye walk up to Cap, and they're like, hey dude, look, we gonna go and save Jen or what? And Cap's like, no, we have to stay here and watch Galactus. And at that point, he gets a telepathic message from Charles Xavier saying, hey, we're coming to you, we're gonna watch Galactus, we just hit the bad guys pretty hard, so you should hit them now. And Cap is like, alright, this is good timing, let's rally up, let's get this show on the road, everyone come with me, we're going to attack the bad guys. And while that's happening, Colossus sees Saji kind of stagger out of Janet's her hut where her body is. They're gonna bury her the next day or burn the body. And he sees Saji, she's weak, he catches her, she falls over, she looks almost dead, and he's like, what's going on? And that's where issue number 7 ends. And issue number 8 probably has the most iconic cover of all, because this is the issue when Spider-Man gets his symbiote. So the heroes are rallied, they're going to attack. She-Hulk is down and in the grasp of the bad guys, and the X-Men are there for backup to watch Galactus. So issue number 8 opens with the heroes going towards Doom Base. They bust in while She-Hulk is still getting the crap beaten out of her. Everyone is like, oh no, here we go. So another battle ensues. Being an absorbing matter battling, he accidentally turns back into Ben Grimm. One of the wrecking crew, I forget what his name is I don't remember the name specifically, but he's like, oh, what are you gonna do, Hawkeye? And Hawkeye literally shoots him with an arrow, and the dude's like, oh, dude, you shot me. That kind of hurts. So he's like literally shot in near the heart, actually, in the shoulder. And then Enchantress is trying to put the moves on Hulk to enchant her, and everyone's just fighting, and things are going crazy. Cap knocks out Enchantress, Spider-Man's fighting Titania, the heroes run into Molecule Man and Volcana, and she starts blasting at them. The Lizard is like, oh, Lizard and Claw are like buddying up together, and they're like, intruders, we gotta get them. And Hawkeye's just like, we'll have to outwit them. So everyone's fighting, everyone's tussling, and Volcana's blasting them, trying to get into there to Molecule Man. Volcana almost toasts Iron Man, and Reed pulls him out of the way until Captain Marvel goes up to Molecule Man and is like, I'm gonna snap his neck, or she basically threatens him, and she's like, he's hurt, don't hurt him, I'll stop. Our boy Spidey, he knocks Titania the F out, he throws her out of the building, and she does not get back up from that. So basically, the bad guys are getting some comeuppance. Ultron starts blasting everybody, because he's of course there, and he's adamantium, so they don't know what to do there. But Johnny's like, I got this. I already heated up one guy once. I could do it again. I can go super, super hot. So he basically goes hot enough that he can't melt the adamantium, but whatever is inside of Ultron that's not adamantium, he seemed to have got. So Ultron just kind of gets out of commission again. And then Captain America stumbles in on Doom, who's just kind of laying there. And Doom's like, I'm not really going to do anything. I'm just going to kind of be catatonic and not do anything. So Cap's like, he's not really a threat. Oh, he should have taken him. But, you know, he just leaves him there, and they go rescue She-Hulk, and they capture the bad guys and put them in healing tanks, the ones that they knocked out. And yeah, the good guys have the upper hand. So the heroes right now, they're in Doom Base. They've won. They have all this cool stuff. Colossus is back at the village, actually, with Saji, and he actually goes into her tent and does the mind mold thing on his own that she did with Johnny. And right after that, Janet walks out of her little hut, so we know that she's alive, and Colossus knows that Saji put all of her life force into Janet, almost all of it, to heal her. So Janet's alive, she's no longer dead, and yeah. So we cut back to the heroes at Doom Base, where Thor and Hulk are like, hey, Spider-Man, look, I got my costume fixed up. Thor, because he lost his helmet and his cape and all that stuff. So there's a machine in there that'll just make your costume. And Hulk's like, I don't really need it, but yeah, it's pretty cool. And Spidey's like, well, yeah, my costume is pretty tattered and beat up from these last couple of battles, so I could use a new suit. So Spider-Man, with his luck, he goes into the room, and he goes into the wrong machine. But he doesn't know it's the wrong machine because it gives him a really cool suit, and we all know what that suit is. Spidey finally gets the symbiote suit, and he also has webs back. He finds that this thing just makes webs whatever, and however he wants. He can shoot them without needing web shooters, and it can also change its shape into his regular clothes. But for now, he's like, I don't know why it picked this black and white design, but I guess it saw Spider-Woman's costume, and in my mind, I must have thought it was cool. But we all know that Venom is a black symbiote, and black and white are his colors, so I guess he saw that design and stuck with it, and that's how we got the black suit. So Spider-Man's got a new suit, Thor's got, the heroes are looking up, Janet's alive, and yeah, they're doing pretty well. And the X-Men, meanwhile, are keeping track of Galactus, and lo and behold, dude starts to move again. So he calls Captain America. He's like, hey, I promised you we'd let you know what's going on. Galactus is moving, so we all need to, rally up and try to stop this big old dude. And that is the start of issue number 9. So we have 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 issues left of Secret Wars. So what will happen next? Well, you're going to find out right away because we're going to start on issue 9. So issue 9 starts with the X-Men fighting Galactus while they're assaulting him and doing their best to try and stop him from starting his world-eating machine. The Avengers are flying towards the battle. They are fighting amongst themselves, not fighting, but their tensions are high. Everyone's like, what are we gonna do? What's gonna happen when we do this? And they get towards the battlefield, and Captain America's like, heads up, and they get blasted out of the sky. So the heroes are down at the base of the mountain, and they have to jump out and start attacking. And then this giant wave of force energy just comes at the heroes and the X-Men and everyone else, and just starts blasting them back. So they can't even approach Galactus at this point. And so while this is going on, they're like, what do we do? And then all of a sudden, Reed just starts to disappear. He starts to vanish. Like, what? Where's Reed going? So both Reed and then Galactus disappear. And they're like, what do we do now, Cap? And he's just like, I don't know, but I'm open to suggestions. And then we cut to Galactus's ship, and he is talking to Reed. He has something to talk to him about. And Reed's like, well, first, can you show me my family? And he sees that Sue has not had the baby yet. Franklin's there with her. And he's like, okay, they're fine. So they're good. And Galactus is like, all right, now listen to me, and we need to talk. So we cut back to Doom in Doom Base, where he's been captured but catatonic. So he's just kind of sitting in a cell, and then he snaps out of it. And he's like, they didn't think to take my armor off because it's always booby trapped. But, I got ways out here. So he blasts his door off, and Doom just kind of stomps out. And he's like, they're like, come on, let us out, dude, come on. And he's like, I have no use for any of y'all. Y'all suck. So he just goes and leaves them all behind and goes to get Claw. And Claw's like, what's up, Doom? La 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 la. My dude, we're friends. You were cool, right? And he's like, yeah, I got a plan. So I need you, and we are going somewhere. So Claw's like, cool. And then we cut back to the battle. So the X-Men had kind of gotten a rock thrown at them, so they're kind of under some rubble. And Colossus runs up, and he's trying to dig them out. And finally, he sees them, and they're like, I thought you were buried. And they're like, no, we're good. So Colossus is back with the rest of the X-Men, and then they all fall down. But so at this point, all the heroes regroup at the village. She-Hulk is healing at the base that they've captured, so she's okay, and all the X-Men and the Avengers and other heroes are together. And Saji comes running out, and Colossus is like, you're okay, and then she runs right past him and goes to Johnny, and Johnny's like, I don't got time for you, girl. I'm worried about Reed. So kind of just a crappy situation for all parties involved. And then all of a sudden, Reed pops back up out of nowhere. So they're like, what's the tea, Reed? And he's like, well, it appears that much like Galactus, I am a force of life as much as he is a force of death in this universe. And my role is really important, undefined as of right now. So kind of just ego boosting himself. And they're like, so what are we going to do? Right now, we're not going to do anything. Galactus is going to go back up there and we're not going to do anything. And they're like, well, why not? And he's just like, well, that's just where we're at right now. And, you know, Captain America and Xavier shake hands, like, thanks for the backup. They're like, yeah, no problem. And like, well, we can't really do nothing, Reed. So I think if the X-Men join us and we do this, we can probably take them together. And Reed's like, all right, well, if that's what we're going to do, then that's what we're going to do. So let's go and attack Galactus. So the heroes all mount an assault, and they're all going towards Galactus. And we cut back to Doom. And Doom has Claw on a lab table, and he's just dissecting him because he's made out of sound. Claw doesn't feel it. He's like, it kind of tickles. I don't really feel it. And Doom is going to use Claw to make something. So we cut back to Galactus and the heroes. They're all fighting the big dog. He's zapping Hulk. He's just not really a force that could be stopped by physical means so much. But Torch runs in for the save and blasts him with a giant fire blast. So fortunately, Hulk doesn't get killed. And then Reed comes up behind Cap on the flank, and he's like, I thought you weren't going to fight, Reed. And he's like, yeah, but you know, the thing that I decided most and that I really, really know is that I want to see my baby be born. So if we don't stop Galactus, if we don't fight, that's not going to happen. So this is what we got to do. And the heroes are like, if we stop the machine, then we'll stop him. And Reed's like, no, stop him. Don't let him get away. Because if he gets away, then it really is over for us. And like, it'll be fine. And then all of a sudden, Galactus flies away off to his world ship. And then Reed is like, well, now he's going to just use the power from that because the machine's messed up. He's just going to devour his own world. And then he's going to devour this planet. So now we're really screwed. And while Galactus is doing this, he's building his power. He's dissolving his world planet. Doom is like, now is when I need to strike. So as Galactus is about to blast the planet, Doom turns on his machine that he made with Claw, and he redirects all of that power into himself. And that is where issue number 10 begins. So we have 2 issues left, and Doom has just gained the power cosmic. So at the start of issue 10, the heroes aren't quite sure what's going on. They see this blinding light, and they're like, oh, don't look at it. It's going to kill us. And they're like, we're all going to die anyway. So they're like, huh? Nothing happened. And they look up, and they see the power from Galactus's homeworld be directed towards the base. So they're like, all right, let's head towards there and see what's going on. But they send Captain Marvel ahead to scout because she's fast as she can be pure light. So she goes ahead, and Xavier links her mind with Reed so that she can tell them what she sees and what is happening. So she flies off at light speed and to Doom base. So she is spying on Doom right now, and she is seeing what's happening and seeing that Doom has gained all this power. He's essentially omniscient, and he's like, I can see all, I can feel all, and I can see that there's a spy here. So they lose their link to Captain Marvel. They don't know what happened to her. So the heroes are trying to figure out a way, and like, well, all our ships are busted, and Magneto's like, don't worry about that, just get on. So he uses his magnetic powers to levitate the entire ship. And then Captain America and Wolverine get in a spat over whether or not he cares about mutants. And Captain America's like, you know, I have friends that are people. All my best friends are people. And he had just said that mutants are people. And he's like, you know, Magneto's helping us. I don't see him as such a bad guy. Maybe he's turned a new leaf. So then Captain America and Wolverine, after almost getting into a fight, come to this understanding that they're both on the same side and they are working together. So now the heroes are really starting to get a groove of things. They all know that they're all on the same page, and they're all here to help each other and hopefully get home. So Doom is at Doom base. The only thing left is Claw's head, because he's used his whole body to make this machine, and he makes himself a shiny new set of armor. So this armor is techy, it's magic-y, it's kind of like an Iron Man suit, and Doom is looking pretty good in his new digs. And then he teleports off because he's about to try and confront the Beyonder. So the Avengers crash in, they see that Doom is gone and all the captives are still here and She-Hulk is still here. And they find out what happened to Captain Marvel. She's been frozen in kind of a hologram-like form in her light form, so she can't move. So they're just kind of like, huh, where did Doom go? And then they find Claw's head and they're like, what's going on, Claw? Where's Doom? And before he really reveals anything, kaboom! There's another big explosion. And then Claw says, oh, Doom just went to fight the Beyonder. He'll be right back. No problem. Like, is he crazy? The Beyonder? That dude is just like light and he's not even a physical form. So the whole base is shaking. The heroes start running around trying to bring people out. They grab She-Hulk. Reed finds Galactus on the view screen and they lock a tractor beam on him to pull him in because Galactus is essential. He needs to be around. He cannot die here. So they start pulling him in towards the base. There's another big explosion rocking the place. So there's debris falling everywhere. And then we cut to the battle between the Beyonder and Doom. And Doom is like powerful. He's got the power cosmic. He's got all of Galactus's power, his own magics and powers at his disposal, but it's not quite enough to defeat the Beyonder. So he disappears for a second and he appears in front of the heroes. So Doom shows up and he makes a speech. He's like, hey, I'm powerful beyond friends and foes now. We just have one common enemy, which is the Beyonder, and I can make all your wildest dreams and desires come true, just like he promised. All I need is your help. Just touch my hand and I'll take your power and I'll destroy him, and together we will be rid of his nuisance and all that stuff and blah blah blah. You know how Doom is. And for a second Magneto looks like he's gonna do it, and then some of the Avengers start attacking him and they're like, hey, he stopped himself, leave him alone. And Doom's just like, all right, so none of y'all want this? All right, I'm gonna go fight him. So he disappears again, and they're like, dude, why'd you start trying to attack Magneto? I don't know, it was Hawkeye, I'm pretty sure. Hawkeye's a dick. So Doom disappears and he goes back to fight the Beyonder. And once again, it's not going well. Doom is getting battered. The Beyonder is scanning every facet of his existence, like seeing how he became who he is, why he's so determined, how his mom sold her soul and she's trapped with Mephisto, and Doom tried to save her and then sold her out and all this other stuff, and just how Doom is not a very good person, but he is very, very driven. So Beyonder is intrigued by this. So intrigued, in fact, he starts picking Doom apart piece by piece. He starts unpeeling one side of his body, dissecting him, and just Doom is kind of almost dead at this point. The heroes, meanwhile, are trying to stop the place from coming down on everyone. Captain America goes down to save the villains, and Wolverine's like, I didn't expect you to be the one to come down here, so that's pretty impressive. So all the heroes and the villains escape together unscathed, and then at this point they see a giant light in the sky. And in the sky they see a giant Dr. Doom. And Captain America's like, all right, stand your ground, guys. Let's be ready for this. And Doom shrinks down to normal size and he takes off his face mask and he says, there's no need for us to fight anymore. The Beyonder no longer exists and there are no more enemies. There is just Doom. And that is where issue 11 begins. So Doom is talking to the heroes and they're like, all right, we'll hear you out because I guess we got no choice. And he's like, yeah, I'm Doom. You know, I obviously came out on top. I took all the Beyonder's power. So we don't need to fight. There's really no need for it. Xavier scans his brain. He can't really read it, but he's like, I don't detect any malice. And I guess we should listen to him. And Spidey's like, yeah, my Spidey sense isn't tingling. So they listen to Doom. And the villains, meanwhile, are kind of skulking off, like seeing what's going on. Like, why is Doom glowing like that? What happened? And why is he talking all buddy with those heroes? And Dr. Octopus is like, well, I'll tear him from limb. And Enchantress is like, you won't, because you a pussy, Doc. You couldn't even if you tried. We don't know what's going on. Plus, he's got all that backup now. So maybe don't talk a big talk if you're not going to do anything about it. Like, you know, Captain America let us out. Maybe they forgot we should scram while we have the chance. We don't really have much of a chance against Doom and all of them anyway. So Molecule Man is seeing all this and he's kind of salty and he's like, you know what? I'm going to kill you, Doom. You hear me? I'm going to kill you. I'm the Molecule Man and I'm really mad and you made me angry, so I am going to kill you. So Molecule Man blasts the heroes and seals them away from Doom with a bunch of crust from the planet, and he gets up in Doom's face. Molecule's man's like, you're a traitor. You think I won't kill you? I'm super powerful. And Doom's like, I know you are. Let me show you how powerful you are. And Doom touches his head and essentially shows him, what he's capable of. He says, "Behold, the foundation of eternity, the intertwining of energies, which is the basis of all that it is. All things now are known unto Doom, and the secrets of the universe have been laid bare to me. I give this as a gift, this insight into the intricate simplicity of existence. Inside you is great power. Know you this, of all the great and mighty in the universe, you are the mightiest, save for Doom." So Doom essentially tells him he has the power to control and unlock every single molecule, and he is essentially the most powerful being besides him, so he should know that and be happy about that. And Owen Reese is like, "Yo, my mind's open. I know exactly what I can do now." So he goes back to his friends and he's like, "I'm gonna take care of us now. I can lead us." And they're like, "You," and then Absorbed Man's like, "You saw what he did. Shut up. Just do what he says." And it's like, "Yep, I'm gonna take care of us. I know what to do." So he takes them off. He makes a ship, and they've got food and shelter, so they're gone for now. And then we get back to the heroes, who are regrouping from that attack from Molecule Man. So they get up and they get out. I'm like, "All right, we gotta get out of here now. We gotta regroup." So they go back to Doom Base and they prepare for what's next. They don't know what to do. So they're like, "All right, let's figure out what happened." So we got transported here. Doom took Galactus's power. Doom took beyond his power, and now he's omnipotent, and that's really scary. And like, we don't know where the bad guys are. They went off on their own with Molecule Man, who's also super powerful and super scary. So what do we do now? So the bad guys regroup in a suburb of Denver, Colorado, which has been ripped out of Earth and sent to Battle World. So like, "Oh, what do we do now? I don't know. Let's figure it out." And there's a bunch of normal people here that are terrified and have no clue what's going on, so they just go into someone's house and essentially take it over. So what Molecule Man does is he uses his power to section off this section of Denver, Colorado. He puts a bubble around it, and it takes off, and it starts to go back to Earth. And in the middle of the night, Colossus takes one of the sled machines off to go and find Sanji, because he's a smitten little puppy, which is just so crazy and such a weird storyline to give him. I guess they wanted to find something for him to do. And while Colossus is leaving, a little blast of radiation comes through the window and zaps the Hulk. And Spider-Woman sees him as he walks into the room, and she's like, "What's going on?" And he doesn't talk to her. He doesn't say anything. He just keeps going. She makes a psionic web that holds him. He's technically sleepwalking, and it holds him, but he's really strong. And the next thing you know, the thing jumps from him to her. So Spider-Woman is possessed. She creeps into the laboratory of Doom Base, and she's looking for Claw's head. And next thing you know, a bright blast of light wakes her up, and all the heroes run in, and they're like, "What's happening?" And they're like, "Did he say anything?" And she's like, "No, but he left that." And there's something written on the wall. It says, "You are summoned to the Tower of Doom at dusk tomorrow." So like, what tower is he talking about? And Doom has constructed this giant golden obelisk-like tower in the middle of Battle World. And we cut to Doom at Doom Base, and he's talking with Claw, and Claw's like, "You've done a lot, dude. Are you tired?" And like, Doom's like, "Yeah, I'm tired, but I can't sleep. I just need to rest for a minute. Just keep watch. I don't sleep. I don't need to sleep. I just need some rest." So Claw's like, "Yeah, I'll keep watch." And then we cut to Colossus creep walking into Sanji's hut in the middle of the night with some flowers, and he's like, "Here you go." And she like sees him for the first time. She's like, "Oh, this dude's here too." And 18 hours later, when they're all heading for Doom Base, Nightcrawler's looking for Colossus. He asked Wolverine if he's seen him. He said, "No, I don't know where he is, but we gotta go. We're going to Doom Base." So all the heroes get ready and get together, and they head towards Doom Base. So they get there, and Doom is like, "First things first, there's a guy I killed." So he brings Kang back to life. He brings him back. Kang's like, "Haha, you needed me after all." And then Doom's like, "I'll send him back to where he came from." So he blasts him, and Kang disappears. And then he's like, "All right, so now back to business." Doom's like, "Galactus was already found by his Herald Nova, so he's fine. So now really the only thing left is y'all. So the decision is yours. Everyone else has gone home." He's like, "I wish to grant y'all a boon for all the suffering I've caused you over the years. Just state your desires, and I'll grant it. I'm omnipotent. I don't have any hatred anymore for y'all. I feel bad. I want to make this right." They're like, "Why don't we ask him to send us home?" Reed's like, "I can get us home." And Spider-Woman's staring intently at Claw. And Captain America's like, "We don't need anything." And Doom's like, "Very well. Get out of here. don't say I didn't ask, or don't say I didn't offer. Don't ask for shit ever again. Get out. Don't come back or I'll be pissed off. The heroes leave and Cap notices that Spider-Woman is gone, so he kind of sneak backs in and goes to Doom's quarters, and he sees Claw like tending to Doom. Doom is, you know, space is all fixed, he looks normal, and Claw is basically being his maid in Captain America, and he's got pictures of his mom up on the wall and all kinds of stuff, and Cap's like, I thought you transcended this stuff, and Doom's like, regardless, why are you here? He's like, Spider-Woman, she's missing, and he's like, all right, Claw, go find her. So Claw goes to find her, and he does find her because she attacks him, and what happens is she transfers that energy that was in her, because it never left her apparently, into Claw, and then Claw goes off. So Cap says to Doom, you know, you don't look pretty beyond humanity. Doom tells him about his mom, and he's like, Doom's like, you know, I just choose this form so I can keep the power contained. And Cap's like, sure. Well, I just need to find Spider-Woman. Claw comes back in. Cap's like, did you find her? She's out in the hall. So Cap's like, okay. He goes, she leaves, and then Doom and Claw are alone. And then Colossus and Sanji are being all episode 2 Attack of the Clones picnic in the gardens kind of scene, just kind of lame. So the heroes are all gathered around. Cap's telling him what he learned. They're like, so what's the big deal about wanting him to rescue his mom? He's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's beyond everything like he says. And well, the first thing he did was fix his face. That's pretty vain, pretty human, if you ask me. And the heroes are like, yeah, maybe we shouldn't leave him with all this power here. We should probably do something about it. And they're like, absolutely. So they're all like kind of split, and then Colossus finally shows up and he's like, yeah, I say we should fight. So they're all in agreement. We're gonna go attack Doom. And at that very moment, a giant lightning bolt just strikes everyone, and the heroes are completely vaporized. They're dead. They're gone. And that is the end of issue 11. Issue 12 starts with all of the heroes dead. Yes, they are all completely dead. There's gore and viscera everywhere. Blood is oozing from the debris. All the names are listed. We've got Captain America, Charles Xavier, Wolverine, Storm, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Iron Man, Thing, Thor, Hawkeye, Colossus, Cyclops, Magneto, Johnny Storm, the Hulk, Rogue, Reed Richards, She-Hulk, Captain Marvel, Nightwing, the Wasp. Everyone is dead. So that is where the heroes are, just completely wiped off the face of the map by Doom. And Saji sees this from the distance, and she mourns because it looks like there's nothing she can do, but it seems like she's heading down there anyway. And then we cut back to Doom, who's like, yeah, Claw, I killed them all. Now I got to seal this power away before it gets the better of me. And Claw's got this weird little twinkle in his eye, and it seems like he's got a little plan going on. Remember, something got to Spider-Woman, and then it got to Claw, and so we cut to the villains floating through outer space, and Enchantress is trying to figure out what's going on. She's got some Asgardian magic, so she goes into the bathroom of the house where they're staying in the suburb of Denver that is hurtling through space right now, and she summons a water spirit, and she's like, you're gonna tell me everything I want to know about the Beyonder and what happened and all this stuff. And it's like, sure. So the Beyonder's gone. Doom took care of that. He has all of his power now, but he brought y'all there. And the reason that Magneto was with him, because his interests are pretty selfless. Like, he's not selfish like all of you guys that are here. So that's why he was with the heroes, because he's really in it for the mutants and not just for himself. And Enchantress is like, oh, that's all well and good, but I want you to tell me more. I want you to transport me out of here. I need to go to Asgard. And she's like, I can't do that. I don't have the power for that. I can't show you that. And she's like, well, what good are you? She's like, well, I got to deal with Volcana. So she goes off to find her. And then we cut to Molecule Man and Doc Ock arguing. Doc Ock is like, hey, you're not going to get us home. I think you're a liar. And Owen's like, well, you're just a crazy old man, so I'm going to wrap you up in some concrete, and I promise you I will get home. Hey, has anyone seen Volcana? And Lizard's like, I saw her. She was with Enchantress in the forest. And Enchantress is like, with Volcana, she's like, remember that deal we made? I got you to Molecule Man. Well, now I'm going to use you to get somewhere. I'm going to drain your life force to get to Asgard, and you're going to die, and that's our deal. And she's like, oh no. And at this point, Molecule Man and Lizard show up, and she's like, oh crap, well, I'm going to get out of here now. And she tries to teleport away before Volcana dies, and Lizard jumps in with her. So they both end up on Battle World, because that's the closest she should transport. And then she completely drains all life of the Lizard, and yeah, she transports to Asgard, and that's the last we see of the Enchantress. and the last we see of the bad guys, because they're just on their way home, and it's pretty much assured that Molecule Man will get them home. So then we cut back to Claw and Doom, and it seems like Claw is up to something, because Doom was like, I can't fall asleep. There's still some power out there. And it looks like Doom is falling asleep, and Claw sneak up on him, and then Doom wakes out of his slumber. He's like, oh no, I almost fell asleep. Don't let that happen, Claw. And he's like, oh no, I would never let that happen. No, not me. And then Claw begins to ask, do you really think the heroes are dead? Isn't there a possibility they could still be alive? And Doom's like, what do you mean? I eradicate them. He's like, but don't you think that even though they're all dead, they have that healer, Sanji, and she could go down there and she could look through the corpses and she'd find her new lover, Colossus, and he could probably switch back to his metal form before that explosion happened. So she probably put all of her life force into him, and now she's dead, but Colossus is alive. And then he probably found Reed, and knowing that Reed is the smartest and he's also pretty resistant because of his rubbery body, he probably put him in a healing chamber, and Reed was probably able to bring all the other heroes back using this alien technology. And Doom's like, no, that's not possible, and stop talking about it, because you could make it possible just by me thinking about it. And Claw's like, well, you never know. And then right at that moment, what happens? Mjolnir, Thor's hammer, comes flying through the wall, and they're like, oh no, all the heroes are back. And yes, they are all still alive, and Captain America has his broken shield because it was shattered on top of the wreckage of their corpses, and they are here for Doom. They're like, we are ready to fight you, Doom. So yeah, the heroes are all alive again. What Claw said happened indeed came to fruition, maybe because that was already happening, maybe because Doom thought it. It isn't really explained, and it doesn't really matter, because all the heroes are here and they are ready to kick some Doom butt. And at this moment, Doom starts to lose his power. He's losing control. His power is running rampant. And Claw's like, hey, you can get control of this. Give me a fraction of your power and I can take care of this. And Doom is like, sure, I trust you. So foolishly, he gives Claw a little bit of his power. And when I say a little bit, it's like unfathomable the amount of power he gives him. But it's just a portion of Doom's power. And he's like, okay, go ahead, take care of these Avengers. Take care of these heroes. So they crash towards the base. And then Claw comes out and he sends a bunch of these creations that he's made. He's like, this is pretty cool. Other than sound, I can actually make real stuff. So the Avengers are fighting these things. Claw is seemingly helping Doom still. And then Captain America happens to eke past. And Claw's like, ha ha ha, well, everything's going according to plan. So then we have a final showdown between Dr. Doom and Captain America. Doom's like, if there's anyone who got here, I knew it would have been you. And he blasts Cap. Cap is eviscerated. But at that very moment, he actually reappears right in front of him. And Doom is like, huh? What's going on? And it could be that he doesn't want Captain America to actually die. He doesn't actually want to win, or that Claw is doing this. But regardless, Doom keeps blasting Captain America, and Captain America keeps coming back and getting closer and closer. And by the time Cap is close enough to punch him, Doom just kind of crumples and the power starts to erupt from him. And that's when Claw comes in around the corner. He's like, yes, there's my power, because Claw is actually the Beyonder in disguise. So Claw runs up, he goes and grabs all of his power, and then in that split second, he's like, oh no, Doom, I didn't mean to do this. And then suddenly, Claw and Doom and the Beyonder, fully restored, all vanish in front of Captain America's eyes. So the day is won, the heroes all regroup, they go back to Doom base, and Spider-Man gets there. He's kind of hungry, so it's time to eat. And he's like, I wonder if anyone else's suit does this cool stuff, like kind of melt around their face so that they can eat food and just kind of bend to their will. And he asked them, and they're like, no, just regular old costume. And Spidey's like, huh, well, that might be a problem. And then Hulk gets a crutch because his leg got busted up in that battle against Claw's army and all that stuff. And the X-Men are like, what's going on? And then all of a sudden they see a one-armed guy walk in, and it's Kurt Connors. And he's like, I don't know how I got here. I think the Enchantress just burned all of the Lizard's essence out of me, and now it's just Kurt Connors left. So they have him there, and Reed finds out a way to send them all home. So they start going home in groups. Colossus doesn't really want to leave because he's kind of depressed, and they're like, hey, Kitty's back home. She's gone. There's nothing you can do. You really should come back with us. And begrudgingly, he's like, all right. So he joins the X-Men. They go home first. The Avengers are next, and they're like, She-Hulk, you coming? And she's like, no, I'm going to stay with the Fantastic Four because Ben Grimm is going to stay here because he can switch back and forth between the Thing at will here, and he really wants to figure out how to control that. And Reed is kind of, because Reed's just, he's like, I think he could do this the whole time, but I'll have to let him figure out. So Ben's like, just leave the device with me, and I'll come back when I'm ready. So, you know, the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, the X-Men, they all go back. So everyone is back home at this point, and then it is just Ben Grimm left all by himself. Oh, and Lockheed's also come back because there's this like wish fulfillment aura. So Captain America's shield actually gets fixed before this happens. I almost forgot. So he kind of puts the pieces on the table and closes his eyes, and that gets brought back as a fully assembled shield. And he's like, cool, because there was no forges that could fix that. So Cap has got his shield. Lockheed, the dragon, comes back with a friend, and when Lockheed goes through, it kind of disrupts a little bit, but fortunately it doesn't break anything, so everyone gets to go home, and Ben Grimm is there by himself on Battleworld. Nice guy, Reed. A little bit of a worrywart though. I'm gonna be fine. A little lonesome maybe, but what's that what FDR said once? There ain't nothing to fear. The end. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. We are coming at you with the only other figures from the Spider-Verse wave that I was going to be getting, because they still haven't made a Miles updated suit. They reused the one from the earlier wave that was, I don't know, it was like the original suit. They didn't really update it to be accurate to the movie. So today we have Miguel and Peter B. Parker. So with all that being said, we'll take a close look at the box and look at these bad boys open. Taking a look at the figures, you can see it says Spider-Man across the Spider-Verse. And then we get Marvel Legends, and we get their names, which is Peter Parker and Spider-Man 2099. And of course, we get the figures in the card. On the back, they're exactly the same except for the render, and they both show us all the other figures in the wave. And it is a pretty big wave. There is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 figures in this wave. And like I said, I only got Gwen, Miguel, and Peter B, because that Miles is not accurate to the movie, and I will get that new Miles if they ever update it, but then that's what I'll keep it at. But with all that being said, let's get these bad boys open. And you know, I'm just going to tear these cards up. I had to use my super strength to do it, but I did manage to tear it open, so there you go. Here they are out of the box. We'll take a closer look at Spider-Man first. You can see he's got the classic red and blue. Those eyes are really close together, but it works for the animated style of the movie. He is pinless. He does have those lithe limbs like we saw in the movie, and the only problem is his webs aren't painted in. That would make it so much better if his webs were painted in. So all in all, pretty faithful to the movie. The back, he has that red spider logo, so that's pretty cool. And then with 2099, I wasn't gonna get him, but I don't see when they're going to do a new 2099 at this point, like a comic accurate 6161 or 616. Come on, Spidey, stand up. So I was like, let me get this chunky big boy because he's at least got better proportions than a stupid pizza Spidey. I mean, he is top heavy, but you can see they are able to stand on their feet. And he does have some nice sculpted patterns in there that are kind of techy, and we've got the red and the blue, which his suit is supposed to be black in the comics, and the blue are just an accent, but nobody ever gets that right, so it's fine. And then he's got those huge fins on his wrist, and he's got that spider transponder thing that the newer Spider-Gwen also had. And yeah, pinless. Only problem is he doesn't have butterfly joints and an upper ball peg torso, but neither does Spider-Man does have one, but he doesn't have an upper ball peg torso. He doesn't have butterfly joints either. But they fit the style of the movie, and like I said, that 2099 is an upgrade to me, so yeah. Checking out their height, Spidey stands at about 6 inches, and 2099 stands at about 6, almost 6.5, just a little bit under. Is Spidey really? Yeah. Going over articulation, we'll start with Spidey. Head goes forward, backward, to the side. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. We get a shoulder cut, bicep cut. Can't talk. Double elbows, which work beautifully. We do get a ball peg in the upper torso. We get an ab crunch, so backward, forward. Legs come forward that far to the side and back. He can kick his own butt quite easily. We get a thigh cut. Boot cuts. Wow, that's nice. He's got great articulation. and we get a boot cut. So really, really articulated Spider-Man, actually. So kind of pleased with that. So they did a really good job for how lanky he is. And I even have a head swap in mind that might make him look more like a comic book Spider-Man, but we'll see. Will he stand up if I do that? Yeah, he will. Look at that. So Spider-Man's pretty articulated. So let's go to Miguel over here. Checking out 2099's articulation, head goes backward and forward, not too far, to the sides a little bit further. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. As you can see, we get a bicep cut, we get double elbows, which do work. We get an ab crunch and a waist cut. Legs come forward to the side. He can kick his own butt. Thigh cut, which is a little tight. No boot cuts, unfortunately, but we do get ankle rockers. So not as articulated as Peter B. Parker, but he's also bigger and chunkier. And he also doesn't climb walls. Traditionally, he uses his claws instead of having sticky hands. So that's why he's more top heavy. It makes sense. He's got huge muscles in his upper body from literally climbing walls. So they're both really cool as far as the articulation. The only thing they're missing, in my opinion, for him, upper ball peg and butterfly joints. And for Peter, just some butterfly joints. But yeah, they're really well articulated for how stylized they are. Going over the accessories, there's nothing too crazy here. We got some open hands for Miguel over here. Let me get them in the light where you can actually see them. So some open hands for Miguel. And then we get some web slinging hands for Spider-Man, of course. And then we get two alternate heads, and they both are weird colored, and so is the Gwen Stacy one that I do have, so it makes sense. But we get unmasked Peter B with the golden hair, like the one with the perfect life Peter Parker, and Miguel, who has bleached his skin for some reason because he looks very white instead of Hispanic. Well, he's mixed, but he looks very white. So the Miguel head's okay, I guess. It should be darker, but I do have the other Peter B head somewhere, so that'll be nice to have that. But yeah, those are their accessories. As you can see, here they are next to the retro carded 2099, which is on the Pizza Spidey body, which is just crap. So then they are next to the retro carded Spider-Man, which is not the pinless one, but I figured since they're all on retro card, we'll go with that for Spidey comparisons. Here they are with the Across the Spider-Verse Gwen, and then also with Gamerverse Miles, and I'd say all these sizes work pretty well in my opinion. You need to mention he has drop-down hips, so this Spider-Man is pretty goated. Other than not having butterfly joints, pretty dang good for being how gangly he is. And the 2099, like I said, total upgrade. So if you like this video, smash like, hit subscribe, comment, let me know what's up if you've seen the movie, if you're excited for the next one, if you have these figures, how your day is going, just let me know. Check out the Patreon, check out the giveaways. Yeah, keep your head up, stay brave, I love you, I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles coming back at you with another video. These Marvel Legends 85th anniversary figures keep popping up for pre-order. They're coming earlier than they're supposed to. So today we have Ghost Rider, Danny Ketch. So we finally have a Ghost Rider with the bike. We got Johnny Blaze on the retro card last year. So it is nice to finally get a Ghost Rider with the bike because I missed out on the first one. I wasn't collecting Marvel Legends at that point. I don't remember when it was released, but then they re-released it again and I missed it at that point. So, you know, finally I get a Ghost Rider with a bike. It's not Johnny Blaze's bike and it's Danny Ketch, but still, 90s Ghost Rider. I'm a 90s kid, so still pretty cool to get Danny Ketch and his bike. So with all that being said, let's take a close look at the box and we'll get this bad boy open. Taking a look at the box, you can see at the top left corner it says Marvel Legends Series, and then on the right it says Ghost Rider, and at the bottom Marvel celebrating 85 years, and of course we have the figure. On one side we've got some artwork of Ghost Rider and the celebrating 85 years logo once again. On the back we get a couple of shots of the figure and the bike, which is really cool, and then of course we get a blur because we're back to the open box windows. Ghost Rider. When Danny Ketch crosses paths with a cursed motorcycle, he is transformed into the spirit of vengeance, wielding supernatural powers as Ghost Rider. Open window with Marvel celebrating 85 years on this side. Top of the box, bottom of the box, and with all that being said, let's get this bad boy open. I cut the tape on the side and there's a pull tab there, so should be able to just pull Danny out. And there is Danny and his bike out of the cardboard. Super cool. Look at all those flame accessories. So here is our Danny Ketch Ghost Rider out of the box. He is really cool, and so is his bike. There's not really any swappable parts or anything other than the fire flames. You can take those off and have it actually roll because the wheels are, you know, separate. But the detail is really nice. We've got that head plate that Danny Ketch is known for on his bike. And of course, the wheels have this really nice paint on there. They've got, you know, they're clear, but they've got that orangey yellow in the middle to depict them being on fire. And then there's a lot of textures and panels on this bike because it was the 90s, so they drew it all angular and cool and stuff, and it is really cool. And I'm not going to do all the accessories right now, but I am showing off the bike. So I believe if you put this, like, how do you do it? Under here, maybe? Oh, you know what? That's not how you do a wheelie. You do a wheelie by putting your back wheel off the ground. So maybe, like, I don't know. Oh, I guess I also need this. There you go. So he can kind of do a wheelie too, which is really cool. I don't know where I'm going to be able to fit the bike on my shelf, but like I said, it is nice to finally have one. And then of course there's Danny himself on the bike, so let's get him on the spinny thing. So here is the actual Ghost Rider figure out of the box. It is Danny Ketch, and you may think he looks really similar to that retro carded Ghost Rider, but he's Ghost Rider. He's got a flaming skull, but the skull is different. It has some different paint apps. It's got a wash on there. It's the same sculpt, but it's different paint, different sculpt, and the body is all new. We've got pinless arms and legs, a new torso, spikes all over it. So there are differences. The 90s was a lot more spiky and edgy, so of course Danny Ketch has some spikes on his biker gear, and his bike is all cool and angular and, you know, gnarly looking. So definitely a 90s Ghost Rider here, and that's really cool because, like I said in the intro, I'm a 90s kid. He looks great. He does have like flames painted into his eyes, and they're not picking up very well, but it's really cool. It's a nice effect, and you know, it's like the pendant stare. So yeah, there's Danny Ketch and his bike with the first look. Let's go over everything else. Checking out Danny Ketch Ghost Rider's height, he stands at, to the top of his head he's like 6 inches, but to the top of his flame he's like 6.5. So like I said, he's shorter than the retro card Ghost Rider, but we'll see that in the comparison. Going over the articulation, starting at the head, we do not get a lot of forward or back. That's because that flame sculpt on his neck and the skull gets in the way. But he does have an articulated jaw because it is reused of that old Ghost Rider skull. Shoulders come up 90 degrees. There is no butterfly joint, but we do get a bicep cut and double elbows. We get a nice ab crunch at the torso and a cut at the waist, drop down hips, thigh cut, pinless legs with double knees, kicks his butt really easily. We get a boot cut, rockers, all the sweet stuff. This Ghost Rider can do all the stuff despite not having butterfly joints. Still works, still looks cool, still would not mess with him. Going over the accessories, first of all, we do get reuse of the chain whip from Johnny Blaze, which is fine. All the Ghost Riders have a flaming whip chain thing. And then of course we get all the flame effects for the bike. There's the front wheel. And they're all nice. They're all sculpted beautifully. There's the back wheel. And there is the wheelie wheel the wheelie piece right there. And then of course the bike itself is an accessory. There's the brown. I don't think I showed you guys the paneling in there, which has stickers on it, so it looks nice. We got that symbol there. Don't quite know what that means, but it's a really nice bike. And then of course, wouldn't be Marvel Legends without at least one set of swappable hands. So we get a fist and an open hand. So not a set, but just 2 extra hands. And that is it for the accessories for our Danny Ketch Ghost Rider. So first up for scale and comparison, here is Danny Ketch with Johnny Blaze. As you can see, like I said, Johnny is bigger than Danny, so that's a definite giveaway as to they're not the same body, but there's really no reuse here except for the head. You can see Johnny's got a completely different torso, completely different legs, of course they're pinless, and he's taller, and he's got different, you know, different accents to his costume, so totally different figures, and that's really cool. I appreciate that. Here he is next to the Renew Your Vows Scarlet Spider and our new Target exclusive Warbird, so you can get some more Marvel Legends and some 90s goodness with that Scarlet Spider and Danny Ketch together. Here he is with our retro carded She-Hulk and our astonishing X-Men Wolverine, who's also from the 85 Years line, just like Warbird. For some Lightning collection, here he is with Cammy and Chun-Li from the Street Fighter crossover. Speaking of Street Fighter, here he is with Jada Toys Ken and Chun-Li. Here he is with some Valaverse. We have Legend of the White Dragon. For some more 90s stuff, here he is with Earthworm Jim and Ripster from Street Sharks. And with some Biker Mice from Mars because they're, you know, they're all bikers. Here he is with Mega Man and Mario. And then lastly, here he is with some Comic Book Turtle and Cosmic Legions. Sorry. So with all that being said, y'all, I'm pretty sure you know what I'm going to say. This Danny Ketch Ghost Rider with his motorcycle, that's the big selling point, because if it was just Danny, I wouldn't have gotten it. It's totally worth it because it's totally worth it to me. Super awesome bike, super cool, brand new figure. Don't know where he's going to fit on my shelf, if anywhere. He might have to sideline his bike for a while, I don't know. But yeah, really cool figure. If you guys think this video is really cool, make sure to hit the like button down below. I'm trying to get these 85th anniversary Marvel Legends out as soon as I get them, because I know y'all want to see and decide if you want them or not. You know, I'm always going to say worth it for Marvel Legends that I don't have in my collection unless there's a glaring problem. So, you know, like the video, hit subscribe if you're not subscribed. Of course, comment down below. Let me know if you're picking up this guy, if you already have him, if you're waiting on him, how your day is going. Let me know. And of course, check out the Patreon $1 a month. This video won't be there, but other ones are. There's a bunch I got to put up right now, like 6. I got to upload there, and they'll be there for next month or so at least. So there is a bunch of content on Patreon that is not on my YouTube. So check that out if you're willing, if you want to drop $1. If not, it's okay. I'll forgive you. As always, I love you. I will see you next time, and bye-bye. Mwah. How's it going, y'all? Rowdy Riles back with another video. You can probably take a guess as to
my safe word will be whiskey.
Sorry, Rod, what was that?
Whiskey.
Your friend's wasted, Anakin.
Check this out!
Pork chop sandwiches.
Freaking pump! I've been drinking green tea all goddamn day!
Oh, man, he hit his ass with a porky toe, man. Nice.
God, I go to church every goddamn Sunday. You gonna bring the demons out of me?
No matter what you do, I will be proud of you, even if you receive a liberal arts degree. Baby time. It's baby time. Wait, I wasn't finished.
All right, give him the stick. Don't give him the stick.
You know my dad?
Oh, G.I. Joe.
What the fuck? No, this is my hat now. This is totally my hat.